They're also being hosted in Scotland, France, and the Republic of Georgia for expats from the Hawkeye State. 3 people participated in the first ever satellite caucus this morning in the city of Tbilisi, Georgia. According to the organizer, attendees were treated to a, quote, traditional Iowan meal of pizza and ranch dressing, accompanied by Georgian wine. He says the results of their caucus will be released later tonight. Meanwhile, the first satellite caucus in Iowa was held at a union hall in Ottumwa near a local pork processing plant. Bernie Sanders reportedly had the support of 14 out of the 15 in attendance. The final participant there this afternoon, a Warren supporter, chose not to realign after the first round of preference choice. Caroline Cummings, Major Garrett, Antoine Seawright, and Caitlin Huey-Burns join me now. Caroline is a politics reporter at CBS's Cedar Rapids affiliate, KGAN. Major is CBS News Chief Washington correspondent. Antoine is a CBS News political contributor and Democratic strategist. And Caitlin is a CBSN political reporter. Welcome to all of you. Look at how refreshed you all look right now. You can tell the evening is young. Well, thank you all for being here. It's great to see you all in person. Caitlin, I want to start with you. We've been talking about this day for so very long. I wonder if you could just sort of set the stakes for us. What really is on the line for these candidates here in Iowa?
That's right. Candidates have been campaigning here for several months. I was in Iowa last January when Elizabeth Warren stepped foot in the state for her first event. So this has been a long time coming. What's really different, though, and something that lots of these candidates didn't see coming, is the impeachment trial hanging over a lot of this. That means that Bernie Sanders, Elizabeth Warren, Amy Klobuchar, top contenders here in Iowa, have not been in Iowa today. They've had to be back in Washington. They're going to hop on planes and come back to Des Moines tonight as their schedule allows. But that's something that I think has changed a little bit in the last couple of weeks. There are also high stakes for Joe Biden, who is looking to do well here tonight to put to rest some of the critiques from other Democrats of his campaign. Bernie Sanders has been surging here, has a very robust organization on the ground that they're hoping to capitalize on tonight. Amy Klobuchar, that we mentioned, she's really looking for a good finish here to make a case for her candidacy, since she has staked so much of her campaign on winning in the Midwest.
Major Garrett, remind us why Iowa has such influence and how much it impacts other states that follow.
Well, at one level, it shouldn't. 41 delegates, small compared to what you need to win, but it's a springboard. It has historically been a springboard ever since 1976, when, we should remember, uncommitted finished first. Jimmy Carter finished a surprise second, and that became a springboard for his path to the nomination in 1976 and eventually the presidency of the United States. So ever since then, Iowa's had this importance for both parties, but particularly I would say the Democratic Party. When it's contested here, the results matter. And to Caitlin's point, I think impeachment did change the dynamics here, but not in a way that I think detrimentally affected the senators, because what's involved, something that most partisans are deeply interested in. They don't not want them to fulfill their constitutional duties. Not like they're ignoring Iowa. They just can't be here. And the reason they can't be here is because of what? The biggest factor that overwhelms this entire process, Donald Trump. And what I mean by that is, you talk to Iowa Democratic voters, one of the things that is most on their mind, and I know you've talked this, Caitlin, a lot, getting this right, getting this choice right. They're not paralyzed. They'll make a decision. But they're weighing the importance of that decision. What is the right call? Who is the best candidate to take on Donald Trump? And that fits within the impeachment matrix as well, because you can't separate one from the other. The last thing I would say, I think the stakes here are very high for Joe Biden tonight, very high. Our poll has what we believe will be the sorting out process of the caucuses, the realignment. I don't think that 25-25 number is going to be reflected in the first alignment. I think it's going to be Bernie, and then there'll be some distance. And how great that distance is between Biden and Bernie is going to be what the Sanders campaign holds on to and says, we won. When the first vote was, we were bigger. And now Biden may get things in that second alignment, he may get some delegates out of it, but that space on that first one is going to be fought over ground, and Sanders is going to try to claim it.
Caroline, when CBS polled Iowans late last month, it found that just 35% of likely caucus goers said their mind was definitely made up. So how much movement is there typically in these caucuses?
Well, it's kind of the old saying that Iowans make up their minds late. And I think this cycle in particular is no exception. As Major mentioned, I think that Iowans are very much feeling the pressure of, we're the first test. We have to get this right because, as so much polling shows, the #1 priority for Democrats here and elsewhere is putting up the candidate that is best suited to defeat Donald Trump. Now, all of the campaigns will make their own claims about why they are. So I have met several Iowans in the past few days who really are torn between two candidates. And I had someone tell me that she's going to make up her mind in the caucus location, hearing from her friends and family and those in her community in the room. I mean, talk about fluid. If that's not an example of how fluid this is, I don't know what is. Another said on the way to the caucus. So, while these polls are such great indicators of where we're going, I will be fascinated to see kind of where that second alignment goes, especially considering so many are just genuinely torn between two candidates.
Yeah, Antoine, when you break it down by preferred candidate, Bernie Sanders has the most supporters with their mind made up, followed by Warren, while Joe Biden has the lowest definite support here. What do you make of that? And also, what Major talked about, that for Joe Biden, the stakes here are incredibly high.
I will push back a little bit about what Major said, because I've said from the very beginning of this primary nomination process, for Joe Biden, it's a marathon, not a sprint. Direction is more important than speed. But the Iowa caucuses are about this. I've had the privilege of working 2 of them. They're about momentum, they're about organization, infrastructure, and they're definitely about a media narrative. All those things will be important tonight when the outcome is written. And how you take all of those things, package them up, put a bow on them, and move on I think we'll have more determination on who's actually the winner and who came in second, third, or fourth. I think for Bernie Sanders, this definitely is an opportunity to show his surge, to show his support, and how loyal his supporters are. Bernie Sanders, much like Donald Trump, Major, has a very loyal following in the Democratic space. You can't deny that. For Joe Biden, this argument of electability is tested, I think, in a different way in Iowa, because Iowa is a state that most people think Joe Biden can bring back those voters across the Democratic aisle in a general election. So the stakes are very high tonight, but they're even higher for Elizabeth Warren, because she saw an early surge in this process, according to every poll, Caitlin, and then you saw that die away, and you saw Mayor Pete have some increased intensity. So tonight will definitely be a night to watch.
Major, let me ask you about the Trump campaign, because it's interesting. They put out a release saying that they're going to have more than 80 surrogates across Iowa. So what's the message that they're pitching?
They have a lot of money to spend, and they need to find ways to spend it. I mean, seriously, you're literally going to pay for 80 surrogates to come to Iowa when your Republican caucus attendance is going to be minimal?
Right.
I mean, they're just here to sort of get in everyone's face and say Donald Trump is the incumbent president, he's got a strong economy, and he's going to be reelected. And you guys are just basically going through the motions. We're big, bad, and strong. Lots of money, lots of surrogates, lots of voices. But it's really going to be a part of the marginal part of the conversation. They're just here to sort of try to plant a flag and get in the way, whatever way they can. But this is a Democratic night. And to the question of turnout, 238,000 is the highest ever in Democratic Iowa caucus history. That's 2008. I've talked to people who are very close to this process who believe it could easily be 260, 270.
260. 270. Wow.
And I talked to the Iowa State Party chairman. He said, we're preparing for something that large. We don't know, but it could be that large. And the larger it is, I will quote Bernie Sanders last night at one of his rallies. The larger it is, the better it is for me.
I agree with Major. I think we'll see definitely an uptick in turnout, because I think people realize how high the stakes are. And you're going to see a lot of people who voted for Donald Trump in 2016 who felt like their bread was not buttered in the way they thought it should have, particularly farmers who've been impacted by trade and some of the other things. They're going to caucus tonight for Democrats. I cannot tell you, as I make my way around just the Des Moines area and walking into places, how people admit it. In shame that they voted for Donald Trump, but it has not worked out for them, so they're going to caucus for Democrats. That's why this argument of electability, I think, will be tested in a different way in Iowa tonight, unlike any other early state, perhaps.
So just remember, this is a party-building exercise. You cannot participate unless you're a registered Democrat. Okay, so this is to build the party.
Absolutely.
And large turnout, and historically large turnout, would be an indicator about how competitive Iowa will or will not be in the general election. So keep an eye on that.
So, Caroline, let me ask you, I want to pose the same question to you as well, Caitlin, because you spent a lot of time on the ground here. But, Caroline, what has been most important, in your conversations with caucus goers? What is it that they tell you matters most to them as they think about how to approach the caucuses?
Well, like I said, I definitely hear repeatedly that beating Trump is priority number one. But when we were talking a little bit about impeachment and its effects on this race here, Iowans don't bring up impeachment. They don't bring it up at town halls. They don't bring it up as, well, the president is impeached for X, Y, Z, and they already don't like him. So that's not what concerns them. It's healthcare, it's prescription drug prices, it's climate change. That has been a huge, huge issue, largely among young voters I've spoken with, but honestly, too, with older Iowans who traditionally have been reliably attending the caucuses, saying, you know what, I need someone to take action on this issue now. So I think that those bread and butter issues, that largely define why people go to the polling booth, they show up at a caucus location, is very true this go around.
Let me ask you, Caroline brings up the idea of climate change. Caitlin, I wonder if you have heard that too, because I know Iowa was hit particularly hard in 2019 with those floods, and so that put the issue of climate change in people's minds in a way that perhaps it hadn't been before.
Absolutely. At town halls, it comes up over and over and over again. The voters here, the caucus goers here, know where the candidates stand on the issue of climate change, and there isn't a huge difference among these candidates when it comes to climate change. But think about when you're going to a town hall, when you're going to a campaign event to meet a candidate or to get a chance to talk to them, you're going to ask about things that are impacting you directly. That's why we really haven't seen them ask about impeachment or some other news of day items, but we have seen them ask about things like climate change, healthcare, also things that started to affect them, the Iran decision and the White House reaction, that started to have an impact a little bit on the ground here as people felt that they were wondering what it would do to their family members who were serving. So we've seen, as issues come and go, climate change and healthcare remain top, but it is very interesting to talk to voters this time around who say that they're willing to put issues aside to find a candidate who can defeat Donald Trump. Not issues aside, but saying that I'm not. They're looking for a bigger picture here, not on voting for candidate on a special.
That ideologies aren't, what's driving them there.
Right.
That even, Senator Sanders supporters I've spoken with or Buttigieg supporters I've spoken with, if their guy isn't the nominee, they're still going to vote for the Democrats.
Is that different, Antoine?
So there are a couple of things. Go ahead, Kayla.
Yeah,
Well, that's something that we've also heard in the closing arguments from these candidates. Is not really on a particular policy. It's on party unity, to your point about learning some lessons from 2016 perhaps and trying to make this play, and also about who can win. You hear Elizabeth Warren making her closing argument saying she can win. Joe Biden saying it's him and all of these candidates. So I think that's a big indicator as well.
So conventional wisdom will tell you that the conversation is around policy. We're not living in conventional times, i.e. Donald Trump is the president. So now it is about participation. How do you drive participation in order to beat Donald Trump? But here's a subsequent point of that. Beating Donald Trump is one thing, but uniting this party and being able to impact down ballot candidates is a big thing for Iowans. Particularly, you have 2 swing members in Iowa, 2 members of Congress who won districts that Donald Trump carried in 2016. That's a big deal. They are 4 seats away from taking the majority in their state house that Iowa lost in the 2016 election. Those things matter, going back to your point about quality of life issues, the things that keep people up on the corner of their bed at night. That's why the stakes are so high, and that's why participation will be the narrative tonight. And Major, one more thing. It's not just an increase in the surge in turnout. It's who shows up is critically important. If more seasons, I'm not going to say older, if seasoned caucus goers
Thank you for sparing me that.
If seasoned caucus goers show up tonight, that, I think, helps Vice President Biden.
No doubt.
If it's an uptick in young millennials, energetic, momentum-gathering caucus goers, I think that benefits Trump and Mayor Pete.
Sanders and Pete, Mayor Pete.
Yes, sorry.
So one thing that's true about campaigns, they speak to the public in 3 ways. Where do they go? How do they travel? What is their rhetoric? And what do they put on television? I've been astonished watching the ads here for the last 5 days. These are very genteel ads. No one is punching each other in the mouth. No one is even elbowing anybody in the ribs, if I could ever so slightly, to illustrate my point. They're not even doing any of that. And every Iowa caucus I've ever been to, that happened. And it changed the dynamic of the race. Nobody is going after each other. No one is saying, you're disqualified, you're a bad Democrat, your votes are terrible, you can't win. There's a sense I can win more. That's it. And that changes the psychology around an entire race. Look, in 2004, that race turned in the last 2 weeks.
Absolutely.
Because Richard Gephardt and Howard Dean went at each other hammer and tongs. And two sunny alternatives came from the back, John Kerry and John Edwards, and came in 1 and 2. Those things can change not only the psychology, but the results. And because everyone has been so genteel with each other,
That's right.
that tells you that this idea of unity is not just a concept. Real money is being spent on that very idea and notion, and not being spent on tearing anybody down. That's a big difference.
Carolyn, did you want to weigh in?
I was just going to say, I think it underscores again that priority number one is beating Donald Trump. And even just separate from advertising, I mean, even on the trail, they've been making veiled jabs at each other. You know, Pete Buttigieg for a long time was saying it's no time to go with a safe choice, kind of a slight, you know, hit at former Vice President Joe Biden. But they've been a little bit more overt in these final days here. But again, not being very aggressive for that reason that you were bringing out, Major.
Cotton
All right,
balls.
we have-
Cotton balls.
All right.
Seriously.
Caroline Cummings, Major Garrett, Antoine Seawright, and Caitlin Huey Burns, thank you all very much. Coming up after a break, thousands of voters in Iowa are set to make their pick for the next presidential Democratic nominee. We'll take a look at what issues voters are talking about ahead of the critical caucuses. You're streaming Red and Blue.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
Let's talk about the latest developments. There's so many levels to this.
We have a CBS News exclusive.
Fires in California. What happens next and how does it all play out?
We are on a mission with NASA.
I understand you have some breaking news. It's not over yet, is the bottom line.
This is a massive operation.
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
You can see the desperation in the journey simply by looking at the trail that's left behind.
So she says she's 17. She looks kind of like she's 12.
Said to me, you know, if you tried to do this in New York City, take a picture of a man, he'd break your camera.
There's something very, very uncomfortable about this.
Today, a white supremacist lens.
This area can be the new Silicon Valley.
There was not a cot in the warehouse, not one cot in the warehouse.
We're so far deep at this point that there's no turning back. This is a long road ahead.
Our nation's capital, decisions are made here that affect all of us. And today, more than ever, people want truth, understanding, and accountability. So join us every evening as we bring you CBS News original reporting from around the world, while keeping our eye on what's going on right here in Washington.
The CBS Evening News with Norah O'Donnell, now from Washington, D.C. Understanding the world begins with the right questions.
Do you trust Kim Jong-un?
Doesn't the blame reside with Jewel? Is it now our top terrorist threat?
With the right people.
So you have forgiven.
I have now.
Right here.
Check this out.
More news.
I'm Tony DeCoppel with CBS News.
More original reporting.
It puts everything in perspective.
We are on a mission with NASA.
Every morning on CBS This Morning.
We're going to begin with breaking news.
Wow. That's not normal.
The big
biggest names in politics.
Whoa, that's news. Are we at a tipping point?
Face the questions you want answered.
Margo, that's a great question.
Good question.
Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan.
We will not just win this caucus, we will win this election. We will remake this country. We will repair this nation, and we will repair the world. We can change it if you will stand with me on January 3rd and caucus for me. We can change the world. Thank you, Perry. I appreciate you.
Officials in Iowa say they expect a record turnout during the caucuses tonight. Our Caitlin Huey-Burns spoke to some undecided voters in Des Moines.
The most sought-after people in Iowa in the final hours before the caucuses aren't the presidential candidates.
Every 4 years, everything begins here in Iowa.
Go in on Monday evening and caucus for us.
Thank you, Iowa. They are the undecided voters. So who are you going to caucus for?
I'm not quite decided yet.
I go from one to the other to the other.
I'm just very on the fence. I keep kind of changing my mind.
After months of campaigning in college gymnasiums, school cafeterias, and event halls around the Hawkeye State, candidates are making a last-ditch effort to persuade the nearly 2/3 of Iowa Democrats who are still making up their minds.
So how are you going to make this decision?
I don't know. I'm hoping by going to each of their rallies this weekend, I'll have a better idea.
And many told CBS News over the weekend they plan to be swayed on caucus night.
If Andrew Yang is not viable, I would then caucus for Elizabeth Warren.
For candidates competing in Iowa, sometimes being a voter's second choice can be just as good as first. Supporters can pick a backup if their first preference doesn't attract 15% of the people in the room. But even those who haven't yet picked a candidate are united around one goal.
We have to have a very viable candidate that can defeat Trump.
You want to make the right choice. You want to vote for somebody that you like and that you support, but ultimately you want somebody who's going to end up in the White House.
Let's bring in our panel, Linda Tran, Leslie Sanchez, Antoine Seawright, and Caitlin Huey-Burns. Linda is a CBSN political contributor and Democratic strategist. Leslie is a CBS News political contributor and Republican strategist. Antoine is a CBS News political contributor and Democratic strategist. And Caitlin is a CBSN political reporter. Welcome. So, Caitlin, let me ask you, it is getting down to the wire now here in Iowa, of course, that wonder how these campaigns are spending these final hours here, making their pitches to these caucus goers.
Well, some of them are having to spend their final hours actually in Washington because of the impeachment proceedings going on, and they're all hopping on planes to get back to rallies tonight. What is very interesting to me was how many voters we talked to who were coming to these campaign events over the weekend, who had been seeing all these pitches from the candidates over the past several months and still didn't know who they were going to caucus for. And I think it's really important to kind of tell our viewers how a caucus is so different from a primary. You're not going into the ballot box and checking off a candidate in the privacy of that screened-in position there. You are going into a room where you're seeing your friends and your neighbors and your family. You're seeing kind of all this jockeying going on. You're seeing pitches from the campaigns in real time. There's a lot of persuasion going on, and these voters know it. And some of them were really open to the idea of being persuaded. And the other interesting thing I found was that people who had already made up their minds were out there shopping for their second choice. So these are voters who have become, or caucus goers who have become little strategists. They're trying to figure out, if their candidate doesn't get the 15% necessary to be viable, they're trying to figure out who the best next candidate will be. And so I've been really impressed by how voters are so attuned to this process, even if they haven't yet made up their minds.
They're paying such close attention.
Yeah.
Well, Antoine, we are expecting record turnout tonight. Senator Sanders' campaign says this helps them since they have focused on courting first-time and younger voters. So what are you watching for from his campaign?
I'm watching for the type of voters who actually show up to caucus all across the state, because I think that is going to define the narrative of who can, in my opinion, write the real winner's check tonight. But, caucuses are all about energy, momentum, infrastructure, and organization. And so when you walk into a caucus site, and for so many people to be undecided, Leslie and Linda, it's so easy for someone to walk in with one thing on their mind and feel energy another place, and voila, they're shifting their vote in their minds. That's why infrastructure and organization, and I think the campaign who has the more local, hyper-local staffers on the ground who know people when they come into the doors, I think it's going to come down to a game of interest, and in a game of interest, every play you run matters.
Linda, let me ask you, I wonder, when you talk about Senator Sanders' campaign, could support for the other progressive candidate, Elizabeth Warren, in this race potentially pull then from Senator Sanders' numbers?
Well, I think that Bernie Sanders is really banking on a much larger game than can he compete with Elizabeth Warren on the typical progressive caucus goers. I think his team has been very clear that they are focused on growing that pie. And in particular, they're looking very interestingly, not just at the young voters that helped propel him almost to a victory in 2016, but this 6% of the electorate, or 6% of the population, the 50,000 Latino voters that have grown exponentially since last cycle and are not typical caucus goers. I mean, if you think about it, his team has said they're trying to get to 20,000. Last go around, our best estimate is maybe 3,000 Latino voters came out to caucus. So if he's able to do that at the numbers that we're talking about across these, 1,600 or so precincts, that's a game changer for him, and that has nothing to do with competing with Elizabeth Warren.
Leslie, let me ask you about the moderate candidates here. So Joe Biden, Pete Buttigieg, and Amy Klobuchar, for the most part, are competing in the same lane, as we say. How is it that they differentiate themselves?
The biggest difference is very similar to 2016. Joe Biden fits that establishment model. There's somebody who's tried and true. You know what you get with Joe Biden. There's some baggage that comes, negative baggage that comes with that in a very similar way Hillary Clinton had that. So if you're a centrist, if you're looking for somebody, the term we're hearing a lot as Democrat or either Trump voters who voted for Obama in previous elections, is somebody who's reasonable, that they can work with, that's different outside the fray. That's why Mayor Pete Buttigieg does extremely well. He's somebody viable, young, has that dynamic nature. They like that spirit about certainly the engagement in the civic process and what his ideas are, and they feel they're reasonable, would work with Republicans. Klobuchar, I'm a fangirl. We all know that they're very much
yes,
like
you are
her.
very much on the record about that.
I try to. She's my spirit animal, and I say that in kind of. She just hasn't had the traction for a lot of different reasons. I don't believe it's gender. I don't think it's because she's a woman. I think it's just this is a moment that very good campaign operation around the mayor has really paid off, and this is, as Caitlin's pointing out, we're kind of folks on the ground who can make that personal case and that personal plea are extremely important in a caucus like tonight.
Caitlin, I want to ask you about this notion of alliances forming during these caucuses. So for people who don't know how this works, right, a candidate has to get 15% threshold to be a viable candidate. But if you're less than that, right, you have the potential then of being wooed by these other campaigns. But ahead of the caucuses, there was talk that maybe some of these campaigns were reaching out and trying to see ahead of time, all right, we're going to have this plan, and let's see. What is it that you've actually learned about that?
A lot of strategy is involved here, especially since they know that only about a third of voters say that they're decided about a candidate. So they know there are a lot of people up for grabs here. And unlike a primary, the caucus matters everywhere in the state. So it's not like you're trying to drive up turnout in certain areas. You have to be viable in a lot of different places. And so you saw reports of the Biden campaign reaching out to other campaigns. There are questions about where Andrew Yang supporters might go if he's not viable.
Do we need to explain that? Because basically you need to get state delegate equivalents, right? And that determines how many national. So the way it works is just, if you can, maybe break that down for us a little bit, Caitlin, because I think for a lot of people just tuning in, the Iowa caucuses have traditionally been confusing, and now you've got some changes that might make it even more confusing.
That's right, and I've even been to a couple of them, and I still always have to, read the rules, and there are changes. In the past, you could, if your candidate didn't get that 15% threshold, you could kind of realign over and over and over again. This time, they're only limiting it to 2 people. So you have go in with a first preference, and they actually have cards that you write this down on so that they have some kind of paper trail. And we were talking to the Polk County Democrats, for example, the biggest county obviously encompasses Des Moines. they, those cards are really important because you're having a lot of people potentially in a caucus. Do people leave when they're done? If your candidate is viable, you can be done. You can also, if you want to choose a second choice, can be uncommitted. You can choose to be uncommitted, and that's something that these campaigns are grappling with as well. So we see these kind of natural alliances forming. We also know that voters don't always necessarily fall into a particular lane. So it may be that as much strategizing as these campaigns are trying to do, talking to each other, trying to guide their voters somewhere, that it may just be up to the caucus goer to see how they feel in that moment.
But the other thing is, if your candidate has 15%, you're locked in.
Exactly.
So that's a little different because, as she said,
that's a very different
you could
for a lot of
move
people.
around, you could wiggle and giggle, no matter what. You can go to where your friends are. You can't do that this time, so that matters. And I think that will speak to some loyalty. But smartly so, campaigns have been reaching out to each other because I'm oftentimes reminded that politics, much like life, is a game of addition and multiplication, not subtraction or division. And so if you are if you're on the bubble type candidate, then you become even more valuable for realignment. And I think that's so important. So you're going to see alliances form. You're going to probably see moderates come together. You're probably going to see the progressive wing of the party form some type of alliances. And I think that is how the night will be defined.
And Linda, let me turn to you about the reporting that we're going to actually get. I wonder if you could just get, it's going to sound like it's very in the weeds, but it matters because the various campaigns will sort of get to cherry pick, right, depending on what might look best for their candidate, the results that we'll actually see tonight. Can you talk about that? We're actually going to get 3 different sets of numbers here from the Iowa Democratic Party.
Yeah, absolutely. First off, the most important number is probably still the same number that we're used to hearing from previous cycles. That's the state delegate equivalents. How many of the, or what percentage rather, of the 41 pledged delegates the individuals will get once you calculate all of the results from the precincts statewide, and also the satellite locations. There are 90 of them, more than 20 of them. I think 28 are actually not even in the state. So that's probably still the most important number. But because, as you pointed out, part of tonight is going to be about also revealing what did people get in the first round. You can absolutely expect that even candidates who get no state delegate equivalents within a precinct are going to say, but hey, I got almost to that viability threshold in that first round. So that's something that's really definitely new. And then ultimately, I mean, this is not really about the delegates, right? That's the thing that people at home may not be thinking about. 41, just to put into context, 41 pledged delegates is really tiny because at the national level, ultimately, you're talking about more than 4,000. The exact number will be determined later this year, but you're talking about more than 4,000. Compare that to California, where there'll be more than 400 delegates that are in play. And so Iowa is not about the numbers, actually. It's much more about that narrative, and you can be absolutely sure that every campaign is going to be trying to pivot. I mean, the part of the, I think the interesting thing about this radical transparency tonight is that you're going to get some radical pivoting from these candidates and campaigns as well, trying to make the case that they're still viable.
Right, a lot of spinning, I think, in our future. Yes. Leslie, let me ask you about something we heard in Caitlin's piece, that President Trump is going to be a motivating factor for Democrats tonight. What do you think Republicans will be able to glean after the Democratic caucuses here?
They're trying. There's really an assessment of, are we in the same political environment of 2016 where people were anti-establishment candidate, looking for somebody that is breaking up traditional political systems that they feel have failed them, whether they are on the right or the left. Trump was somebody who came from the outside. 6-1 people wanted his campaign sign. He took people, children for rides on his helicopter during the Iowa State Fair. He was very engaged in a very kind of like a P.T. Barnum type of way, a theatrical way that was something very different. In many ways, Bernie Sanders fits that bill, right? Not on policy, but on style and breaking up a system that many people feel, particularly in healthcare or in education, funding your private education has failed them. So as Republicans, they're trying to see, Are the numbers larger than expected? We expect big turnout. What does that mean? Will there be some incremental movement on Latino? I mean, Latino's been that silent majority forever. I don't expect the 3,000 to 20,000 bump that you would be hopeful for.
There has been a substantial population increase.
So
that's what Linda was
massive
pointing out.
population.
Yeah.
This is the state. Certainly the businesses in the state understand the dynamic changes. But moving from socialization to politicalization to mobilization takes many, many years. So I see incremental improvements, even with LULAC and some of the big Hispanic organizations on the ground. It's still, every vote is important and too close to call elections, but not big swings.
I think tonight we will learn about the urgency from Democratic voters tonight, and I think that will be determined by the type of turnout and who actually shows up. And I think that is going to be a measuring stick for momentum going into New Hampshire and Nevada. Linda, I think you hit it on the head when you talked about essentially this will be a test case for Democrats, I think I heard you say. And I think tonight will be that, and it will not be about Donald Trump per se. I think this will be more about the type of candidates we have, the playing field, and who can bring traditional and non-traditional people together to form a coalition. We're in a coalition building moment in our party, and I think that will determine the victory tonight.
All right. Linda Tran, Leslie Sanchez, Antoine Seawright, and Caitlin Huey-Burns, thank you all very much. Still to come, we will break down exactly how the Iowa caucuses work and explain what you need to know. Next, you're streaming Red and Blue.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
Let's talk about the latest developments. There's so many levels to this.
We have a CBS News exclusive.
Fires in California. What happens next, and how does it all play out?
We are on a mission with NASA.
I understand you have some breaking news. It's not over yet, is the bottom line.
This is a massive operation.
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day. Wow. That's not normal.
Our nation's capital. Decisions are made here that affect all of us. So join us every evening as we bring you CBS News original reporting from around the world while keeping our eye on what's going on right here in Washington.
Understanding the world begins with the right questions.
Do you trust Kim Jong-un?
Doesn't the blame reside with Jewel? Is it now our top terrorist threat?
With the right people.
So you have forgiven.
I have now.
Right here.
Check this out.
More news.
I'm Tony DeCoppel with CBS News.
More original reporting.
It puts everything in perspective.
We are on a mission with NASA.
Every morning on CBS This Morning.
We're going to begin with breaking news.
The Iowa caucuses have always been about getting noticed. From the 1970s until now, candidates want that national attention that comes from winning something first. But what exactly are they trying to win? A caucus isn't a regular vote, it's a meeting. Well, how do you win a meeting? It goes something like this. Democrats go in with a preferred candidate in mind, and then the caucus doors close, and they split up into groups. Who backs which candidate? Go stand with them. Okay, simple enough, but wait. The party rules say that groups that get under 15% aren't viable. So those people can change, pick their second choice, go to another group. And only then do we get our final results. And the party hands out delegates, that's people who go on to the national convention next summer, to the top candidates. So what you'll see is a bunch of results, that first choice, the second choice, the all-important delegates. But remember, whatever candidates you see up on the podium that night looking happy, that's because they're getting the attention that they wanted.
Our Anthony Salvanto there. For more on what we can expect to see tonight and when, let's go to CBSN's Lana Zak at the Decision Desk. Lana?
Hey there, Elaine. You know, as a proud Hawkeye, this is always my favorite night of the election cycle. And I want to introduce everybody to the man who knows the numbers and is reading it all for us, Anthony Salvanto. He's the director of polling and all things information here at CBS News. So, Anthony, we just heard you talking about winning a meeting. You're here in New York reading the data. How are you actually getting these numbers?
And this is going to be fun because you are from Iowa, and so you know this board
I'm going to be quizzing
as
him.
well as I will, and we'll see. We'll see who knows more by the end of the night. You folks at home can vote on Twitter. So what we've done is we have sent through our folks at Edison Research that the networks use to deploy what we have is entrance pollers. Normally you might think of exit pollers, that's as people leave a polling place, but this is a caucus, it's a meeting, as you mentioned, right? So we're going to be interviewing people in precinct after precinct as they go in. So over here in this county, and that county, and this county, and that county, all over the state, we're going to be getting reports from those interviewers who ask people who their initial preference is coming into the caucuses. Now, we know that once they get in there, just as you heard in that little clip, that people can and will change. So
I always think of it as a giant game of Red Rover, though this time you only get one chance to change.
You get one chance,
right.
Exactly. You got to make it count, right? So once we get that in, then we're going to be getting in what the party puts out from those caucuses, which is the second choice, but also the delegates, the state delegates that are going to come out of that. And that's what we're ultimately going to sort of put into the number cruncher here and figure out what's going on.
And that's what it all really comes down to, that delegate number. That's how you're ultimately going to call the race?
Well, that's what the party says they consider to be the true contest. Now, having said that, all of those numbers could be interesting. And if somebody has a really big turnout and does really well in that choice, but doesn't allocate their turnout well and doesn't do well in the delegate race, that'll be an interesting difference, too. So we'll break that down if it happens.
Now, what time do you think we might actually be able to get a result tonight?
My advice on that is for everybody watching CBSN out there, you make your popcorn, you get your coffee, order some pizza, tune in, plan to stay up all night through 1, 2 in the morning Eastern, all good.
The Iowa Super Bowl, like have your wings ready, have your popcorn.
Absolutely, because it's going to take a while. This map is going to fill in over the course of the night. The truth is, we don't know. It's the party that's going to be reporting a lot of this. We'll be ready if it's early, we'll be ready if it's late, and even if it is, even if it takes a while, there'll be plenty to learn and plenty to break down.
Now, there are some major differences in the caucuses this year. What are some of the key things? Because I know there are some Iowans who are even confused about this.
Yeah. Well, I think what we were talking about here is the major difference, which is that in the past, the party would just tell you how many state delegates everybody won. But this year, reportedly, in the interest of transparency, what they're going to do is tell us all what those first and those second choices are. So that's something that we're going to get that we haven't gotten before. It's part of what might make it a challenge to report, but also is going to make it interesting to analyze.
It's all going to be so interesting, and I'm excited to be doing it with you tonight. Buckle up. It's going to be a long evening. Anthony Salvanto, thank you very much. Elaine, back to you in Iowa.
All right. Thank you, Lana. Thank you, Anthony. Still to come, the Iowa caucus has been the first electoral test on the road to each party's presidential nomination for nearly 50 years. But how did it get that way? We'll take a look next. You're streaming Red and Blue.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
Let's talk about the latest developments. There's so many levels to this.
We have a CBS News exclusive.
Fires in California. What happens next, and how does it all play out?
We are on a mission with NASA.
I understand you have some breaking news. It's not over yet, is the bottom line.
This is a massive operation.
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day. Wow. That's not normal.
Our nation's capital, decisions are made here that affect all of us. So join us every evening as we bring you CBS News original reporting from around the world while keeping our eye on what's going on right here in Washington.
Understanding the world begins with the right questions.
Do you trust Kim Jong-un?
Doesn't the blame reside with Jewel? Is it now our top terrorist threat?
With the right people.
So you have forgiven.
I have now.
Right here.
Check this out.
More news.
I'm Tony DeCoppel with CBS News.
More original reporting.
It puts everything in perspective.
We are on a mission with NASA.
Every morning on CBS This Morning.
We're going to begin with breaking news.
Let me thank everybody on the stage up here, but more importantly, just say thank you, Iowa. It's twice in a row. We stood a barrage of millions and millions and millions of dollars worth of negative advertising and came out on top.
Iowa has been the first state in the nation to hold its presidential contest since 1972. It came in the wake of the riots at the 1968 Democratic Convention in Chicago. Party leadership wanted to give voters a more direct say in selecting the nominee. CBS News political unit associate producer Sarah Ewald-Weiss takes a look back at how the caucuses helped shape history.
In Iowa tonight, the American people began voicing their opinions about Campaign 76.
Iowa has been first for nearly 50 years, but it was the 1976 caucuses where the rest of the country started paying attention.
Well, I feel very pleased and proud of the showing we had in Iowa. I thought we'd come in first or second. I was hoping to come in first, but to come in 2-1 ahead of the next candidate was a very gratifying thing.
That year, a little-known governor from Georgia won the most support of any candidate.
I'm Jimmy Carter. Good to see you again.
He would go on to become the 39th president of the United States.
I, Jimmy Carter, do solemnly swear.
Since 1972, all but 3 of the Democratic presidential nominees have come out on top in Iowa. Only Bill Clinton didn't place in the top 3.
This front section here will be Harkin supporters. Do we have Clinton supporters here?
That was back in 1992. That year, Iowa Senator Tom Harkin won his home state.
Now let's go out and win the big one.
Clinton came in 4th, but he made up for it soon after with a 2nd-place finish in New Hampshire.
New Hampshire tonight has made Bill Clinton the comeback kid.
Since then, every Democratic presidential nominee has come out on top in Iowa.
Thank you for the biggest victory in the history of the contested caucuses here in Iowa.
4 years later, Massachusetts Senator John Kerry managed to pull off a victory after trailing in the polls.
CBS News estimates John Kerry has won the Iowa Democratic caucuses, followed by John Edwards in 2nd place. Dean and Gephardt followed in order.
You know, we worked hard. It was a great team effort. It was, and Iowans, my tribute is to Iowans, not us.
But it was Howard Dean's caucus night speech that went down as one for the ages.
We're going to California and Texas and New York, and we're going to South Dakota and Oregon and Washington and Michigan, and then we're going to Washington, D.C. to take back the White House. Yeah!
Dean placed 3rd, and his campaign never fully recovered.
This is our first caucus. We're going to campaign here hard. We want to win in Iowa.
That was then Senator Barack Obama before his win against John Edwards and Hillary Clinton.
Together, ordinary people can do extraordinary things.
The 2008 Iowa caucuses still hold the record for voter turnout. More than 230,000 people showed up to caucus.
The younger person not ready being out of the D.C. crowd, maybe that would help him to make some good decisions.
Change has come to America.
Obama's message of hope and change would help propel him all the way from Iowa to the White House.
Anybody caucusing for Hillary? Yes. Awesome.
Hillary Clinton was back in 2016 to celebrate a 1st-place finish, but barely.
I stand here tonight breathing a big sigh of relief. Thank you, Iowa.
Senator Sanders, are you conceding the race in Iowa?
Last that I saw is we were 4 delegates down.
Clinton won Iowa by less than 1%, signaling a long primary season ahead. Iowa, holding its contest first, has stirred some controversy this year. That's because the state is 90% white. Some have argued it doesn't reflect the diversity of the country or the Democratic Party. At the same time, while Iowa does boost momentum for whoever comes out on top, it is not always a strong indicator of who would end up going to the White House. Since 1972, only 3 candidates have gone from Iowa to the White House. They were Jimmy Carter, Barack Obama, and George W. Bush.
Sarah Ewald-Weiss, thank you very much. For more, let's bring back in Linda Tran, Leslie Sanchez, and Antoine Seawright. Linda is a CBSN political contributor and Democratic strategist. Leslie is a CBS News political contributor and Republican strategist. And Antoine is a CBS News political contributor and Democratic strategist. All right, let's start with a question for all of you. Antoine, I'm going to ask you first. What is your favorite caucus moment in history?
My favorite caucus moment in history. Perspective, I'm 34.
For the record, let the record show.
Was 2016. As I understand it, Hillary Clinton was the first woman to win the Iowa caucuses, at least on our side of the aisle. That was a transformational moment for me. One, because I worked for her, but two, she went on to become the first woman to represent a major party as the presidential nominee. And so Iowa was a kickstart to history in 2016, so that was a very special moment.
Leslie, what about you?
You know, I go back to Ted Cruz. He was somebody who won, it was 2016, he won, and very much was part of the mobilizing the social conservative evangelical movement. It was something that was compounded since 2012 with the Brick Santorum. It just proved that the state was certainly based on social conservative values, but also to have a minority like Ted Cruz was really a profound moment as well. He didn't go on to continue much longer past Iowa, but it was a moment compelling the urgency and the importance of this part of the Republican constituency.
And I think we actually have that. If we want to show our viewers that, just to kind of remind people, it was a much different atmosphere at that moment in 2016, right? Let's go ahead and play that first.
To the revolutionary understanding that all men and all women are created equal. That our rights do not come from the Democratic Party or the Republican Party or even from the Tea Party. Our rights come from our Creator.
So, Leslie, that's your favorite
Our rights come from our Creator. I know he's very much talking about, you know, the soul of this country and the right values, the direction that was important to evangelicals everywhere. And it was a moment that activated and galvanized a movement. And it was surprising because a lot of that support did go to Donald Trump. And people didn't expect that to happen, but it happened because of Senator Ted Cruz.
Linda, what about you? Favorite caucus moment in history?
Well, Antoine started by telling you how young he is. I'm going to make you all realize how old I am. But take you back to before Twitter, before Facebook, before
way
YouTube.
back.
Yes, the year was 2004, and it was the year that Howard Dean forever cemented himself in history with his Scream. So for viewers back home who may or may not recall, depending on their age bracket, Howard Dean was full-on momentum behind him. He pioneered all of this kind of online engagement, the neighborhoods organizing, the living room organizing teams. And he went into Iowa after having made a number of flubs, but when he came in third, it was a huge detracting moment for him, and it really took the wind out of his sails, and he was trying to rally the troops, and while he was on stage, he let out a roar that will forever be heard in the annals of history.
Yeah.
But we can't forget the transformational moment, the night Barack Obama claimed victory in 2008. I think that has transformed the Democratic Party that night because no one expected it. No one could actually speak to how it happened. It was one of those things where it was just a game of inches, and he came out on top for running the right plays. And for me, as an African-American male, while I love Hillary Clinton and her moment was transformational, that was a heart moment for me to see the first African-American went on to be the first African-American to be the president of the United States. I think that started in Iowa.
So let's fast forward to tonight. How significant, Antoine, will a victory for the eventual winner be here tonight?
I've been saying this from the very beginning of this process. I don't know if it will determine anything about what happens later. A marathon is not won in the first lap. I think tonight is the first lap. And I've always been crystal clear about the importance of South Carolina in this process because it is the first time we will see a true reflection of our Democratic Party. 61% African American, 55% women. Look ahead to Super Tuesday. Most of the states follow have similar voting demographics for likely voters. So I think Iowa will be a media narrative, but I think the real race will start in South Carolina.
Linda, let's go back to 1992 for a moment. Bill Clinton did not win in Iowa, but of course came in second in New Hampshire later. So give us some context here and perspective. Why is not losing in Iowa not necessarily, I mean, you know, why is losing in Iowa not necessarily a bad thing for a candidate?
Well, let's parse out what you're actually trying to accomplish in Iowa. First, there's this saying, right, there are 3 tickets out of Iowa. This is traditionally where you're seeing a winnowing of the field. This field this year is much larger than we've seen previously. But the whole point of Iowa is to show that you have, first of all, a strong organization, because it's your first test of organizing. The way, as we've been talking about, these caucuses work, if you don't have those people who've built those relationships and are going to move people, then you're not going to do well. It doesn't really matter who you are, as we saw Ted Cruz, who had the organization, win out over Donald Trump in 2016. That said, if you're not first, it doesn't mean you won't be the nominee, as we saw with Bill Clinton, who I think may have come in third that cycle, because it's just that first moment. And if you have had enough success up until this moment to raise the dollars to keep you going through the early states, to raise the dollars to keep you going through Super Tuesday, it's not the whole ball game. It's just the beginning of the story.
All right, Linda Tran, Leslie Sanchez, Antoine Seawright, thank you all very much. We are going to take a quick break, but we're going to be here all night. More on the Iowa caucuses when we come back. Stay with us. You're streaming Red and Blue.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
Let's talk about the latest developments. There's so many levels to this.
We have a CBS News exclusive.
Fires in California. What happens next and how does it all play out?
We are on a mission with NASA.
I understand you have some breaking news.
It's not over yet, is the bottom line.
This is a massive operation.
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day. Wow. That's not normal.
Our nation's capital. Decisions are made here that affect all of us. So join us every evening as we bring you CBS News original reporting from around the world while keeping our eye on what's going on right here in Washington.
Understanding the world begins with the right questions.
Do you trust Kim Jong-un?
Doesn't the blame reside with Jewel? Is it now our top terrorist threat?
With the right people.
So you have forgiven.
I have now.
Right here.
Check this out.
More news.
I'm Tony DeCoppel with CBS News.
More original reporting.
It puts everything in perspective.
We are on a mission with NASA.
Every morning on CBS This Morning.
We're going to begin with breaking news.
Our nation's capital. Decisions are made here that affect all of us. So join us every evening as we bring you CBS News original reporting from around the world while keeping our eye on what's going on right here in Washington.
Understanding the world begins with the right questions.
Do you trust Kim Jong-un?
Doesn't the blame reside with Jewel? Is it now our top terrorist threat?
With the right people.
So you have forgiven.
I have now.
right here.
Check this out.
More news.
I'm Tony DeCoppel with CBS News.
More original reporting.
It puts everything in perspective.
We are on a mission with NASA.
Every morning on CBS This Morning.
We're going to begin with breaking news.
Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan, Sundays on CBS.
I'm Erin Moriarty, 48 Hours, and this is my life of crime.
Revisit the Lizzie Borden murders. Hear a horror story that hits close to home, and much more. Subscribe on Apple Podcasts or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hi, everyone. I'm Elaine Quijano. Welcome back to our special Iowa caucuses edition of Red and Blue. After nearly a year of campaigning, Democratic presidential hopefuls face a key test. In just a few hours, voters from across the state will turn out for the first nominating contest of 2020. It has been a tight race so far. The latest CBS News Battleground Tracker poll shows Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders and former Vice President Joe Biden neck and neck. The lead up to the caucuses has not been without disruptions. Four senators, Bernie Sanders, Elizabeth Warren, Amy Klobuchar, and Michael Bennet, have all spent several weeks in Washington for the Senate impeachment trial. And while they've bounced back and forth between Washington and Iowa, their absence has allowed other candidates to essentially camp out in the Hawkeye state. Let's bring in our panel of Linda Tran, Leslie Sanchez, and Antoine Seawright. Linda is a CBSN political contributor, Democratic strategist, and founding partner at 270 Strategies. Leslie is a CBS News political contributor and Republican strategist, and Antoine is a CBS News political contributor and Democratic strategist. All right, we are 2 hours out here from the start of the caucuses, and I want to start with the same question for each of you. What is the one thing that you're keeping a close eye on? Linda Tran, I'll start with you. On this night, what are you watching tonight?
I'm watching for whether or not Mayor Pete Buttigieg pulls it out. I mean, he has been very clear he has invested a ton in this state. You know, we were talking a little bit earlier about his organization, how he's been, as Antoine puts it, hyper-local and focused on making sure the boots on the ground actually know the ground that they're walking on. And his strategy is also very interesting. He has appealed very directly to independents, to Republicans, to folks who might not otherwise have made it out to the caucuses on any other given electoral year, to come out and do it for him because they believe that he's practical or they believe that he can defeat Donald Trump. It's interesting.
Antoine, what about you? What are you watching for?
I'm looking for coalitions. I'm looking for what type of coalitions show up to caucus for whom. I think that's so important because I think that gives you some sort of flirtation to how perhaps other contests may go, particularly some of the candidates who are no longer in the race. Where do those supporters line up? Where does the Kamala Harris caucus goer find themselves tonight? Where does the Beto O'Rourke, and we can name all of the ones who are no longer with us, where do they end up on a night like tonight with the intensity increasing and so many people undecided? And we've seen from so much of the traffic around the Iowa caucuses that people are going to make up their minds when they walk into a room, when they walk into a caucus site tonight. So I'm definitely looking for coalition because, and the last point is because I think coalition building will be very important going into the Nevada caucus. If you can demonstrate your ability to put together coalitions in Iowa, I think that could be transferable to Nevada.
Within a diverse population that Nevada has. What about you, Leslie? What are you watching for tonight?
I'm watching Joe Biden. Is this somebody who's going to come close? Is he going to be defeated by Sanders? And then does that really deflate his campaign moving forward? We know he's not going to, it doesn't look like he's going to do as well in New Hampshire, traditionally the way Hillary Clinton did. He's looking for a pickup in South Carolina because of the diversity there. That's one thing. You get back to the firewall issue of kind of Latinos in caucuses in Nevada, which saved Hillary Clinton last time around because Bernie Sanders was so strong. But the biggest point is when he's running lower on money, he's running lower on enthusiasm. And a defeat tonight, does that really start to send this bigger signal that he is not someone, for the people that are kind of armchairing this, can he defeat Donald Trump if he can't even get out of Iowa? That's the question I think people are asking.
Another thing, Linda and Leslie, that I would look for is how many new participants we see show up. They're going to be, I think, a lot of new registered voters and a lot of Republicans who are no longer walking in the Republican lane on the walking trail, and they're going to show up to vote for or caucus with Democrats. So where do they they go? Do they go with the progressive movement of the party because of the excitement, or do they caucus with a Joe Biden, or do they caucus with the future as people see Mayor Pete? I think that's something to look for, and when we unpack all of this, kind of how many new participants and what they look like. And you mentioned earlier the Latino population, the black and brown population that shows up tonight. I think that'll be important.
And of course, turnout's going to be one of the big numbers that we hear about tonight. Earlier, we talked about state delegate equivalents. We talked about overall who's taking what within the precincts, but turnout is going to matter. And honestly, given everything that we've heard up until now about the various campaign strategies, if turnout is high, that's probably a good thing for Bernie Sanders, who has absolutely focused on getting to those 18 to 35-year-olds, those people who may never have come out before, and as Antoine's talking about, the Latino registered voters who may be coming out for the first time as well.
So one of the storylines we've been hearing so much about is progressives versus moderates, right, Antoine? So after tonight, what questions will be answered? What questions will still be open with respect to what is the Democratic Party? What is the direction now for the Democratic Party?
I don't think any questions will be answered because a progressive in Iowa is different for a progressive in Florida or California or even New York. I think the one thing we will see tonight from the type of coalitions who show up for whom is the fact that who has the better infrastructure and the better organizational skills. And as Leslie and Linda pointed out, I think messaging matters in a real way tonight, and speaking to a hyper-local narrative, which is so important to Iowa voters. I think that's going to matter at the end of the night. So I don't think we'll answer all the questions that will mold and shape what this process looks like, or what our party will look like. But I think we're going to answer the question of organization and momentum, early momentum.
Leslie, if someone is, someone who's looking to perhaps change what they did in 2016 where they supported President Trump and now are feeling like they want to lean away from him.
Sure.
What have you heard from which particular candidate that's particularly appealing, that could actually draw someone like that into their camp, someone who did support the president in 2016?
It's a great question, right? Because Donald Trump won this state by 10 points plus, which is something that hadn't been done since 1980. That's a really significant thing for a state that went for Barack Obama twice. You get some of those Trump voters who said, I wanted to give him a try. He wasn't a traditional, Republican. Heck, we're Republicans and we know that. So, let's give them the benefit of the doubt. They're going to listen for somebody like a Pete Buttigieg who talks about the centrist. He balances, hey, let's do things on climate, the government, our responsibility in America to make a big, bold move on climate change. On health care, let's do reasonable approaches that don't look like Medicare for all. They're so extreme, for example, like the progressives are pulling for, that many say, in their own words, is not a reasonable or a realistic approach. A lot of these voters will say, we're tired of people just passing these promises that are no way feasible. They want a realist. In that sense. So the people, not the ones that are kind of saying, I like the progressive ideas, we're just on the Bernie train, but these are people trying to say, who could bring the country together with an approach that is not so extreme? Amy Klobuchar is going to be one, and Joe Biden, but people feel they know who Biden is. If they're not excited today, they're not going to be excited tomorrow.
So, Linda, let me ask you about this question of experience, right? Because we've heard, for instance, Pete Buttigieg talk about the fact that experience isn't necessarily what counts in a contest in this political environment. What is your sense of whether Democratic voters actually value previous political experience in Washington at that level? Are the metrics different now?
Well, first of all, of course, the 30-something-year-old candidate who's competing against 370-something candidates are going to say that the experience isn't everything, I think is how he phrases it. But he's got a point. I mean, there is still that collective, the people that Leslie's talking about, who they don't want that establishment candidate. They don't want to go back to a quote-unquote system that they believe is rigged against them or whatever, turn of phrase that you want to use. I will say, however, I find it fascinating that the top four have consistently been, over the last several weeks, those four individuals. You basically have the two moderates and the two progressives. And when you talk to voters about the second choice or third choice for them, it's often crossing the lines between the moderates and the progressives. And so what I think this says is that while it's important to make the distinction between overall vision and direction, and that's how we've been talking about it, generally, what the Democrats care about most, whether they're more progressive or more moderate, is they just want to beat Donald Trump. And so that's what it comes down to.
You know, to the experience argument, when I show up to my doctor, I want a doctor I know who has some experience in solving the problems I may have. And when I'm on an airplane, I want a pilot who can land a plane in a storm. That comes with experience. I know experience is a bad word to some in my generation. I say that as a 34-year-old, but I don't know if I agree with that per se. Because what we do know is beating Donald Trump is so important. It's on the top of the minds of voters, but also being able to get things done, being able to deliver on the promises made on the campaign trail. In order to do that, you have to have someone who understands the process and understands how to broker a deal. And I think that, in turn, helps Joe Biden make his case for electability for likely Democratic caucus goers and voters.
So we mentioned that the Senate impeachment trials kept several candidates off the campaign trail. Today, West Virginia Senator Joe Manchin, a Democrat, called for the Senate to censure President Trump. Antoine, is it clear what role impeachment is going to play in these caucuses?
I don't think it plays any role. The truth of the matter is people are so focused on how they're going to feed their families, how they're going to pay for their prescription drugs. They're trying to figure out how their child is going to, what type of schools they're going to go to. People are focused on bread and butter issues. If you're Ira, you're focused on Bubba's issues. That's a local restaurant that I love. That's where people's minds and hearts are. So this idea of things going on in Washington, D.C. that presidential candidates have no control over, I don't think it matters. That's why we have not heard much of it on the campaign trail.
All right. Antoine Seawright, Leslie Sanchez, Linda Tran, thank you all very much. Still to come, undecided voters could be the key factor in the Iowa caucuses. Ahead, we speak to some swing voters who are still on the fence. You're streaming Red and Blue.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
Let's talk about the latest developments. There's so many levels to this.
We have a CBS News exclusive.
Fires in California. What happens next and how does it all play out?
We are on a mission with NASA.
I understand you have some breaking news. It's not over yet, is the bottom line.
This is a massive operation.
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day. Wow. That's not normal.
Our nation's capital. Decisions are made here that affect all of us. So join us every evening as we bring you CBS News original reporting from around the world while keeping our eye on what's going on right here in Washington.
Understanding the world begins with the right questions.
Do you trust Kim Jong-un?
Doesn't the blame reside with Jewel? Is it now our top terrorist threat?
With the right people.
So you have forgiven.
I have now.
Right here.
Check this out.
More news.
I'm Tony DeCoppel with CBS News.
More original reporting.
It puts everything in perspective.
We are on a mission with NASA.
Every morning on CBS This Morning.
We're going to begin with breaking news.
Iowa Democratic Party officials are bracing for a potential record turnout in tonight's caucuses. As Caitlin Huey Burns reports, that's being driven largely by one man, President Trump.
And you have brought us to this point where we are tonight.
As Democratic presidential hopefuls fan out across Iowa in the home stretch, they're encountering first-time caucus goers like Ankeny resident Christy Remus.
4 years ago, I didn't even vote. But this year, for sure.
The candidates are drawing big crowds, and party officials expect that to translate to record turnout on Monday.
What used to be just, school auditoriums, school gyms, church cafeterias. Now we're renting out Wells Fargo Arena, Hy-Vee Hall, the Knapp Center at Drake University.
And what's kind of the single thing that you can identify that's really fueling that?
Getting rid of Donald Trump.
President Trump won Iowa overwhelmingly in 2016. But in the 2018 midterms, Democrats flipped 2 congressional seats, 4 state house seats, and other local offices, all driven by movement in the suburbs.
I'm sure.
Now they're organized for 2020.
We also have this volunteer structure that is so sophisticated that we haven't necessarily had before in our suburbs. All of the women who marched after Trump got elected, all of the women who came together to elect women in 2018 are now running our caucuses. It's created this structure of volunteers that's mostly led by women.
That includes Amber Gustafson, a political outsider who came within 3 points of defeating the state Senate Majority Leader in 2018. Now she's a precinct captain for Elizabeth Warren.
I've had a lot of friends who have never caucused before who are sending me private messages saying, so how do I caucus?
Gustafson says women in particular became more politically engaged after President Trump's election.
Much more motivated, much more willing to get out and knock doors, to work on campaigns, to organize, to raise money. I have suburban mom friends who have their own political action committees.
The Democratic candidates are counting on them to show up in big numbers Monday, then to take the fight to the Republicans and make Iowa blue in November.
And CBSN political reporter Caitlin Huey-Burns joins me now. Caitlin, so interesting to watch your piece. What surprised you most as you worked on it?
Well, talking to Iowa Democrats over the past several months, they've really been counting on this infrastructure that they've been building, especially in the wake of Donald Trump's election. They say that a lot of people who may not have participated in politics before started to get really involved before those 2018 midterms, and they're really hoping that Iowa Caucus Day is like their big game day, their big chance to show what they've been doing for the past few years. And it was really interesting talking to strategists and organizers who have really seen this movement in the suburbs, not only in Iowa, but across the country, and especially women getting involved. You heard in that piece there, one of the women telling me that she was a political outsider is now a precinct captain. She's hearing from people, her mom friends, her friends, parents, and other people who never even thought about caucusing before, and they're coming into this process. And that's really interesting to me because caucusing is such a strange process at times, right? It's very unfamiliar. Yeah. It takes a lot to learn about this process. So the idea that people are organizing and getting engaged for something like this, Democrats are hoping that that translates beyond the Iowa caucuses.
On the question of turnout, does any one candidate stand to benefit if there is, in fact, record turnout tonight?
Well, Democrats want big turnout tonight because it can show the power of this infrastructure they've been building. Iowa caucuses are different from primaries insofar as you don't really need to turn up turnout in particular areas. Mm-hmm. You need to do well across the board. But candidates like Bernie Sanders want to show a real strength, a real force, grassroots momentum, and that's what a place like Iowa can provide.
Well, as you mentioned, President Trump won Iowa by almost 10 points in 2016, but Democrats saw some gains in the midterms. So how are Iowans actually feeling about the general election fight?
Well, it would be a very uphill climb. And so that's why you're seeing these 2 congresswomen, Democratic congresswomen, Cindy Axne and Abby Finkenauer, flipped congressional seats. They are here supporting Joe Biden. They believe that because they come from these swing districts and a lot of their constituents are either moderate Democrats or Republicans, they say they feel like Joe Biden is the best person to have at the top of the ticket. Other Democrats are saying that if you can really empower your base of support, you can do well. Iowa is tricky, though. It had a really big swing from Obama to Donald Trump. And Donald Trump, of course, was here just a few days ago, making clear to people that he did well here in the general election in 2016, and he plans to do so again.
Right, and they've got surrogates, something like more than 80 surrogates here in Iowa tonight. So I know after this hit, you are heading to a caucus site in Des Moines. What are you watching for?
I am going to be watching for how people people are influenced, how they're persuaded. Are they persuaded by seeing people they know? Are they persuaded by the arguments in these final days? Usually there is the gold standard poll that is released Saturday night before this that can influence decisions. That was pulled because of some questions about the surveying process. So campaigns are saying, look, this is a jump ball. There are polls that show a very close race. They show 2/3 of voters are not decided yet. So there's a lot of time for persuasion to happen, and a lot of people could change their minds.
All right, Caitlin Huey-Burns. Caitlin, we will be checking in with you throughout the night. Thank you. It is a big day for Democrats, but the Trump team has also dispatched dozens of surrogates to caucus sites around Iowa today. Earlier, I spoke with Mark Lauder, the Director of Strategic Communications for the president's 2020 campaign, about the team's strategy. Mark, thanks very much for being with us.
Thanks for having me.
So fair to say that the focus tonight for you is going to be on the Democratic candidates and not those Republicans still running against President Trump. But I wonder which Democratic candidate the Trump campaign looks at as being sort of the most desirable type of opponent.
Well, we really don't differentiate any of the candidates from each other. I mean, they have come out in support of such broad radical policies and it's turning away many voters. I think it's going to be too far to the left, and so whenever they get someone as a nominee, then we'll be ready to take them on.
So wait, there's no difference between a Joe Biden or a Bernie Sanders for the Trump campaign?
Well, when you look, I mean, all 10 of those candidates raised their hand and said they wanted to give free health care to illegal immigrants. They have all said that taxpayers should be funding abortion. They're all calling for tax increases. So in many cases, they are all endorsing many of the same policies. And so depending on which one we have to run, there will be differences, but we really don't view any of them much different than the others.
I just want to ask you to play pundit for a little bit. What is your sense of who's going to come out for the Democrats here in Iowa?
You know, I've been out here twice now in the last couple of weeks, and I keep hearing different stories from other experts in the field, and really anywhere between those top 4 candidates, many of them are saying it wouldn't surprise to see any one of them win and any one of them come in 4th. And so it looks like Bernie Sanders, according to the public polling, is having a surge. And we'll see if that turns out and translates into caucus delegates and votes tonight.
Would that be ideal for the Trump campaign to face the Senator Sanders in the general?
Well, I think again, he has some very unique policies that are definitely to the radical extreme. But if it's not Bernie, we'll be prepared to run against whoever it is.
What's the overall strategy here? Is it about activating the base? Is it about growing the base? I mean, for instance, what's the case that you're making to those Democrats and some independents, for instance, who decided in 2016 they would support President Trump, but now perhaps are thinking they're leaning away from the president this year?
Well, I think the biggest thing for us is to remind them what the promises that he made and the promises that he's kept. So just the USMCA here recently is going to be so beneficial to Iowa farmers. When you talk about the fact that we're bringing manufacturing back, 15,000 manufacturing jobs have been added in Iowa since the president was elected. Taxes are down. The China trade deal is going to also be very good for manufacturers and the agriculture community here in Iowa. So I think we've got a very strong case to make in terms of that the president has delivered on the promises he made to you, and we've got even more to do.
One of the promises the president has made, as you know, is 3% growth when it comes to the U.S. economy. We know that the Commerce Department says 2019 hit about 2.3% growth. So what's your response to people who look at that and go, that seems to be a troubling sign?
Well, I don't think it's a troubling sign. I think it's a reality in the fact that we had some very difficult negotiations and very difficult trade deals to make, and it does have an impact. But now that those are behind us, at least phase 1 with China, the USMCA, it is going to unleash us to be able to grow even more. And there will always be external factors on these kinds of things, but people can feel it in their pockets. Their paychecks are getting bigger. Unemployment is at historic lows. Those are good things. The growth numbers is important, but we've got to make sure that we get the fundamentals right, which is what the president's focused on.
It's important, but you say it's about promises kept. That was a promise that the president wasn't able to keep. 3% growth.
Well, we did touch on it in that first year, and I think we're setting the stage for that future growth by doing these very tough negotiations with our partners in Canada and Mexico, in China, and with many others, that I think the stage is set for that strong growth to come back in a longer period of time, but we had to get through these necessary negotiations first.
So last night the president's campaign aired 2 commercials during the Super Bowl, and former New York City Mayor Michael Bloomberg also aired a political ad for his campaign campaign. How big of a threat is Michael Bloomberg to the Trump campaign?
We don't really look at him very much right now. I mean, he's not on any of these early state ballots. He's focusing his efforts in other areas.
What do you think about that strategy?
Well, it's not worked out in the past for candidates of both parties who have tried that model.
It's an unconventional path, but you've had an unconventional path yourself.
We definitely did, and but we competed in Iowa, we competed in New Hampshire, we competed in those early states in 2016. But what I'll be interesting to see is as the Democratic Party starts to coalesce around candidates coming out of Iowa, coming out of New Hampshire, then all of a sudden you bring Michael Bloomberg in, and if you've got Liz Warren or Bernie Sanders leading the ticket, they're running against billionaires while you have another billionaire basically trying to buy the nomination with his resources. So it'll be a very interesting clash on their side.
So speaking of clash, there's been some name calling on Twitter, perhaps not surprisingly. The president called Michael Bloomberg, quote, Mini Mike. Bloomberg's team responded by calling the president a, quote, pathological liar. Why is the president going after a candidate who, as you said, is not competing in early states and who, if you look at the polling right now, is not in that very top tier of Democratic candidates?
Well, it's not surprising. The president is a counterpuncher, and Michael Bloomberg has been attacking the president basically as the fundamental foundation of his campaign, and I think the president responded in kind. But this is not really, I mean, this is where it is on Twitter. I think what we're going to see as this campaign moves forward, though, it's going to be about ideas, and it's going to be very difficult for any candidate on the Democrat side to compete with this president with his record of accomplishments, not only on the economy, but on national security. I mean, we saw the poll out, I think it was Gallup from last week, that talked about a host of issues, including race relations. So things are improving so much more under President Trump, and I think the American people are going to vote to keep it going.
I want to turn to the State of the Union. On Tuesday, the president is giving his State of the Union address, and it looks like he is headed for acquittal, as you know, in the Senate impeachment trial. How do you think that's going to affect the president's speech?
I'm not really sure it's going to affect the president's speech whatsoever. I mean, they were expecting that this was going to be wrapped up last week or over the weekend. The president's speech is going to be optimistic. It's going to be talking about America's comeback, which is a really great positive message. It's going to highlight his accomplishments, and I think while impeachment is going on, the outcome is not in doubt. And so I think the president will still continue to give the same speech that he was planning a week ago, 2 weeks ago, regardless of what's going on the other side of the Senate.
Wouldn't he have preferred, though, to be able to say, I've been acquitted?
Well, I mean, he's looking forward to being able to say that. He will say that whether it's on Thursday or whether it would have been last week. The outcome is not in doubt. I'm not sure, how much. I'm not going to get ahead of the president and what he'll say in the speech itself regarding impeachment. But the overall theme is still about what we've already accomplished, America's comeback, and then what can we do, what's next.
How do you see impeachment playing out on the campaign trail from your perspective? Because I know in the past it's been something that you've talked about and others have talked about as being something that's very motivating to the president's base.
It is. And look, I'll be first one to say no one on our campaign staff would have welcomed this. This is not something anyone wished for. But the Democrats who did this, they did it on a one-party basis, and so we're going to respond in kind. And what we have seen is an outpouring of support. Over 600,000 volunteers, first-time donors contacting us and the RNC, the Republican National Committee, since the impeachment inquiry started. Brad Parscale, our campaign manager, said a week or so ago that our donations have been up 20 to 30% off of our already record-breaking pace since impeachment has started. And what I've seen is that, especially when I'm out here in Iowa or other places, people aren't hanging on every single word of it like we do in Washington and what we do in our jobs. They're just living their lives. And when they do pay attention, they don't like what they see in how this has been handled. And I think a lot of people, it's bringing them closer to the president in that he's been treated unfairly by the Democrats.
Mark Lauder, thank you.
Thank you, Elaine.
West Virginia Democratic Senator Joe Manchin is calling on the Senate to consider censuring President Trump. The statement comes after closing arguments wrapped up in the Senate trial Monday. Skylar Henry is on Capitol Hill with the latest.
The spotlight is now on the senators as they explain how they intend to vote in the impeachment trial of President Trump.
President Donald Trump has proven to be unfit for the office he occupies.
What the House is asking the Senate to do is constitutionally flawed.
White House defense lawyers blasted the charges against President Trump as partisan as they made their closing arguments for acquittal.
This entire campaign of impeachment that started from the very first day that the president was inaugurated was a partisan one.
House managers made a final plea for senators to remove the president from office.
We must say enough. He has betrayed our national security
and he will do so again. He has compromised our elections, and he will do so again.
The GOP-controlled Senate is expected to take a final vote Wednesday to acquit President Trump on both articles. In a Fox News interview that aired before the Super Bowl Sunday, President Trump cast doubt on being able to work with congressional Democrats in the future.
Well, I'd like to, but it's pretty hard when you think about it. I'm not sure that they can do it, to be honest.
Some Senate Democrats say they want the president to move past the moment to get back to work on the issues.
I think it would be a tragic mistake for him to conclude he cannot work with us. I think we should encourage our president to rise to this challenge.
President Trump called the proceedings a, quote, totally partisan impeachment hoax on Twitter Monday. Skyler Henry, CBS News, Capitol Hill.
Leslie Sanchez and Antoine Seawright are back with me now. Welcome back. Antoine, let me start with you. How much of a relief is it for those senators running for president that this process is close to wrapping up?
I am quite certain it is a big relief. It has zapped much of their time, much of their energy, and to a certain extent, it has given the candidates who are not serving in the Senate put them at an advantage in this process. And when everything matters, time and money efforts really, really matter. So I think they will be very relieved.
Leslie, how do you expect the president to talk about impeachment on the campaign trail?
Very much consistent with the way he's been tweeting about it. It's saying it's an unfair impeachment sham. It was something that was hyper-partisan from the beginning. He will continue to make the case that he did nothing wrong, that this was entirely a witch hunt done entirely for partisan politics. They never liked his style. He's an unorthodox type of candidate and an unorthodox president. Republicans, though, I will say that there are many that they're standing stronger. You're seeing more enthusiasm behind the president, but there's several in the Senate and that you will be hearing. They never felt with the president should be completely exonerated, but there wasn't a lot of wiggle room for them to say what he did on the call did not sound right, for example, this impeachment issue, but they don't feel prepared to remove him from office. There's not a public appetite for that. So it's going to be really interesting how the Senate responds in their own personal messages to constituents, certainly in the chamber, in terms of rebuking what the president did, but not calling for his removal.
I think what you're seeing demonstrated is the old political cliche that Democrats fall in love, Republicans fall in line. You've seen the Republicans make an above-board effort to protect, I think, to protect the president and be on the same page from a messaging standpoint as he was through this entire process and act as if the democratic process was flawed from the very beginning. We've seen that play out in a bigger way in the U.S. Senate. And while you have some senators who will admit that it's wrong, admit that it was a problem, admit withholding the funding was a problem, we say breaking the law, they say it was a problem, we still see them wrap their arms around the president and squeeze him tight. And I think that speaks to the kind of coalition the president has been able to put together on his side, because most of those people were not with him in 2016.
Yeah, that's completely true. Not with him, but it's not that there's a partisan effort to rally behind the president. There are many people who were like holding their nose, voting for this president because he was the nominee, was the top of the ticket, but such an unorthodox style who's very difficult medicine to take. Let's just put it that way. But what's different about this is the public sentiment. So hyper-partisan. Lisa Murkowski, the senator who's been one of these swing senators, kind of like open-minded on this, was talking about what a partisan impeachment it was. You were never going to get these people who were on the fence to move forward if it wasn't a third party like a Department of Justice, or special counsel that was moving forward with these articles. And for that reason, it was doomed from the beginning.
So if that's the case, Antoine, if you're a Democratic candidate, how do you talk about this issue of impeachment?
Well, you talk about the need to remove Donald Trump from office at the ballot box. If the Republicans do not have the political will to do the right thing and think about life after Donald Trump, then you put the pressure back on the ballot box. You put the pressure on the voters. You put the pressure on those who voted for Donald Trump and now have voters' remorse. And so you make it all about the next election, because we all know that we cannot set a dangerous precedent in this country where these deeds, as the president did go unpunished in this environment. I think it's wrong because what happens after Donald Trump? What if it's Russia? What if it's China? I don't think we'll be in the same posture and position, particularly if it impacted Republicans like this has the impact of Democrats.
Has it been
Yeah,
go ahead,
I'm
Leslie.
sorry, this is very boy who cried wolf kind of phenomenon. You know, the Democrats keep saying, "Oh, this is impeachable." No, okay, not that. Okay, this is impeachable. You know, and they're already talking about impeachment again, kind of continuing through 2020. No one is buying. Now, let me say no one. Folks in the middle who are kind of trying to parse this out don't want to hear. They're not going to react to strong pulls one way or the other.
Yeah, I think the Republicans have have tried to clown this process from the very beginning, so much so that it's turned people off. And to my dear friend, I'm old enough to remember in the 2016 election where Republicans were painting the narrative they were going to impeach Hillary Clinton if she was elected. And now you had the senator from Iowa, the very state we sit in, yesterday come out and says if Biden is elected, they will move towards impeaching him if he is elected as the next president of the United States. So it's always in the conversation. It's a matter of what will it actually take to get some movement on the issue.
So, Leslie, at the end of the day, if you look at the Senate doing what it's expected to do, and that is vote not to remove President Trump from office, what will have been the effect for President Trump politically? Is he damaged, or is he, as some may have argued, actually stronger because he shows the united nature of the Republican Party under his leadership, and really very few people willing to sort of buck the party in any way, shape, or form.
Sure. There was only another time that you were able to get all Republicans to agree, and that was when you had Hillary Clinton as the nominee. She managed to bring the Republican Party together. Impeachment has managed to bring a very bifurcated, separated Republican Party back around this president. He's raising tremendous money. People feel evangelized, excited about what he's doing. He is breaking that Washington system. He is doing something in a unique way. But think about what he's going to tout. Supreme Court justices, strong economy, delivering on trade agreements to it, as he's moving that down, trying to get into discussions about building the wall, he's building parts of the wall. I mean, it goes on and on. Those are the messages, despite the political rancor in Washington, I've managed to deliver on that. And you can't discount the Supreme Court. I've said it already. That was really the deal that was made in those back rooms, that he was going to deliver on that promise, conservative jurist. He did that, and the money started flowing in. And, I was in many of those meetings with those big donors, and there was an impassioned plea by the establishment Republicans and the Republican National Committee to please let those dollars go and put them in the coffers of the Republican Party on that one issue, and they took his word, and he delivered. And they believe he's going to deliver 4 more years after that.
He's delivered on some things. But just as the Republican parties have calcified or come together through this process, I think the same thing for Democrats. You've seen Democrats, i.e. the number one issue in this election is beating Donald Trump. I think you can speak to the lack of check that the Senate and Republicans do not want to put on this president for obviously breaking the law. I think that's created some enthusiasm and engaged a different set of voters from the Democrat perspective. And I think it has tickled the ears of some independent thinkers in this country to say, wait a minute, we believe in checks and balances. We believe we should check the Oval Office because that is what the legislative branch is supposed to do. And so I think you're going to see really some uptick in enthusiasm on both sides of the house because of impeachment. So in the end, I think both political parties win. I think it's been a strain on the American system.
All right, on that note, Antoine Seawright, Leslie Sanchez, thank you very much. Coming up after a break, my colleague Lana Zak will take a look at how the Sanders campaign is spending the final hours ahead of the Iowa caucuses. You're streaming Red and Blue.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
Let's talk about the latest developments. There's so many levels to this.
We have a CBS News exclusive.
Fires in California. What happens next, and how does it all play out?
We are on a mission with NASA.
I understand you have some breaking news. It's not over yet, is the bottom line.
This is a massive operation.
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
see the desperation in the journey simply by looking at the trail that's left behind.
So she says she's 17. She looks kind of like she's 12.
Said to me, you know, if you tried to do this in New York City, take a picture of a man, he'd break your camera.
There's something very, very uncomfortable about this.
Today, white supremacist blends.
This area can be the new Silicon Valley.
There was not a cot in the warehouse, not one cot in the warehouse.
We're so far deep at this point that there's no turning back. This is a long road ahead.
Our nation's capital, decisions are made here that affect all of us. And today, more than ever, people want truth, understanding, and accountability. So join us every evening as we bring you CBS News original reporting from around the world, while keeping our eye on what's going on right here in Washington.
The CBS Evening News with Norah O'Donnell, now from Washington, D.C. Understanding the world begins with the right questions.
Do you trust Kim Jong-un?
Doesn't the blame reside with Jewel? Is it now our top terrorist threat?
With the right people.
So you have forgiven. I have now.
Right here.
Check this out.
More news.
I'm Tony DeCoppel with CBS News.
More original reporting.
It puts everything in perspective. We are on a mission with NASA.
Every morning on CBS This Morning.
We're going to begin with breaking news.
Wow. That's not normal.
The biggest names in politics.
Whoa, that's news. Are we at a tipping point?
Face the questions you want answered.
Margo, that's a great question.
Good question. Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan.
Hello, everyone. I'm Lana Zak in New York. Senator Bernie Sanders tore up political playbooks at the last Iowa caucus 4 years ago when he nearly upset Hillary Clinton in the Hawkeye state, building national momentum for the Sanders campaign. This time, Sanders enters a 2020 cycle with a strong base of support from his 2016 run. And his campaign has seen a boost in support recently, placing him atop many Iowa polls. Brianna Jo Gray joins me now from Washington. She's a national press secretary for the Sanders campaign. Hello, Brianna. Sanders nearly won the Iowa caucus in 2016. This time around, many of the progressive endorsements, though, have gone to Senator Elizabeth Warren. Why do you think that is, and how disappointed are you by that?
Well, we're mostly focused on the enormous number of progressive endorsements that have come our way. Not only local endorsements, not only labor endorsements, but endorsements from our organizations like the Sunrise Movement, and largely every major progressive organization out there, including CPD. So that, in tandem with some of the major endorsements that we've gotten from the Squad, both leaders of the Progressive Caucus, it really does feel like the progressive consensus is around Bernie Sanders at this point.
Now, if Sanders doesn't finish outright in first place in Iowa, is that a disappointment to you? And how big of a blow would that be to your campaign?
Well, of course, we're hoping that we come in first, especially because we've put in so much amazing work on the ground. I mean, last weekend alone, we knocked over 130,000 doors. The ground team has been extraordinary in turning out groups of support that typically don't turn out to elections because they don't see them in the platform of the people who are running. So we saw earlier today reports from an early caucus in Ottumwa, where a group that normally isn't reached out to, pork packers, right, predominantly Ethiopian immigrants, all caucused and voted overwhelmingly for Bernie Sanders. And that trend, strong support in non-white communities, is what we've seen across the board and why we feel so strong that we are the campaign that is most able to build the kind of grassroots, broad-based working class support that's required to defeat Donald Trump in a general election.
So, Brianna, I want to ask you actually about that. In the 2016 campaign, some pundits really pointed to Senator Sanders' relative weakness in winning support from voters of color. How is the campaign really doing different things to address this that time around?
But what's different is it's the exact opposite of 2016. Bernie Sanders, in fact, leads. He is #1 with non-white voters. And the beautiful thing about the coalition we're building is that he's also #1 with white voters, according to recent polls. So what we're seeing is that we have invested in communities like the Latino community. We have spent at least $1 million in Iowa, turning out a group that is ordinarily ignored, and that it has paid dividends across the country. Bernie Sanders is #1 with Latino voters, #2 with black voters, and polls show that he's rapidly climbing with black voters, so that a recent poll shows that black voters are about evenly divided when asked who they're open to voting for between Bernie Sanders and the current frontrunner with black voters, Joe Biden. So we're hoping to increase that support as we earn those votes by having the most progressive criminal justice policy, the most progressive healthcare policy, and on and on and on down the line.
You just beat me to the punch on that. I was going to push back on Senator Sanders' relative support in terms of the black vote. But the senator has been stuck in Washington, D.C. during the impeachment trial. How much has that impacted really your campaign schedule, especially in this final run-up to Iowa?
Well, again, we are incredibly lucky to have the support of so many compelling surrogates who are able to, yes, draw big crowds, but also who have a direct connection with the campaign. People like members of the squad, like Ilhan Omar, Rashida Tlaib, and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, who have alternatingly explained that they are in the positions they are in today, and partly because of the example and leadership and policy and progressivism that was set by Bernie Sanders. So we have had many events in Iowa where Bernie Sanders hasn't been present, yet the crowd size has dwarfed the crowds of other candidates who are actually able to be there in the flesh. So we're very grateful for their support and for the support of all of the volunteers who have flocked to Iowa to help out in droves, really unprecedented numbers.
So much of why Iowa matters is this question of expectations versus final outcomes. And the expectations are very high for the senator. As I mentioned, he is not only experienced with Iowa voters from the last campaign, but he's also going into tonight ahead in many of the polls. So what happens if you don't actually meet those expectations?
Well, of course, look, it's a long campaign, and we're prepared for every eventuality. We're lucky, again, to have such a strong amount of support in New Hampshire. The senator will be traveling there tomorrow morning, and we'll hit the ground running and continue to spread this message. Because, look, the reality is this isn't about any one state. This race is bigger than a presidential campaign, even. It's about a movement, and a movement that's not going anywhere based on the outcome of this state. So there are millions of Americans who are tired of the status quo, millions of Americans who are tired of accepting that in the richest country in the history of the world, 30,000 to 40,000 people die every year simply because they were born too poor to afford health insurance. And those concerns aren't going away, and it's incumbent on us to keep fighting for them no matter what happens.
Any changes to your strategy when you head now into New Hampshire?
Look, I think that don't fix what's not broke, right? Okay. We have had an incredible volunteer effort in this campaign, and that's what's been really driving our successful results. We have been engaging in relational organizing, meaning we're relying on people to share their Bernie stories, why they support the campaign, what their healthcare stories are, whether or not they are burdened by student loan debt, the kind of things that average Americans are really familiar with, the ways that being a part of a union have benefited them in their lives, and how they support Bernie's plan to double union membership. So using relational organizing, relying on our volunteers, and of course our amazing team on the ground, we're able to share what is an overwhelmingly popular platform with millions of people, and I expect that to continue to yield successful results.
Well, we know that voters are really looking towards the future. If your candidate eventually wins a nomination, you can expect some attacks coming from President Trump's campaign, especially when it comes to him being a socialist, a progressive socialist. Now, how can Senator Sanders deal with that?
The reality is when Senator Sanders explains what he stands for, there's really not a lot of controversy. And he's been doing that over the course of not just the last year, but the last 30 years of his political career. He's enormously popular in Vermont, where people know him very well. And in fact, I don't know if you remember this, but the Republicans have been calling Democratic candidates, including Barack Obama, a socialist for so long that the sting has really gone out of that. So we talked to, including on the podcast that I host for the campaign, people, including a father of one of my coworkers who's actually from Venezuela, and says, you know what, I hate the term socialism, but I love Bernie Sanders because I love what he stands for. And if that's what democratic socialism is, then sign me up.
Briahna Joy Gray, good night and good luck to y'all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Coming up after a break, we'll take a look at how some of the other 2020 Democrats spend their final hours ahead of the Iowa caucuses. You're streaming Red and Blue.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
Let's talk about the latest developments. There's so many levels to this.
We have a CBS News exclusive.
Fires in California. What happens next and how does it all play out?
We are on a mission with NASA.
I understand you have some breaking news. It's not over yet, is the bottom line.
This is a massive operation.
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
You can see the desperation in the journey simply by looking at the trail that's left behind.
So she says she's 17. She looks kind of like she's 12.
Said to me, you know, if you tried to do this in New York City, take a picture of a man, he'd break your camera.
There's something very, very uncomfortable about this.
Today, white supremacist blends.
This area can be the new Silicon Valley.
There was not a cot in the warehouse, not one cot in the warehouse.
We're so far deep at this point that there's no turning back. This is a long road ahead.
Our nation's capital, decisions are made here that affect all of us. And today, more than ever, people want truth, understanding, and accountability. So join us every evening as we bring you CBS News original reporting from around the world, while keeping our eye on what's going on right here in Washington.
The CBS Evening News with Norah O'Donnell, now from Washington, D.C. Understanding the world begins with the right questions.
Do you trust Kim Jong-un?
Doesn't the blame reside with Jewel? Is it now our top terrorist threat?
With the right people.
So you have forgiven. I have now.
Right here.
Check this out.
More news.
I'm Tony DeCoppel with CBS News.
More original reporting.
It puts everything in perspective. We are on a mission with NASA.
Every morning on CBS This Morning.
We're going to begin with breaking news.
Wow. That's not normal.
The biggest names in politics.
Whoa, that's news. Are we at a tipping point?
Face the questions you want answered.
Margo, that's a great question.
Good question.
Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan.
As we mentioned, Senator Bernie Sanders had to take time off the campaign trail for the impeachment trial. The senator is now trying to make up the lost time. He is in Iowa tonight and preparing to take the stage at a campaign rally. The event will be held in downtown Des Moines. It is scheduled for 8 p.m. Central. For more, let's bring in CBS News 2020 campaign reporters Adam Brewster and Kara Cordy. They join us from Des Moines. Kara, you're at Sanders headquarters. We also should mention we have Adam Brewster here. I don't see that in the prompter, but he is, of course, our intrepid CBS News campaign reporter, embedded essentially in. There's Kara. Okay, so there's Kara. Let's back it up. And Adam Brewster is on set with me, if we bring him in as well into this conversation, because he's part of this discussion. But I'm so unaccustomed to actually seeing you in person, Adam. I think that's what's happening here.
It's throwing me off, too.
It's very, very different because I'm used to talking to you via satellite. All right, so welcome to all of you. We also have Bo, as we mentioned. But Kara, I do want to start with you because you're at Sanders headquarters. What is the mood like on the ground?
Well, Elaine, the mood is pretty quiet right now because no one's here yet. Everyone's out caucusing. Senator Sanders is still in Washington. But I can tell you about the mood this weekend when he was on the ground volunteering. Everyone is very excited, amped. They were ready to get out and caucus today. When you think about Bernie Sanders, Elaine, and when you think about Bernie Sanders' campaign in Iowa, it is impossible to separate it from the term grassroots movement. He's constantly talking about this unprecedented group of volunteers that they have, of staff, of this grassroots support that they think can take them across the finish line. A symbol of that is Bernie Sanders' state director here was actually, she didn't really come from politics. She came from an organizing background. She worked in progressive policy, but this is kind of the first campaign she's ever worked on. So when you think about that, that kind of sets the tone for the kind of grassroots movement they're trying to build here. So the mood we expect will get a little bit more cheery as the night goes on and people start to filter in once caucusing ends.
Adam, so let me ask you, we have talked to you time and time and time again over these months as you've been covering Iowa and the Democratic race. What are those big issues for undecided voters?
For people who have been making up their mind at the last minute, we've heard many of them say they're still trying to figure out what exactly it will mean to find someone who is best suited, in their view, to beat President Trump. Of course, throughout the campaign, we hear questions about health care, about climate change, about education, about gun control. Those are some of the big topics that come up on the campaign trail. But when you talk to voters after, or caucus goers, and you ask them what might help you make up your mind, or what are you most looking for, they say, we just want to find someone who can beat President Trump. And for some people, it's been the head versus the heart. I think about a conversation I had with two women a couple of weeks ago at an Elizabeth Warren event who are completely torn between supporting Senator Warren and Senator Klobuchar. And they really liked the energy of Senator Warren. They didn't necessarily agree with all of her policies, but they just liked her as a candidate. And then they were also pulled to Senator Klobuchar because they thought maybe she could bring in more moderate voters, and they have just been completely torn about what to do. Some people might just read rooms tonight to decide who to support, they've said.
So fascinating. Kara, Senator Sanders' campaign says that record turnout will help its efforts. What types of voters in Iowa has the senator been focusing on leading up to the caucuses?
Well, two groups. There are multiple groups they focus on, Elaine, but two that I'll share with you. One, young people and students especially. They've always zeroed in on young support. It has long been the backbone of Bernie Sanders's kind of fandom since he emerged in 2015. Last time around in 2016, when he was only running against Secretary Clinton, there were about 30,000 young people that caucused in Iowa. Bernie Sanders won 84% of the support of that young group. So they're looking to repeat something like that. Another group they've really zeroed in on here in Iowa is Latinos. Now, looking back to 2016 again, the Iowa caucuses, only about 3,000 Latinos caucused across the whole state. Now, the Bernie Sanders campaign has focused on raising those numbers. They've had a in-depth get-out-the-vote effort that includes Spanish language ads and Spanish-only events here across Iowa. So they're really looking to multiply those numbers. Only 3,000 participated in 2016. They think that they can maybe multiply that number by at least 10. So what we could see tonight is a huge surge of Latino support that the Sanders campaign is hoping will push him ahead.
All right, let's bring into this conversation CBS News 2020 campaign reporter Bo Erickson. He is in Des Moines. Bo, Senator Sanders and Joe Biden are neck and neck in Iowa, according to the latest CBS News Battleground Tracker. How critical is a strong finish tonight for the Biden campaign?
Well, they obviously want to do the best that they can. I'm just on the street here in Des Moines, standing in front of Mr. Biden's bus, and Dr. Biden walked by and kind of fluffed me with her scarf right before he went on. And I asked her earlier today how she thinks how it's going on the trail here, and she said she's feeling really good. But kind of more broadly to your question, how important it is for them to do well, it's important for them to do well. They are running on electability, and while they'll say this is about beating President Trump, it seems a little hard to continue that message if some of the voters do not buy into that right here in Iowa. Nonetheless, if Mr. Biden does not get a first, second, or third place finish, the campaign manager last night, Greg Schultz, said they will continue on through the early primary states because they have a broad coalition that they think will boost them through Super Tuesday.
Bo, you follow both the Biden and Klobuchar campaigns. What are they saying about tonight?
They are very excited. It feels like, the state would never have gotten here. Both campaigns are taking up somewhat of that center lane, so they're really just trying to figure out for Senator Klobuchar's campaign, who will stick with them on the first vote. And then for Mr. Biden's campaign, their strategy so rests on who will come with them on that second vote. And I was talking to a few sources earlier today, and they say it's really hard to calculate actually how that will shake out when it comes to modeling this prediction, because we just don't know what will happen in the room. They are both kind of going after the same voters, though. Senator Klobuchar, she had all 99 counties. Joe Biden did a lot of tours behind me on this bus through rural America, so they will be going after some of those outside ex-burb areas, and it'll be quite interesting to see if they go with Mr. Biden, Senator Klobuchar, maybe Pete Buttigieg, or maybe they go to someone like Bernie Sanders. Who knows?
All right, Adam Brewster, Kara Cordy, and Bo Erickson. Thank you all. Adam Brewster, especially wrapping up your tour, 8 months in Iowa. Thank you, thank you. Thanks to all of you. We are going to take a quick break, but we are going to be here all night. More on the Iowa caucuses when we come back. Stay with us. You're streaming Red and Blue.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
Let's talk about the latest developments. There's so many levels to this.
We have a CBS News exclusive.
Fires in California. What happens next, and how does it all play out?
We are on a mission with NASA.
I understand you have some breaking news. It's not over yet, is the bottom line.
This is a massive operation.
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
You can see the desperation in the journey simply by looking at the trail that's left behind.
So she says she's 17. She looks kind of like she's 12.
Said to me, you know, if you tried to do this in New York City, take a picture of a man, he'd break your camera.
There's something very, very uncomfortable about this.
Today, white supremacist blends.
This area can be the new Silicon Valley.
There was not a cot in the warehouse, not one cot in the warehouse.
We're so far deep at this point that there's no turning back. This is a long road ahead.
Our nation's capital, decisions are made here that affect all of us. And today, more than ever, people want truth, understanding, and accountability. So join us every evening as we bring you CBS News original reporting from around the world, while keeping our eye on what's going on right here in Washington.
The CBS Evening News with Norah O'Donnell, now from Washington, D.C. Understanding the world begins with the right questions.
Do you trust Kim Jong-un?
Doesn't the blame reside with Jewel?
Is it now our top terrorist threat?
With the right people.
So you have forgiven. I have now.
Right here.
Check this out.
More news.
I'm Tony DeCopel with CBS News.
More original reporting.
It puts everything in perspective.
We are on a mission with NASA.
Every morning on CBS This Morning.
We're going to begin with breaking news.
Wow. That's not normal.
The biggest names in politics.
Whoa, that's news. Are we at a tipping point?
Face the questions you want answered.
Margo, that's a great question.
Good question.
Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan.
Our nation's capital, decisions are made here that affect all of us. So join us every evening as we bring you CBS News original reporting from around the world, while keeping our eye on what's going on right here in Washington.
Good morning to you and welcome to CBS This Morning.
Understanding the world.
We're going to begin with breaking news.
Begins with the right questions.
Have police discovered a motive? Does the president have a red line here?
What can voters expect to see today?
Join Gayle King, Anthony Mason, and Tony DeCopel on CBS This Morning.
We know a little more this morning.
This is a major development.
This is a very serious situation.
More news every morning on the show everyone is talking about.
We have much more news ahead for you.
CBS This Morning.
I'm Elaine Quijano. We are 1 hour away from the start of the Iowa caucuses. CBS News' latest battleground tracker shows it is a close race. 4 candidates are expected to win national delegates. As a reminder, there are only 41 up for grabs tonight. In this model, former Vice President Joe Biden and Senator Bernie Sanders are tied for the lead. For the first time ever, the Iowa Democratic Party is hosting satellite caucuses. Those have been underway throughout the day. It's for voters who can't make it to a traditional caucus site tonight. In addition to 60 sites in Iowa, satellite caucuses are being held in 13 states across the country, as well as Washington, D.C. They're also being hosted in Scotland, France, and the Republic of Georgia for expats from the Hawkeye State. The candidates are using these final moments to give their last-minute pitches to voters. That includes spending some time on key counties in Iowa. For more on that, let's go to our Lana Zak. Lana?
Hi there, Elaine. I am again with Anthony Salvanto, who knows everything about all the information that's going to be coming in to this map right here. So, Anthony, tell us which districts, what counties, what are you really going to be focusing in on here in Iowa?
Okay, so here we go. It's 7 o'clock in the east, 6 o'clock there where you are, Elaine. That means people we expect will start arriving at their caucuses. While they are arriving, network exit pollsters are now going to become entrance pollsters because this is a caucus, and they're going to stand outside and they're going to interview people as they're coming in. We have sent those entrance pollers to locations all over the state. So they're in the counties, they're all in those precincts where people are going to be coming into caucus. And what we're going to do is learn what their initial preference is. And as we've told our viewers, that's the first choice of people coming into those caucuses. But then they're going to switch if their candidate doesn't hit that 15% threshold. They might switch, and then we're going to get the final choice, and then we're going to get state delegates. And one of the things I want to emphasize here as we go through is you mentioned counties, okay? We are going to be interested in counties as we go across, but then
and each of these little check mark boxes that you're doing is a
places, county? Yeah, well, it's a county, but it could be places where we're entrance polling, right? The idea is we've got a random sample of the precincts across the state. That's how we're going to get that initial impression of what is on caucus goers' minds. We should have that maybe in about an hour or so. Now, then when the caucuses start reporting, what we're going to do, okay, we're going to do is we're going to look at this map differently. We're going to look at it by congressional districts, not counties. And the reason for that is that each of Iowa's congressional districts is going to award a set amount of those state delegates that the campaigns are really after.
And that's going to be based off of, when this populates, the percentage of votes that each of those candidates received in each of these squares.
That's correct. It gets added up from the counties to the congressional district, and then each of these congressional districts has a set number, more than 400 out here, more than 500 over here in CD1, and all of those delegates are going to get allocated proportionally to the candidates who get over 15% of the vote. So there's not going to be one candidate who gets all the delegates tonight, most likely. It's going to get split up. The only question is how.
So we know that these areas over here are more rural. It's a little bit more affluent.
That's right.
It's a little bit younger, particularly in Des Moines, Cedar Rapids, Iowa City, Davenport. Right. Presumably those areas are going, you're looking for Bernie Sanders, Elizabeth Warren to do well there, and then over here more of the Joe Biden area?
One of the things I think from our pre-election polling, certainly, if I switch you back to the counties here, when you mention some of these places where Bernie Sanders is probably trying to at least get turnout up, you do talk about the city. So we'll talk about Des Moines. We'll talk about Iowa City, Johnson County. You're going to see maybe university turnout there. You see around Davenport especially. Now, in those cities, he could get high turnout. But again, I will go back and I will emphasize that it's the delegates that ultimately matter. And that means whoever wins tonight is most likely going to have done well throughout the state, in the rural counties and in the cities. It's almost like a mini electoral college within the state. So you've got to apportion your turnout and you've got to do well all over this map, and we'll see as this thing starts to light up.
So when we have all these entrance pollers, these folks who have canvassed the whole state and are asking questions of people who are going into the caucuses, what are they really looking for? What are you looking for in the answers that they bring back to our decision desk?
Yeah, a couple of things. One is first-time caucus goers. That's always important. Sometimes there are as many as close to half of caucus goers. Well, that could bring a new excitement. That could bring younger people.
Does that mean maybe Pete Buttigieg or?
Could be Buttigieg, but Bernie Sanders has done especially well with young people, at least in the polling. Now, if you then go and look at older voters, and that's going to be another key demographic, well, they've been a little more for Pete Buttigieg, as you mentioned, and also for Joe Biden. So some of that composition early on is going to be one of the keys to watch in the entrance poll.
Is there anything that will be really surprising to you when you're looking at that entrance poll data?
Well, there's always surprises on an election night. That's what makes it fun. That's why people got to stick with us, and we'll find out in a couple of hours.
You know, Anthony, one thing that I'm actually really interested in, and hopefully you can update us on this throughout the night. Iowa's very purple across a lot of this map. A lot of the voters who voted for President Trump in the last general election might be caucusing for a Democrat tonight. How might they affect who ultimately gets to claim a victory in the Hawkeye state?
Well, historically in caucuses, you're going to get about 75, maybe even 80% of people considering themselves Democrats. The rest really independents. Whether or not Republicans decide to switch parties and come into this could be something to watch, but history tells us that this is going to be not only overwhelmingly Democrat, but that one of the real divides is going to be between moderate and liberal Democrats and the very liberal Democrats. And that's another thing to watch as these entrance polls start to come in, because the very liberal Democrats have been the ones that are more for Sanders and more for Warren. It's the moderate Democrats and the simply liberal Democrats, at least as they identify it, who've been more for a Buttigieg or a Biden.
So you don't think that those independent voters who cast a ballot for Barack Obama in 2008 and then cast a ballot for President Trump in the last election are going to really have much of a play in this
That's
caucus?
one of the things we'll watch. It's one of the things we'll watch. But I do think that it's that split within the party. One of the things that we looked at in the pre-election polls was people saying, do they want the party to be more progressive than it's ever been? And do they want the party to return to a message of going back to the Obama administration? And at best, that split was about 50-50. Sometimes it was a little 60-40 in terms of being more progressive. And I think that split is really going to define what happens tonight and maybe what happens through all these primaries.
We will be watching it along with Anthony Salvano. Elaine, back to you.
All right, Lana Zak and Anthony Salvanto, thank you both very much. To break this all down, let's bring in our panel, Leslie Sanchez and Antoine Seawright. Leslie is a CBS News political contributor and Republican strategist. Antoine is a CBS News political contributor and Democratic strategist. So, Antoine, I want to talk about what we can expect to see as this actual caucus process gets underway. Can you walk us through how caucusing in Iowa is different tonight than it has been in past years?
There's a different set of urgency around in the Democratic mood and temperature, and so I think you'll see that on display tonight. This is the first time you will see a real attempt or the first step in possibly removing Donald Trump at the ballot box, and so everyone understands now more than ever how high the stakes are, and that's why you see the energy, that's why you see the focus, and that's why you see the momentum around Iowa, even though I personally do not think it's a true reflection of what the end of this process will be. And so I think you'll see that play out tonight. I think you'll see a high concentration of some of the more progressive wing of our party show up to caucus for the two or so progressive candidates. You'll see the moderate wing. You'll see rural voters. You're going to see young voters. And truth be told, you're going to see independent thinkers and some Republicans show up because they're frustrated because they did not get from Donald Trump and the Republican Party what they thought they would have in 2016.
Can you remind us, I know we've been talking about this a lot, but why are second choices here so significant for this particular process?
Because it's all about at the end of the day, completion to this process. If your candidate hits 15% in the first alignment, then you cannot leave your caucus. You have to stay with the candidate you showed up for. But if that's not the case, that gives you the ability to pick a second choice. And so I don't know about you, but if I'm not someone's first choice, I definitely want to be the number one contender. And I think you're going to see that play out. And that's why coalition building, organization, and infrastructure, and having hyper-local voices and connections on the ground are so important in an Iowa caucus, because if your candidate does not make it, some of the bottom tier candidates and even some of those who are no longer in the race, those voters are going to have to find a home. You want them to come to your home if they cannot find a couch to sit on the first time around.
So, no, but he raises such a great point, right? If you're a Pete Buttigieg supporter, a centrist, you don't believe Biden is going to be the nominee or should be the nominee, you want something fresh, something different, and he's not a top contender, then is it, even if you do end up voting for your second choice, and if it's somebody like Sanders who's so progressive, is that really going to be their choice moving forward through the general? So the voters who were that's what you watch for, is fluidity there. And a lot of that is a really important point, and I know Anthony can break that down more. So if they weren't really these kind of die-hard Bernie voters, feel the burn, they could be persuaded. Ultimately, you would hope they would come home to roost in the Democratic Party, but if they voted for Trump, they may go back to vote for Trump once they see what the true contrast is with the nominee. So it's really important to get those folks on the rolls, to get them invited into the conversation of the campaign, for all the reasons, to raise money from them, to get them to buy in. That's why the Democratic caucus becomes so important.
And the narrative that will end up shaping the night is very important, because if you're the top candidate tonight and the difference is 5% versus 12%, that's a momentum narrative going on to the next state. That's very important. That's important for fundraising, that's important for infrastructure, and that's important for setting mood and expectations going forward. So numbers mean everything in life, but they mean a whole hell of a lot in politics, especially tonight.
So, Leslie, let me ask you about turnout, because it's very much an open question right now. But whether or not you're a Democrat or a Republican, what are the most effective ways to mobilize people, to get them out to make a decision?
Sure. Most information, right? So a lot of the touch point and get out the vote campaigns is about providing you information to make it as easy as possible. I will drive you to the caucuses in your precinct. Less simplicity, as easy, like one step. Like, you don't have to know everything. You don't have to know all the issues, because those voters who are kind of uncomfortable, they've never been invited. We used to have this saying that they'll never crash a party, but if you send them an engraved invitation, they will always be loyal and they will always come. That's kind of how it feels like here, right? You have to bring that engraved invitation. You got to say there's going to be cake. There's going to be a lot of fun stuff, and it's going to be a great night, and you're going to get to exercise your civic duty. But that is very good for people who've never really engaged in the process, and it's important. It's good for young voters, but let's not forget that the voters over 50 are the tried and true of this state.
So who's done some of what Leslie's talking about the best on the Democratic side so far, Antoine?
Well, you can't discount the energy and momentum around Bernie Sanders, because he has a very loyal constituency, much like Donald Trump. You also cannot turn down the volume on Pete Buttigieg. Infrastructure here in the state. I've been told by folks in his campaign that most of the organizers and most of the people working caucus sites tonight for him are actually from Iowa. So they're not implants from other places. That matters, particularly when we start talking about second alignment and we see the number of undecided Iowans who show up to say they're going to make a decision when they walk into a caucus site. If they recognize a familiar voice and a familiar face and all the other things are laid out to be the same or played equal, that can matter. That can be the deciding factor in some cases. So I think that matters.
So what about these undecided voters, Antoine, that we know are the most popular on a night like this? So how is it that candidates appeal to those kinds of voters?
Well, I think you have to just keep singing your message loud and clear. I think you have to really lean on the infrastructure, lean on the organization you have in place. But truthfully, you have to lean on your record. We've seen an uptick in the intensity by the candidates speaking to the record, speaking to the things they've done, but also selling the things that they plan to do and they will do. And we see this heightened sensitivity or heightened conversation around electability. Who can beat Donald Trump? From Joe Biden, you see more of, I'm the person that can bring this party together agenda, and I'm the person that can help down ballot races. From Bernie Sanders, it's a message of really sending a shockwave into the electorate, that I can bring new people into the fold. I'm the Energizer Bunny candidate. With Pete, it's a generational argument. With Elizabeth Warren, it's I have a plan. Let's depend on my policy agenda. With Amy Klobuchar, it's about being able to work across the aisle to get things done. So I think all of the candidates, the top 5, have leaned on their own message of trying to bring this party together and beat Donald Trump.
So, Leslie, if you are the Trump campaign, who are you secretly, quietly rooting for to actually come out with that kind of momentum and that narrative out of the Iowa
I think a lot
caucuses?
of people talk about Bernie Sanders, and he's the candidate who never gets the respect he should, some would argue, because he built the infrastructure. He has the most authentic voice in this. Donald Trump has an authentic voice, meaning he doesn't flip around or change. He just kind of, what you get is what you see. And there's no veneer on that. Bernie Sanders is very much the same way. People appreciate that. They may not like it. His favorables may be lower, but they appreciate it and they respect it as a candidate. I think that in that sense, you're really looking for those Bernie voters. Where are they going to go? What does that really mean for the larger context? Because in a comparison against Donald Trump, that's a full extreme pull to the left, and it makes the case for the kind of the Republican trying to keep this in this lane, let's see, 4 more years, a lot more feasible.
You don't think there's anything to this argument of perhaps crossover voters? That might be something that would not be great news for the Trump campaign to see as Senator Sanders in a general.
I don't really buy that because it's so extreme. His policies are just not attainable. That's the biggest issue. They're not affordable. The redistribution of wealth model that he has is not something that we can take on and doubling the federal budget, doubling our taxpayer burden. That's not going to be an appetite that sells. Taxes don't sell, Elaine.
Yeah.
Raising taxes, no, not a good deal.
I agree and I disagree. Trump and Bernie are so much alike in so many ways. They both have come to disrupt the system. So if you're a disruption voter, then you perhaps might find yourself butterflying and tootsie rolling to the Bernie Sanders campaign because you believe in disruption.
Don't know what that means, but okay.
But if you're just a traditional voter who you wanted to try out Donald Trump because you thought he was going to bring something different, he was an unconventional candidate, he spoke to your heart and your emotions like a Barack Obama, but Hillary Clinton did not do that, then perhaps you're going to find yourself floating towards Joe Biden or Amy Klobuchar or maybe even a Mayor Pete because you just want someone who's going to deliver for you and get things done and try to fix Washington, D.C. and the environment that exists there.
All right, much more to talk about, but for now, Leslie Sanchez and Antoine Seawright, thank you both very much. Thank you. Of course, there is another big political story this week, the impeachment trial. West Virginia Democratic Senator Joe Manchin is calling on the Senate to consider censuring President Trump. The statement comes after closing arguments wrapped up in the Senate trial Monday. Nancy Cordes has the latest.
The Senate can still do the right thing.
The House impeachment managers closed the trial with a warning about President Trump.
What are the odds, if left in office, that he will continue trying to cheat? I will tell you, 100%. He is who he is. Truth matters little to him. What's right matters even less. If you find that the House has proved its case and still vote to acquit, your name will be tied to his with a cord of steel and for all of history.
The impeachment trial took up 82 hours on the Senate floor. To the end, the president's legal team insisted he had done nothing wrong.
The president did not condition security assistance or a meeting on anything.
The only appropriate result here is to acquit the president and to leave it to the voters to choose their president.
It would take a 2/3 vote to remove the president from office, and most, if not all, Republicans are poised to acquit.
The enthusiasm with which the House managers have sought President Trump's removal is completely and inarguably divorced from reality in the heartland.
Nancy Cordes reporting. Still to come, the Iowa caucuses are just the beginning. We are going to have much more what's at stake for the candidates in the other early voting states. You're streaming Red and Blue.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
Let's talk about the latest developments. There's so many levels to this.
We have a CBS News exclusive.
Fires in California. What happens next and how does it all play out?
We are on a mission with NASA.
I understand you have some breaking news. It's not over yet, is the bottom line.
This is a massive operation.
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
You can see the desperation in the journey simply by looking at the trail that's left behind.
So she says she's 17. She looks kind of like she's 12.
Said to me, you know, if you tried to do this in New York City, take a picture of a man, he'd break your camera.
There's something very, very uncomfortable about this.
Today, white supremacist lens.
This area can be the new Silicon Valley.
There was not a cot in the warehouse, not one cot in the warehouse.
We're so far deep at this point that there's no turning back. This is a long road ahead.
Our nation's capital, decisions are made here that affect all of us. And today, more than ever, people want truth, understanding, and accountability. So join us every evening as we bring you CBS News original reporting from around the world, while keeping our eye on what's going on right here in Washington.
The CBS Evening News with Norah O'Donnell, now from Washington, D.C. Understanding the world begins with the right questions.
Do you trust Kim Jong-un?
Doesn't the blame reside with Jewel?
Is it now our top terrorist threat?
With the right people.
So you have forgiven?
I have now.
Right here.
Check this out.
More news.
I'm Tony DeCopel with CBS News.
More original reporting.
It puts everything in perspective.
We are on a mission with NASA.
Every morning on CBS This Morning.
We're going to begin with breaking news.
Wow. That's not normal.
The biggest names in politics.
Whoa, that's news. Are we at a tipping point?
Face the questions you want answered.
Margo, that's a great question.
Good question. Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan.
Welcome back. I'm Lana Zach in New York. In a $10 million Super Bowl ad, former New York City Mayor Mike Bloomberg used 60 seconds on America's biggest TV stage to address gun control. The campaign ad featured the mother of George Kemp Jr., a 20-year-old man who lost his life to gun violence in Texas back in 2013. Along with President
I heard Mike Les stepping into the ring, I thought, now we have a dog in the fight. I know Mike is not afraid of the gun lobby. They're scared of him.
Now, along with President Trump, former New York City Mayor Bloomberg was the only Democratic candidate to air a national ad during Sunday's game. And that's not the only thing that makes his campaign strategy a little bit different. Bloomberg has been notably absent from Iowa, instead choosing to focus on delegate-rich Super Tuesday states like California. Joining me now is Sabrina Singh. She's the national spokesperson for Mike Bloomberg. Sabrina, we'll get to that campaign ad in just a moment, but first, Bloomberg is investing so much in California, but he's still lagging behind in the polls. Is your strategy there really working?
You know, we're seeing huge returns, actually. We're seeing Michael Bloomberg actually going up in the polls. And while we're not seeing that in necessarily Iowa or Nevada or South Carolina in the early states, we are seeing him going up nationally. I think he was just third in the latest Reuters poll that came out, just trailing right behind Bernie Sanders. I think it was Joe Biden, Bernie Sanders, and then Mayor Bloomberg. So we actually are feeling the momentum on our side. And we actually feel that the ad campaign that we're running, whether it's on TV or digital, is really making an impact with voters all across the country.
Could any other candidate really pull this off without the kind of personal wealth that a Bloomberg has? I've heard more than once, and I'm quoting here, Democrats don't like people who buy elections. Does that sting for you guys?
Well, I actually think that it's somewhat insulting to voters to think that we're buying an election without thinking that voters can actually make the decision for themselves. I think this really comes down to Mike has the resources to compete everywhere. He did only enter the race November 21st, so we're looking at a very condensed timeline where he was actually able to get out there and make his message heard to voters. We knew that we were not going to be able to compete in the early states. He just it was too soon of a timeline. So we had to go far and wide and go to the delegate-rich states like you just talked about, California and Texas and Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, all across the battlegrounds that we know are central to winning in November and where, frankly, Donald Trump has been campaigning this entire cycle. And Michael Bloomberg is the only one who has been going to those states more often than not. I think today I looked at where we've hit 24 states and over 58 cities. I mean, no other campaign is going to those battleground states right now, and only Michael Bloomberg is.
Would he have gone to Iowa if he had announced earlier?
I don't know. I can't predict what he would have done earlier, but right now we're in it to win it, and we're in it through those battleground states, and we're excited to see what comes out of the Iowa caucuses tonight, but really looking forward to Super Tuesday.
Let's go back to that campaign ad. Sabrina, Americans have consistently said that they favor stricter gun control laws, but then they vote for candidates who don't take action on gun control. Why does the Bloomberg campaign feel like this issue can win the election or win the nomination and the election?
Yeah,
for them?
well, I don't know that that's necessarily true. I mean, Lucy McBath came in on the, in Georgia on the premise of, losing her son to gun violence. We know gun violence, this is an issue that's not divisive to Americans. Like you said, 90% of Americans support background checks. This is something where Mike has been a real leader on it when he was as mayor and then creating, Everytown for Gun Safety after he left the mayor's office. Gun violence affects, black and brown communities. It doesn't matter your religion, your ethnicity, your race. It affects everyone. And so we know this is an issue that not only that Mike has been leading on, but something that we can win on as well.
So you just mentioned African-American voters of color.
Mm-hmm.
One of the things that people have said about this ad is that it helps, it's a very important issue, especially among some communities of color. But as a mayor of New York City, Mike Bloomberg was criticized for stop and frisk, and many people have said that has done harm to his ability to really cultivate the African-American vote. What type of outreach are you doing to the black community?
Well, I think when it comes in regards to stop and frisk, Mike has certainly apologized for, I think learning much later sort of the devastating effects that it had on communities and families, across New York City. But one of the first things he did when he announced his presidential bid was announce a criminal justice reform policy plan that laid out, I think like not only just lessening incarceration rates, but also making sure that we are repairing and working with black and brown communities all across the country. So I think it's lessons learned and lessons that he would take to the White House when he gets elected.
Okay. The president and your candidate have been trading taunts on Twitter. And in fact, President Trump made some comments mocking Bloomberg's height. He even told Fox News that Bloomberg requested a box to stand on for the debates. Bloomberg responded, and I want to play for our viewers a bit of that sound.
I stand twice as tall as he does on the stage that matters. And this is what happens when somebody like me rises in the polls. All of a sudden, the other candidates get scared. And I think Donald Trump knows that I can beat him. And that's why he comes back with those kinds of comments.
I can beat him. Is that really the rallying cry for Mayor Mike? And how much are you viewing the president's tweets as an endorsement?
I don't know about an endorsement, but certainly when you're getting under the president's skin,
it works.
Well, when you're getting under the president's skin and he's creating nicknames for you and tweeting about you and, at all times during the night and making, trying to poke fun at you, I think that you're doing something right. You've gotten under his skin. You've proven to be a competitor. I think we've seen the president's aim shifted all across this race, and now it's on Mike. And I think rightfully it's going to stay on Mike. What the president says, we all know that's lies. Michael Bloomberg hasn't even qualified for the debates yet, although we feel very confident that we will. So requesting a box, I don't know what to make of that.
Well, since you're bringing up debates, so far your candidate has not qualified for any of them. Has it hurt you in terms of national exposure?
Well, you know, the DNC did recently change their rules to change it more towards qualifying, or if you receive a delegate out of Iowa. You know, Mike was
You're
never...
not expecting a delegate out of Iowa,
I don't think so. That would be really unexpected. You know, Mike was never going to take money from anyone. He is running this race as this only donor, which means he's not beholden to those special interests. But, you know, one of the debate requirements of the DNC was to have, you know, I think it was over 250,000 unique donors. And we were just never going to do that. We were never going to ask people for money. And now that the DNC has changed their requirements and allowed it just to be polling or a delegate coming out of Iowa, we feel really good. We feel confident that we will be on the debate stage either in Nevada or in the future debates. It's time for people to hear Mike's voice and, you know, why he's running, what he stands for, and how he is the best one to beat Donald Trump in November.
So you mentioned removing that individual donor requirement that the DNC had before for the debates. Did they do that for the Bloomberg campaign?
Absolutely not. The DNC definitely, I mean, I used to work at the DNC and I was there when some of these debate rules were coming into place. The DNC always said that they were going to change and mold the debate rules as the race went on. I think it totally makes sense to look at, you know, who's coming out of Iowa with the most votes or delegate share and make that part of the requirement. I mean, look, they raised the polling threshold. We haven't qualified for that yet. We only have one qualifying poll so far. So to say it benefits us, that's just not true. And you'd have to ask the DNC that, and I know they would say the same thing.
All right. Before I let you go, besides President Trump, who does Mayor Mike Bloomberg see as his biggest competition?
Well, I think the field is still so wide open, but I think we're certainly looking at the top four right now. They're the biggest threat, and we'll have to see what comes out of Iowa. But I think the person that emerges strong from Iowa and New Hampshire is going to be the one that we look at and see how well we can best them in the Super Tuesday states.
Sabrina Singh, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Elaine, I'm going to send it back over to you and all of the Iowa events there in the center in Des Moines.
All right, Lana, thank you so much. After the Iowa caucuses, the rest of early voting kicks off with 3 more contests in February. New Hampshire, Nevada, and South Carolina hold just 155 pledged delegates combined, but these states can play a key role in setting the tone for the rest of the early nomination process. For more analysis, I want to bring in some of our CBS News 2020 campaign reporters who've been covering those early voting states. Lecrae Mitchell is in Charleston, South Carolina. Alex Tin joins me from Henderson, Nevada, and Nicole Skanga joins me from Manchester, New Hampshire. Welcome to all of you. Alex, let's start with you. We just heard our colleague Lana Zak speak to a campaign spokesperson for Mike Bloomberg. You've been covering the state of California. How would you assess his ground game there so far?
Well, today, Elaine, while all the other candidates are focused on Iowa, Mike Bloomberg was campaigning in California, where he rolled out a handful of new endorsements, including the current mayor of Compton and the former mayor of Los Angeles, as well as announcing that he plans to ramp up his already massive campaign staff in the state of California up to 800 total staff. That's more than all the other candidates combined in the state of California. Now, Mike Bloomberg, in addition to that, has been spending a lot on advertising. He's become well known among some circles in California. And like he said today, he sees his path to victory as going through California's massive, nearly 500 delegate haul. But in recent polls in the state of California, including just one that we saw from the Los Angeles Times a few days ago, Mike Bloomberg is still barely polling at 6%, far behind Bernie Sanders at 26% and Elizabeth Warren at 20%. That's going to be a tough hill for Mike Bloomberg to climb as early voting starts today in California.
Well, switching gears now, as we've been reporting, 2/3 of voters in Iowa still did not have their minds made up over the weekend. Nicole, the New Hampshire primary is on February 11th. Are voters there looking to Iowa for some sense of direction? And if not, do people there know who they'll be supporting?
Well, Elaine, you'll be surprised, I'm sure, to hear that voters here in New Hampshire are just as undecided about who to pick in this upcoming presidential primary. According to a recent CNN UNH poll, out of Democratic likely voters in New Hampshire, about 49% say they still haven't made up their mind. Half of the remaining say they're leaning towards someone, but could still change their vote ahead of February 11th. And now we know historically that New Hampshire tends to go its own way. Back in 2008, when Iowa was won by then Senator Barack Obama, New Hampshire instead chose then Senator Hillary Clinton. In 2016, when Iowa chose Secretary Hillary Clinton, New Hampshire decided to vote for nearby lawmaker Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders. And so New Hampshire does tend to support those candidates that spend a lot of time here doing retail politics. We have 2 candidates from neighboring states competing here in that top tier. Senator Bernie Sanders, again, seeing if he can make waves in New Hampshire, and of course, nearby Massachusetts Senator Elizabeth Warren. So certainly top contenders here. But we also know that there are very strong organizations being built on the ground by Mayor Pete Buttigieg, certainly the former Vice President Joe Biden, and Senator Amy Klobuchar. And so truly anyone's game, but certainly a lot of undecided voters looking to see who they'll choose and what this next week holds.
Well, look, Craig, voters there in South Carolina have just a little more time. Their primary is February 29th. Do they have their minds made up at this point?
I have to say, Elaine, keeping in theme with the undecided voters, a recent Post and Courier Change research poll came out here in South Carolina over the weekend, and it showed that 10% of the Democratic electorate were still undecided, which isn't as much as the 40+ in some of the other early states, but I do think that it leaves room for those people the voters that I've met who say they're still deciding. And the different teams on the ground are taking advantage of that. You know, they're using these final days in this countdown here to organize surrogate events. They have surrogates coming through the state. They're getting together and having strategy meetings where they're talking about what is it about our candidate's message that we can convince someone in the next few days, in the next couple of weeks. What are the characteristics that they say they're looking for in a candidate, and how can we use that to help connect them with our candidate? So you definitely see where teams on the ground are still working. And I'm actually currently at a Pete Buttigieg watch party for tonight, and Senator Sanders is having one as well. So you can see even on nights like tonight, you have different teams on the ground here who are using this opportunity to invite different voters to come into their office and see their space, meet their team, but most importantly, learn more about their candidate.
Nicole, we know that things work a little differently in the Iowa caucuses, but how does organizing work in New Hampshire?
Well, New Hampshire is the nation's first primary. So primaries are very different from caucuses. You go into a ballot box in a primary, you choose a ballot, and you just pick your candidate, and that's it. Caucuses, we know, involve a lot more organization, precinct captains, a lot of people gather in a large room, and it's a process that takes several hours. Another thing to keep in mind that during Iowa caucus night, a candidate needs to reach 15% support in a room in order to be considered viable and in order to send delegates to the convention. That doesn't happen here in New Hampshire, and so that means that underdog candidates, lesser-known candidates that might not have the opportunity to reach 15% viability in some of the precincts and some of the caucus sites in Iowa do have a chance to make their mark here in New Hampshire. Candidates like entrepreneur Andrew Yang, candidates like Senator Bennett from Colorado, Congresswoman Tulsi Gabbard, Massachusetts former Governor Deval Patrick. And that's also why 3 of those candidates I just mentioned, the latter 3, are here in New Hampshire right now instead of campaigning in Iowa during the caucus. They're getting a head start on the primary, hoping to make a splash come February 11th. It also has changed some of the organizing on the ground. Certainly a lot of door knockers getting out in these cold temperatures to try to bring people out to vote. And as we continue to talk about these undecided voters, it's important to keep in mind that campaigns know that some of these folks are still making up their minds. So instead of just identifying their voters and bringing them out to the polling sites, they're also trying to persuade them in the process. So a lot of persuasion happening right up to the final bitter end of this February primary season.
All right, Alex Tin, Lecrae Mitchell, and Nicole Skanga, thank you all very much. Coming up after a break, we will talk to a surrogate for Pete Buttigieg to find out what victory in Iowa looks like for the former mayor. You're streaming Red and Blue.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
Let's talk about the latest developments. There's so many levels to this.
We have a CBS News exclusive.
Fires in California.
What happens next, and how does it all play out?
We are on a mission with NASA.
I understand you have some breaking news. It's not over yet, is the bottom line.
This is a massive operation.
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
You can see the desperation in the journey simply by looking at the trail that's left behind.
So she says she's 17. She looks kind of like she's 12.
Said to me, you know, if you tried to do this in New York City, take a picture of a man, he'd break your camera.
There's something very, very uncomfortable about this.
Today, white supremacist lens.
This area can be the new Silicon Valley.
There was not a cot in the warehouse, not one cot in the warehouse.
We're so far deep at this point that there's no turning back. This is a long road ahead.
Our nation's capital, decisions are made here that affect all of us. And today, more than ever, people want truth, understanding, and accountability. So join us every evening as we bring you CBS News original reporting from around the world, while keeping our eye on what's going on right here in Washington.
The CBS Evening News with Norah O'Donnell, now from Washington, D.C. Understanding the world begins with the right questions.
Do you trust Kim Jong-un?
Doesn't the blame reside with Jewel?
Is it now our top terrorist threat?
With the right people.
So you have forgiven?
I have now.
Right here.
Check this out.
More news.
I'm Tony DeCoppel with CBS News.
More original reporting.
It puts everything in perspective.
We are on a mission with NASA.
Every morning on CBS This Morning.
We're going to begin with breaking news.
Wow. That's not normal.
The biggest names in politics.
Whoa, that's news. Are we at a tipping point?
Face the questions you want answered.
Margo, that's a great question.
Good question. Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan.
Pete Buttigieg has spent 64 days in Iowa since launching his presidential campaign last April. The former South Bend, Indiana mayor spent his day in Des Moines, continuing to make his case to Hawkeye State voters before they head to caucus sites. Buttigieg, who turns 39 the day before inauguration, would be the youngest president in American history by more than 3 years. Reggie Love worked as a personal aide to Barack Obama during the 2008 election, and much of his first term. He joins me now as a surrogate for Pete Buttigieg. Thank you so much for being here, Reggie.
Elaine, thank you for having me.
So what does victory look like for the Buttigieg campaign?
Look, this has been a whirlwind of the last few months. This campaign really has shown that there's a lot of energy and there's a lot of support for the message that Pete Buttigieg has. And I think our biggest goal is to make sure that in the 1,681 precincts where we have precinct captains, that we're organized and we turn up and we show up and we get as many delegates as we can get.
Is it a top 3 finish, something that you would consider a victory here in Iowa?
I mean, I would assume it looks like it's going to be pretty tight. I'm, I'm not going to play pundit here and tell you exactly what it's going to be, but I think if our organization shows up today with the same energy that they've shown up with over the last months here on the ground, I think we'll do just fine.
I know that you don't want to play pundit, but is anything less than a first-place win a victory for the mayor here?
Look, a year ago, most people couldn't even pronounce Pete Buttigieg. Now he's having rallies in Des Moines with 2,100 people showing up. He's spent almost 60-plus days here in Iowa. He's raised a significant amount of money that most people probably thought was pretty improbable. I think if you're Pete, you probably feel like you're playing with house money at this point in time.
So when you look at early state polling averages, Pete Buttigieg is right around the 15% mark to earn delegates in the first two states, Iowa and New Hampshire. But when you look at the next two states, Nevada and South Carolina, he's in the single digits. So if he does not see victory tonight or next Tuesday, does he still have a path to the nomination?
Look, I think I think he's going to have the resources and the energy to stay in this for a very long period of time. If, in some scenario in which he doesn't score for whatever reason, I think it's going to be very, very challenging. But I don't see that happening. And ultimately, when you get to places like Nevada and South Carolina, our resources have not really been indexed there the way they have been spent here in Iowa and places like New Hampshire. And I think when people get to spend the time and get to hear Pete's message, those numbers will look significantly different.
I want to take a step back and talk about why you're supporting Pete Buttigieg. Why is the former mayor of South Bend, Indiana, the best option that Democrats have, you believe, to take on President Trump?
Yeah, look, I look at it in two buckets. I think the most important thing is we need people to feel inspired, that they believe that their voice matters, and that there is someone out there that knows their pain and knows what it's like to be an American, right? The median age of Americans is 39 and a half. The representation in D.C., the federal level, is almost 63. I think Pete for me personally, I think Pete is the kind of guy that inspires hope and inspires people to believe that their voice matters, and that instead of having results like in 2016 where people weren't as excited to participate in the process because they didn't believe that their voice really made a difference, I think if we get great turnout in November, I think that's what will make the difference. And I think we need someone who, doesn't believe that it's status quo or it's got to be a total revolution. If you've seen some of the numbers, Pete has visited 27 counties here in Iowa that voted for Obama, that flipped to Trump, and he's gotten more turnout there than any other candidate. And I think getting future former Republicans to be Pete supporters is going to be a big component to being able to win in November.
What do you say to some Democrats who look at your background and say, why are you supporting Pete Buttigieg and not Joe Biden?
Look, Vice President Biden has been a great friend and a great public servant. I have the most amount of respect for everything that he's done. I feel right now, I think we need someone that is a little bit more of an outsider. If you look at history, when Democrats have performed well in the general election, it's been people who have been outsiders from D.C. or little experience, have been a little bit younger, and have been able to create a very broad coalition. Someone of like Jimmy Carter, Bill Clinton, Barack Obama, like those are where we've won. And, the data shows when we've gone with sort of the safe choice, an Al Gore, John Kerry, Hillary Clinton, we've not performed the way that we've performed when we've went in the other direction.
So are you saying, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, so you tell me if I'm wrong, but I'm hearing you, it sounds like, say that the value of the political experience that someone like a Joe Biden got serving under President Obama just isn't the same as it used to be in elections past. Am I hearing that correctly?
No, I think I'm saying that it's always been overvalued and it's never actually performed.
That sounds like the same way of saying it, just slightly differently, yeah? So you're looking at it from a very pragmatic perspective, and that political experience, while it may be valuable in some respects, you think by the metric that this particular contest is going to be measured by, and that is electability, that's really all that matters here.
Yeah, I think that's what history has told us.
All right, Reggie Love. Reggie, thank you so much for stopping by. Really appreciate your time.
Thank you for having me. Look,
what are you doing tonight?
Look, I'm going to try to, I might go get a slice of pizza from the gas station.
You're going to go try and change people's minds at one of these sites?
Oh, no, look, I have a lot of respect for the process. I can't wait to watch the results and to see what happens. It's a special day, special evening.
It's underway. Thank you so much, Reggie.
All right, thank you.
Still to come, we'll check back in with our Anthony Salvanto to take a closer look at the state of the race in Iowa. You're streaming Red and Blue.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
Let's talk about the latest developments. There's so many levels to this.
We have a CBS News exclusive.
Fires in California. What happens next, and how does it all play out?
We are on a mission with NASA.
I understand you have some breaking news. It's not over yet, is the bottom line.
This is a massive operation.
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
You can see the desperation in the journey simply by looking at the trail that's left behind.
So she says she's 17. She looks kind of like she's 12.
Said to me, you know, if you tried to do this in New York City, take a picture of a man, he'd break your camera.
There's something very, very uncomfortable about this.
Today, white supremacist lens.
This area can be the new Silicon Valley.
There was not a cot in the warehouse, not one cot in the warehouse.
We're so far deep at this point that there's no turning back. This is a long road ahead.
Our nation's capital, decisions are made here that affect all of us. And today, more than ever, people want truth, understanding, and accountability. So join us every evening as we bring you CBS News original reporting from around the world, while keeping our eye on what's going on right here in Washington.
The CBS Evening News with Norah O'Donnell, now from Washington, D.C. Understanding the world begins with the right questions.
Do you trust Kim Jong-un?
Doesn't the blame reside with Jewel?
Is it now our top terrorist threat?
With the right people.
So you have forgiven?
I have now.
Right here.
Check this out.
More news.
I'm Tony DeCopel with CBS News.
More original reporting.
It puts everything in perspective.
We are on a mission with NASA.
Every morning on CBS This Morning.
We're going to begin with breaking news.
Wow. That's not normal.
The biggest names in politics.
Whoa, that's news. Are we at a tipping point?
Face the questions you want answered.
Margo, that's a great question.
Good question. Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan.
We are just a few minutes away from the caucuses officially getting underway here in Iowa. We are also awaiting entrance polls. Let's get right into it with Anthony Salvanto in New York. He, of course, is our CBS News Director of Elections and Surveys. I'm told we don't have Anthony standing by. Never mind. Let's go ahead and come back. Let's turn to this. Billionaire Tom Steyer has outspent his 2020 rivals in ads. But how will he fare tonight in Iowa? Earlier, I spoke with the candidate here in Des Moines. Let's take a listen. Tom Steyer, thank you so much for being with us.
It is so great to be here.
So how are you feeling going into tonight?
I feel great. You know, there was a poll out today, the Morning Consult poll that averages the 4 early primary states. And they had me at 19% and in 4th place. 3rd place, actually. Sorry. 3rd place, up 2% from last week, and last week was up 2% from the week before. So I feel as if I'm doing fine. I have momentum. I hope to keep that momentum tonight, and I hope to keep going.
So I want to ask you, though, specifically about Iowa, because in our latest CBS News Battleground tracker, you right now are not polling in the top 5. So how confident are you feeling here in Iowa?
Look, I've been coming to Iowa. I love being here. I've had great crowds the last week. We have a lot of momentum, and I hope to come out of here with momentum and to live up to those morning consult numbers that say I'm in 3rd place and at 19%.
So you turn on the TV, and there is undoubtedly going to be a Tom Steyer ad on that television. And just talking to some folks here in Iowa, they say they've learned about you more in recent weeks with all of these ads. What has your message been to those people who may not have known who Tom Steyer was before, let's say, the last 3 or 4 weeks?
Well, I think I've had a couple of messages that all fit together. The first one is we have a broken government that's been bought by corporations, and I've spent 10 years as an activist putting together coalitions to fight that corporate takeover, and we've never lost. So I'm saying if you believe we have a broken government that's been bought by corporations, I'm an outsider who's fought them and has never lost and will continue to do it inside Washington, D.C. so that we can get the health care we want, so we can get education, clean air, clean water, and a living wage. That's 1. 2, I'm the only person in this race who will say that climate is my #1 priority, but I will do it from the standpoint of environmental justice, making sure that we clean up the air and water, particularly in the black and brown communities around this country where we've focused our poison. And we'll do it in a way that creates over 4.5 million good-paying union jobs across the country. 3rd, I'm the person who can beat Mr. Trump on the economy. He's running on the economy. He says it every day. I started a business from scratch. I know more about economics than he does by far, and I can go toe-to-toe and show he's a fake businessman and a failed business person, and he's been terrible on the economy for Americans. And lastly, anybody who wants to be the Democratic nominee has got to be able to put together a diverse coalition of Americans to represent the Democratic Party and to beat Mr. Trump at the polls in November. And if you look across those 4 early primary states, you can see that I'm doing very well with African Americans. I'm doing very well with Latinos. I'm doing very well with a diverse coalition of Americans. And that's something that's going to be absolutely critical for anybody. So I think that the people in Iowa will also want to support somebody who can put together that kind of diverse coalition, because it's going to take someone like that to actually beat Mr. Trump.
So I want to ask you about impeachment, because back in October of 2017, you founded Need to Impeach.
Yes, I did.
And here we are now in 2020. The House has, in fact, impeached President Trump. The Senate, though, is expected, led by Republicans, to acquit the president. So if that does happen, what will have actually been accomplished with impeachment proceedings?
So I started the Need to Impeach petition in October of 2017, and more than 8.5 million Americans signed that petition. But they also emailed and called and wrote their congresspeople to say, hold the most corrupt president in American history to account. This is not a matter of partisan politics. This is not Democrat v. Republican. This is stand up for what's right against what's wrong, stand up for America, stand up for the Constitution. And those 8.5 million people really dragged Washington, D.C. out of the idea that this was just political tactics into this is right and wrong. We asked all along, and I specifically asked, we need to have televised hearings where administration officials testify in front of the American people about what actually happened so we get to judge. The jury that counts here is the American people. And what we've seen is that Republicans have buried the evidence, have literally want to hold a trial without witnesses. I've never heard in my life of a trial without witnesses, and what they've decided to do is bury the truth, to put their party ahead of the country, to break their oath to the Constitution, and do something absolutely wrong. And I think Americans across the board, including Republican voters, know that what they're doing is wrong, and they're denying the American people the right to see on TV without anybody editing or coming between them and the truth what went on. And it's just wrong.
Tom Steyer, thank you so much for your time, Tom.
My pleasure. Nice to see you.
All right, it is now 7 p.m. here in Iowa, 8 p.m. Eastern Time. The caucus doors have closed. The caucuses are beginning. We're going to have much more live from Iowa on our special edition of Red and Blue when we come back. Stay with us.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
Let's talk about the latest developments. There's so many levels to this.
We have a CBS News exclusive.
Fires in California. What happens next and how does it all play out?
We are on a mission with NASA.
I understand you have some breaking news. It's not over yet, is the bottom line.
This is a massive operation.
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
You can see the desperation in the journey simply by looking at the trail that's left behind.
So she says she's 17. She looks kind of like she's 12.
Said to me, you know, if you tried to do this in New York City, take a picture of a man, he'd break your camera.
There's something very, very uncomfortable about this.
Today, white supremacist lens.
This area can be the new Silicon Valley.
There was not a cot in the warehouse, not one cot in the warehouse.
We're so far deep at this point that there's no turning back. This is a long road ahead.
Our nation's capital, decisions are made here that affect all of us. And today, more than ever, people want truth, understanding, and accountability. So join us every evening as we bring you CBS News original reporting from around the world, while keeping our eye on what's going on right here in Washington.
The CBS Evening News with Norah O'Donnell, now from Washington, D.C. Understanding the world begins with the right questions.
Do you trust Kim Jong-un?
Doesn't the blame reside with Jewel?
Is it now our top terrorist threat?
With the right people.
So you have forgiven.
I have now.
Right here.
Check this out.
More news.
I'm Tony DeCoppel with CBS News.
More original reporting.
It puts everything in perspective.
We are on a mission with NASA.
Every morning on CBS This Morning.
We're going to begin with breaking news.
Wow. That's not normal.
The biggest names in politics.
Whoa, that's news. Are we at a tipping point?
Face the questions you want answered.
Margo, that's a great question.
Good question.
Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan.
Our nation's capital, decisions are made here that affect all of us. So join us every evening as we bring you CBS News original reporting from around the world, while keeping our eye on what's going on right here in Washington.
Hi, everyone. I'm Elaine Quijano. The Iowa caucuses are officially in full swing. Caucus sites across the state are filled with Iowans voicing their preference for the 2020 Democratic presidential nominee. Early entrance polls suggest it is a tight four-way race. Former Vice President Joe Biden, Senator Bernie Sanders, Pete Buttigieg, and Senator Elizabeth Warren are all within striking distance at this point. We're starting to get early entrance polls as we speak. 68% of voters say they have attended a caucus before, while 32% have never before. We can also report that 31% of voters say they made their decision in the last few days, while 67% did earlier than that. When it comes to top issues, we see health care being prioritized. 41% of voters said that was their top issue. 22% said climate change was. 16% said income inequality, and 14% said foreign policy. Let's bring in Major Garrett, Linda Tran, Leslie Sanchez, and Antoine Seawright. Major is a CBS News Chief Washington correspondent. Linda is a CBSN political contributor and Democratic strategist. Leslie is a CBS News political contributor and Republican strategist. And Antoine is a CBS News political contributor and Democratic strategist. Welcome to you all. All right, if I'm speaking slowly, it's because someone's speaking in my ear to me, and we're
We
doing
all know
sort
the
of,
process.
Yeah, so that's why, in case you're wondering.
Well, more than one of us
trying to
here
walk
has
and chew gum at the same
separate
time.
voices in their heads all the time. I'm not saying anything, just...
I confess, Major.
All right, so let's go around the horn here. I mean, at this moment, Major, is surprising at all that it's tight?
Couple of things. Entrance polls are less helpful than exit polls.
Right.
Because an entrance poll says what you might do, and exit poll tells you what you've done.
Right.
Okay? And in caucus dynamics, the room matters.
Yeah.
And you can have an idea going in, and then you can hear a pitch from another candidate, or you can see the body language or the movement of the room and sort of get pulled by that.
That's the point of the thing, right?
So that's how a caucus plays out. So it's somewhat helpful, but not instructive about what's going to happen. What I find fascinating about those entrance poll numbers, which I think is important, 32% new caucus attendees. That means turnout will be very high. Also, 31% decided in the last couple of days. I'm going to guess most of those are new caucus attendees, right? Those numbers align perfectly, so that makes sense. That tells us these numbers actually matter in terms of new caucus attendees, late deciders. The other thing I would say, having covered lots of presidential campaigns, the issue matrix that candidates are confronted with matters. It gets in their head, and they talk about it forever. Climate change coming in number 2 means for the first time that is a top-tier, second-level issue, and that will be carried throughout this process because no candidate who went through this Iowa process for months and months and months can or will forget that. And that climate change ranks number 2 tells me that in Iowa, if no other place, that issue has risen and will resonate.
Antoine, what about this issue of first-time caucus goers? What do you see as a Democratic strategist in hearing that you had that many people who are coming into this process for the first time?
Well, I think that speaks to the high volume of energy or the shockwave experience that our party is experiencing now with this idea of beating Donald Trump and the urgency behind that. I commend the party and all of our candidates for that. But I tell you, the most interesting thing in that poll is healthcare. While the Republicans have tried their best to frame this next election about everything in the world, from immigration to whatever Donald Trump tweeted about in the past 24 hours, healthcare continues to be the dominant issue. And I will go on record tonight, sitting next to Major, and say healthcare will not only shape and define our party, but I believe, Linda Tran, that it will define the next election, which will be a generational election, considering what happens after this year with redrawing lines and setting the mood and temperature of this country.
Linda, let me ask you, when you talk about Bernie Sanders and Joe Biden, who do you think has more at stake coming out of Iowa? Because we've talked about these two, as we saw on the last CBS News Battleground Tracker. They were neck and neck going into this night.
Well, I think actually Bernie Sanders has more at stake here. Joe Biden still has, as all the other polls have shown us, really, really strong support in South Carolina. I'll let my South Carolinian expert here get into that in much more detail. But, you know, if Joe Biden were to come in first today, it's basically over for everybody else, right? What will happen is the establishment will consolidate around him, donors will consolidate around him, and he will be able to build a much larger operation than he has to date. Bernie Sanders, on the other hand, has put so much into this state. And I got to tell you, if I'm looking at these numbers that Major was just running down, it looks pretty good for Bernie Sanders.
Those are encouraging for his campaign.
Absolutely. I mean, he has focused so much on, as we've been talking about, growing that pie. And those first-time caucus goers, I'm willing to bet a good proportion of them are young as well. And his campaign has been laser-focused on getting those young people out, getting those Latino voters out that haven't caucused before. And, you know, if the turnout is high, I think it's going to be good news for Bernie Sanders.
So, Leslie, if the turnout is high, what does that say about President
Latinos
Trump?
brought their whole family. Just saying, you know, we like to do things together. I think it's exciting. It is exciting because that's interesting. I want to jump off something Major said. You know, when you're talking about the issues that were important, climate change, we had talked about it sooner. Really unusual to be discussed, but foreign policy at the bottom, especially in light, and that is Biden's strong suit. That is something that he commanded, that national security, foreign affairs prowess, and which is why he balanced out the Obama ticket. I mean, that was really what he was known for. And if health care is what he's known for, the failures that people felt, whether it was too short or deficient in some way with the Affordable Care Act, he bears that burden as well. I don't think that's a positive. In other words, seeing healthcare number one for Joe Biden. So those are some telling signs, I think, very early to close to tell. But that's what I'm watching.
All right, let's take it out to Caitlin Huey-Burns because she is at a caucus site in Des Moines. Caitlin, what's going on there?
Hi, Elaine. We are in a caucus site right downtown in Des Moines. You can kind of see as the picture's coming closer to me what this looks like. The doors just closed a few minutes ago, and there I am. Hello. This is a big atrium, allows for a lot of good visuals here. We were, just at the door. We were seeing this really long line of people actually registering to vote tonight. We talked to one person who changed their registration from Republican to Democrat tonight. Another changed his from independent to Democrat tonight. So they're still right now waiting to get everybody registered to vote. They said if you were in this building by 7 o'clock, they were going to close the doors, but if you were here, they would register you and then start the caucus. One of the things I love about caucus night is that there are so many people that are still undecided, and there are also people that are coming from houses divided. I'm here with a couple right here. We have one supporting Pete Buttigieg and another supporting Amy Klobuchar. So you guys are a house divided. What's the persuasion been like at home?
We both have our ideas. I actually was in Pete's camp. I've bounced around a whole lot. Was undecided until a couple of days ago and decided to support Amy and caucus for her. I like her pragmatic approach, but I like Pete too.
And how about you? You were supporting Pete from the beginning?
I've been a Pete supporter from the start. His message resonates with me. I think he's exactly what the country needs right now. Smart, reasoned, a military veteran, a man of great value, of Christian values and beliefs. I think that's all great. And if Amy's not viable, I'm pretty sure that Jeff will come over to Pete's camp as well.
So that's what we're going to be watching for tonight. Though you have to get 15% of the people in the room, your campaign does, to remain viable. Once you're viable, you're locked into that candidate. If your candidate doesn't get 15% of the people in this room, you have the chance to pick a second preference. So for you, if Amy Klobuchar doesn't get that 15% of people in the room, do you know who you might support?
Probably lean toward Pete as the second choice. Elizabeth would be the other consideration.
So how are you going to make that decision on the second choice? What are you going to be looking for if it comes down to that? It may not tonight.
That's a great question. I've never been undecided this late in a race in my life, so it's a little weird position to be in. I really want to elect somebody who is going to be pragmatic and who can get things done, which is probably my leaning toward Amy first, then Pete. I like a lot of Elizabeth's messages, but probably the pragmatism is going to win me over, which probably gives Pete a leg up.
And you've been persuading him at home, and it hasn't been paying off?
I have, but he's a man who does what he thinks, and I admire him and respect him for his choices. He's educated. He knows what he's doing and what the issues are. So it's okay that we have different views on everything. It's not the only thing we have different views on.
Well, but you both are new to Iowa, right? You just moved from California. So this is the first time that you're caucusing.
Yeah, it's the first time for a caucus.
And what do you make of what we're seeing right now?
It's actually kind of crazy. It's like a chess game playing out, which is sort of interesting. I love the fact that people are going around talking to friends and neighbors, and it's a game of persuasion. So it's unlike anything I've ever seen.
Right. Well, we will keep an eye on both of you tonight and see where you end up and how the night goes. Elaine, we are getting underway here in just a little bit. They're explaining some of the rules. Around me, if you can see, I don't know if we can pan out a little bit, there's lots of campaign signs going around. There's lots of people in this room right now. It's an exciting night for a lot of folks. It kind of feels like a little bit of a high school dance or something. Supporters on different sides of the rooms and trying to gain traction here. So we'll throw it back to you, and we'll keep you posted on what we find here.
All right, what a great vantage point for your photographer there. Caitlin Huey-Burns in the middle of all the action in Des Moines. Caitlin, thank you. We'll check back in with you throughout the night. Let's talk more about our exit polls with our panel. And as we were listening to Caitlin, Major, I just got handed some more information here on these entrance polls. There we have it for our viewers. When asked if, I'm told, let's go to our CBS News Elections and Directors Survey. Anthony Salvanto. Anthony is ready now, I am told. Anthony, and he's standing by with Lana Zach in New York. Go ahead. Sorry, I was waiting for that image to pop up, and I didn't see it. There you are.
Well, it's all breaking news.
It's all breaking news. Look, we're always ready for you, Elaine. It's just that we got to get the entrance poll ready. So we're crunching the numbers, and now we're ready to put it out.
Got it.
All right. So one of the things we've been talking about is when people finally made this decision. And so for that, Anthony, you now have some numbers?
Yes, for those folks who want to watch whether the polls were good or bad, always remember people are sometimes deciding late. We asked people as they were coming in, when did you make up your mind? And as of now, the folks we've talked to, almost a third said that it was in the last few days. So that's plenty to swing a tight race. That's one key number.
Now, I'm wondering if this is significant. Last few days, 31%, and that actually parallels pretty well what we're seeing in terms of first-time voters. Is that right?
Yes, it does. In fact, those first-time voters, and we talked about this before the caucuses actually opened, you want to watch them because they've been decisive in recent caucuses, in 2016, in 2018. Well, here, a third of people say, nope, it's their first time coming to a caucus. I'm watching that because it could be one of the key things for Bernie Sanders, because he was trying to turn out a lot of young people. He was trying to turn out a lot of people who hadn't voted before. So that's going to be, I think, one of the key numbers.
And that was one of the things that I wanted to ask about. These first-time voters, who are they? Are they the young people? Are they more likely to be Buttigieg supporters or more likely to be Sanders supporters, less Biden supporters there?
Well, they're going to be a mix, because if you're younger, you might not have had a chance to caucus before. So that's one part of it. But also it's going to be people who felt like this time they needed to turn out. And in fact, that leads to another interesting question here. What is it that they were looking for in a nominee? And
That's
this
it.
Giant number here, 6 in 10, who said they want somebody who can beat Donald Trump. Well, we know from the polling that if there's anything that's energized Democrats this year, it's trying to find a candidate who can beat Donald Trump.
So, Anthony, everybody says, every one of those Democrats who are trying to court Iowa voters have said that they can beat Donald Trump. But what does this number tell you in terms of who's going to be having a good night?
Well, we don't know that yet. However, one of the things, let's look at this 37% who want somebody that will agree with them on the issues. Well, what are those issues? Well, number one is health care. That is really no surprise to anybody who's followed this race. That's the thing. It's dominated Democratic debates, and they've been talking about it, arguing over health care plans. But
wow.
This is also striking, especially in Iowa. It's a rural state. You've got a lot of agriculture. It's important.
Climate change is important there. But still, this strikes me as pretty high for this issue.
It's certainly something that I think will divide Democrats, because we know that people who supported Elizabeth Warren and Bernie Sanders' vision for their health care plan were certainly split from those who said not so fast, don't have necessarily a government-run system or a replacement for private health insurance. And those folks were going to be more for Joe Biden and more for Pete Buttigieg. So that could be defining. But I still think that climate change number two, that's key.
Well,
that's key.
We
for
heard,
Democrats.
Elaine, Tom Steyer out there with you. He's been the candidate who's tried to articulate climate change as his issue. So, Anthony, does this mean that he could have a better showing, or does this actually encompass a lot of different Democrats?
So what we think right now is it's a four-way race, very much as we thought from the pre-election polls. But we'll see once people get into those caucuses where they are now. As we speak, they're negotiating, they're horse trading, they're going back and forth. So who knows?
Elaine?
All right, Lana Zach and Anthony Salvanto, thank you so much. Let's turn back to our panel here. Mine is Major Garrett. He had to go, but let's talk about our entrance polls. 37% of people said they prefer a nominee who agrees with them on the issues. Meanwhile, 61% say they want someone who can beat President Trump. Leslie Sanchez, we've been talking about this throughout the evening here leading up to this point, and there would seem to be evidence of what we've heard sort of anecdotally from Caitlin Huey-Burns and other reporters talking to caucus goers about their primary concern in helping them make the decision is electability.
Sure. For progressive supporters, you've heard that. I mean, they're the ones who've been railing for impeachment. They're the ones who've been saying we need to remove the president at all costs. And really the sharpest criticism has come from the Sanders campaign and certainly Elizabeth Warren. And in terms of stylistically, if you're looking at that, because I keep going back that this is a president, this is an election about the leadership style of an unorthodox president. So it's extremely unusual in that context versus policy oriented. But you're also seeing the excitement and the engagement. Yes, younger voters hopefully you'll see an increase in uptick in Latino voters that are doing that. But I think Buttigieg is going to be, again, the interesting aspect here. He's someone who did extremely well during the Democratic debates. If you were tracking him on kind of like the daily polls, he was doing well there. And then he flatlined and kind of it receded somewhat, and you saw the rise of Warren and Sanders consistently. And then certainly Biden has kind of jumped up there. So in terms of new excitement, it's going to be these progressive candidates, in my opinion.
Let's dig into the issue of health care. So 60% say they support replacing private health insurance with a government plan, while 36% of voters say they oppose that. Antoine, how critical of an issue is this? We were just talking about this a moment ago. It has remained the top priority.
Healthcare is a hell of an issue for Democrats going into this next election. And believe it or not everyone, according to the poll, and it's what I believe, wants to get rid of what's obviously has worked for them, and that's the Affordable Care Act, a.k.a. Obamacare. And I think that is the argument in this party as we think about the progressive versus centrist lineup on the playing field and which side will control the ball field. I think that argument is being played out in what people think about healthcare. The truth of the matter is, from a plus 12% margin, the country, Democrats and Republicans, trust Democrats to deal with and handle the issue of health care. Therefore, how we frame this argument in this primary, I think, will have tremendous impact in beating Donald Trump. And I hear people yell, scream, and kick about beating Donald Trump, but let me explain what that really means. Linda, that means beating the president in places that we lost in 2016, that Barack Obama won in 2 other elections. That means Pennsylvania, Ohio, Michigan. That means galvanizing, energizing voters in those places that will help the entire ticket. So I think when we think about what it took to win back the majority in the House, we did not run on this overly progressive message. It was a straight down the line, laser-focused, centrist message. And I think that's what it's going to take to compete in a general election.
What do you see in those numbers, though, Linda? Because someone might look at that and have a different impression about where the Democratic Party is with respect to Medicare for all, despite, all the rhetoric that we've been hearing. You look at that, and another way to look at it might be, well, actually, you have most of these Democratic caucus goers, at least coming into this caucus night, saying, you know what, I actually do support replacing my private insurance, as much as we've talked about, people thinking, oh, I still like that as an option.
Yeah, I mean, I hear what Antoine's saying, and obviously in 2018, healthcare was a massively motivating issue that drove a lot of Democrats to come out in historic numbers to elect an overwhelmingly Democratic and overwhelmingly diverse Congress. In this scenario in particular, though, the 2 candidates have been talking about Medicare for all and talking about overhauling the system in its entirety have been Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren. And again, if I'm looking at these numbers holistically and I'm thinking, okay, first-time caucus goers, I'm thinking what his strategy has been, and then we see that healthcare tops the other issues by a pretty significant margin, I think that these are good numbers for Bernie Sanders.
So, meantime, Joe Biden leads among last-minute deciders. 23% of Biden supporters decided in the last few days. So what have we seen, Antoine, with respect to his campaign trying to lure these voters?
Well, it's the electability argument. It's being able to help candidates up and down the ballot. And I think these voters decided at the last minute. It goes back to what I hear from a lot of voters, particularly in the South, African-American voters. It goes back to trust. People trust what they know Joe. And that's being played out in many elections. That's why you see this broad, diverse coalition of supporters, endorsements, elected officials, and African-American voters feeling like Joe Biden is the person to drag them to bring them across the finish line. And I see that.
Drag was how appropriate.
And I see that being played out in this election in the last bit scenario. But going back to something Linda said, I'm one of those persons who measure expectations in elections. I believe in under-promising, over-delivering. For Bernie Sanders, I think it's being played out that he had the momentum going into the Iowa caucuses because he's ran a caucus before. And even though he was not the declared winner, he was successful in 2016. And I think infrastructure and organization had a tremendous impact. And the one thing about a movement, you cannot control it. And Bernie Sanders experienced a last-minute surge, and these new voters you see playing out is benefiting him.
This is a really, really important point that Antoine is making, because as we've been talking about, Iowa's important not not just for the narrative element of it, but because it's the first test of your organization, your organizing ability. Now, for everybody else, they've been working maximum a year when you're thinking about Elizabeth Warren to build out the operation in Iowa. But for Bernie Sanders, we're really talking about a 5-year organization, right? I mean, we often talk about how Barack Obama won by 1 percentage point in Florida because he spent all those years building towards that 1 percentage point, 5 years. And Bernie Sanders is in a similar situation here. You know, the people of these 99 counties is not the first time they're talking to his people. It's not the first time that they're hearing of his specific vision for the country. And so he's got a real leg up on others.
So I want to talk a little bit about the growth of the Latino population in the state of Iowa, because Linda, I know you mentioned that before as being yet another area of focus, right, for Senator Sanders' campaign. Can you talk about that with respect to the number of Latino voters that we saw, for instance, in 2016 versus where we are now in 2020? It's been exponential.
Yes,
population
absolutely.
increase.
And so Iowa is still an overwhelmingly white state, clearly. However, Latino voters as a percentage of the registered electorate has grown double since 2016. And we were now looking at 50,000 registered voters who could theoretically come out tonight and caucus. Bernie Sanders' campaign has said that they are targeting 20,000 of those folks. And in 2016, the best estimate was maybe 3,000 Latino voters came out to caucus. So there's certainly room to grow. The question is, will they? And as far as I know, his campaign is the only one that went completely out of the way to make sure that they were trying to organize in these communities, fighting for those additional satellite precincts that were focused on Spanish language speakers in particular, and also doing some creative organizing activities like sponsoring a soccer tournament at which, you know, his campaign team would tell them how caucusing works. So, I mean, they've definitely focused on it.
You're seeing that play out, I think, in the overall primary picture, because he is the leading candidate among Latino voters from the entire presidential preference calendar. So you're seeing that play out. And in Iowa, among African American voters, Joe Biden, as a small percentage as it is, Joe Biden is the person that has a power grip on those voters. So and that's the narrative from a holistic standpoint. So you're seeing that play out.
The difference, I think, Bernie Sanders should be credited with putting in senior level operatives who are Latino to build a strategic effort. They put the dollars in, the grassroots money in, things that traditional campaigns do not even think about, which is why Latino voters always feel like they're taken for granted by the Democrats, and then
those things matter.
Absolutely, and you know, they don't. Johnny come lately. You never see you except for every 4 years. The interesting part about Sanders, with respect to that, so you're talking about a lot of bigger government, and in some areas that's going to be an area that some Democratic Latino voters are going to respond to. But he also lost in significant ways in the Nevada caucuses and in Texas because of Latino voters.
Absolutely.
They were the firewall that protected Hillary Clinton, and he looks like is not going to make that mistake again. So if anything, it raises the bar for not only Democratic campaigns but Republican campaigns, certainly the Trump campaign, to be investing in these operatives, these coalitions, and these teams.
That's a really good point. All right, we are going to take a quick break, but we are going to have much more coverage of the Iowa caucuses when we come back. Stay with us. You're streaming a special edition of Red and Blue.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
Let's talk about the latest developments. There's so many levels to this. We have a CBS News exclusive.
Fires in California. What happens next, and how does it all play out?
We are on a mission with NASA.
I understand you have some breaking news. It's not over yet, is the bottom line.
This is a massive operation.
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
You can see the desperation in the journey simply by looking at the trail that's left behind.
So she says she's 17. She looks kind of like she's 12.
Said to me, if you tried to do this in New York City, take a picture of a man, he'd break your camera.
There's something very, very uncomfortable about this.
Today, a white supremacist lens
This area can be the new Silicon Valley.
There was not a cot in the warehouse, not one cot in the warehouse.
We're so far deep at this point that there's no turning back. This is a long road ahead.
Our nation's capital, decisions are made here that affect all of us. And today, more than ever, people want truth, understanding, and accountability. So join us every evening as we bring you CBS News original reporting from around the world, while keeping our eye on what's going on right here in Washington.
The CBS Evening News with Norah O'Donnell, now from Washington, D.C. Understanding the world begins with the right questions.
Do you trust Kim Jong-un?
Doesn't the blame reside with Jewel? Is it now our top terrorist threat?
With the right people.
So you have forgiven?
I have now.
Right here.
Check this out.
More news.
I'm Tony DeCoppel with CBS News.
More original reporting.
It puts everything in perspective.
We are on a mission with NASA.
Every morning on CBS This Morning.
We're going to begin with breaking news.
Wow. That's not normal.
The biggest names in politics.
Whoa, that's news. Are we at a tipping point?
Face the questions you want answered.
Margaret, that's a great question.
Good question.
Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan.
Hello, everyone. I'm Lana Zak, coming to you from the CBS headquarters and the decision desk here. You're watching a very special edition of Red and Blue in the 2020 Iowa caucuses. We want to go now to the Biden campaign, and for that, I'm going to bring in Bo Erickson. He's our campaign reporter there on the ground in Des Moines. So, Bo, tell us, how's the mood tonight?
Well, we're just getting started here just across Des Moines from the other campaigns. It's a little quiet as we start to see some results trickle in, starting to see those first images of some of the large gyms that everyone likes to broadcast in the caucuses here. But it's been a long road for Joe Biden, his campaign, which started last April. He has been in 22 trips to Iowa and has had over 136 events in the meantime. The mood here, the campaign still feels very hopeful, but earlier today, in the past couple of days, I was talking with sources, and they say that they have kind of rationalized either a first place win going down to a fourth place win. If it's more that fourth place win, they say they can go forward because with their broad coalition of support, especially amongst voters of color, they think they'll be able to harness that support and bring it to Super Tuesday.
But a fourth place win for the former vice president would actually be something of a loss there, wouldn't it? I know they're saying that it would be fine,
yes,
and we know that our most recent entrance polls say that it is a very close race, but what's the truth of the situation?
Well, that is something that we kind of tried to slice with Mr. Biden himself, too. Earlier today, when he was visiting his West Des Moines field office, I asked him what happens if he does not get first place here, and he says the campaign will survive and going all the way through it. So he is still putting forward that confidence. They feel like, though, that there's been some pushback now that Iowa, while they have been trying to compete here, it's not quite representative of their strongest base of support, which is African American support. So there's still that confidence kind of bringing them along.
Well, and I want to also find out, though, when you were talking to them, the question was originally about second place. And so much about Iowa and what we've been talking about over the course of the evening is expectations. He was expected to take first or second place. But what if it isn't second? What if it's third? What if it's fourth? Has the campaign said anything to you about that?
They're not going out so far and saying, what are we going to do if it's third or fourth place? What people from the campaign have told me, though, is that it's been, while they're confident, it's been hard to really model specifically what is going to happen because, as you said, they are resting so much on that second choice vote. And they say if once you get in that room, that is all human characteristics that takes over. There's people trying to convince you to go left or right to this campaign or that campaign, and that is really hard hard to put into an Excel sheet to figure out what's going to happen after that. They do say, though, that their message is that they're most confident on. In April, Mr. Biden got into the race saying this is all about electability, saying this is about who can beat President Trump, and they are really encouraged that now in the past couple of weeks they've seen other candidates, their biggest rivals here in the state, say that now it is all about beating Trump. You see in the ads here in Iowa that a lot of the candidates are saying now they can beat Trump, and that kind of mimics what Joe Biden's been saying since last April.
And Bo, has that been his final message really then to voters there in Iowa?
Yes, and there's an edge that they say, the campaign says that they have in Iowa over some other campaigns here, and that is their surrogates program. He has totally just a team of high-named, household name surrogates here, including Secretary of State John Kerry, the Vilsacks, and both Iowa congressional congresswomen here, and they have been bringing that message to a lot of rural areas too. So as we start seeing returns come in from a lot of these big cities, just wait. We're going to also get the rural areas soon, and they think that's where the strong part's going to be.
Bo Erickson out in Des Moines, thank you so much. Speaking of those rural voters, so much of Iowa is actually filled with farmland, and about half of those are owned by women. It's difficult times for many of America's farmers. Janet Shamlian has a package where she speaks to those female farmers about their struggles and their hopes.
I'm going to go in and vote for Tom Steyer.
Elizabeth Warren. I'm pretty much undecided.
Amy Klobuchar.
These four women all have a passion for politics.
I think all of them can beat Donald Trump.
Ellen Walsh Roseman is a mother of two who thinks Elizabeth Warren can revitalize farm country.
I want to make sure that people my age and peers are coming back, and they have a reason to come back to rural America.
Chris Henning has only decided she's not supporting Joe Biden or Bernie Sanders.
My issues are their age, their health, and their stamina.
They're too old.
They're older than me, and I think I'm too old to run for office.
If it saves some money.
Like many of her rural neighbors, health care is an issue for Billy Wilson.
In small towns, most people don't have anybody that pays their insurance. Even the small businesses don't provide insurance.
Exactly.
So everybody is in the same boat.
He's a young ram.
Lavon Griffune is concerned about the economy.
In 2012, we had soybeans that were $15, and now they're at $8. That's half.
Caring for land and livestock requires lots of help. They say hiring immigrants is a critical issue for them.
They work at the dairies, they do the roofing, they do a lot of the jobs.
They're not stealing our jobs.
No, they're not stealing their jobs.
Janet Shamlian, CBS News, Ankeny, Iowa.
Thank you, Janet. There's so much history that went into the formation of this political system and to the creation of the Iowa caucuses with their current importance. Actually, after the Democratic nominating process of 1968, the party decided they wanted to give voters more of a hand in selecting who got ultimately the nomination. And so the political unit associate producer Sarah Ewald-Weiss actually takes us back on a look at how all of this started.
In Iowa tonight, the American people began voicing their opinions about Campaign 76.
Iowa has been first for nearly 50 years, but it was the 1976 caucuses where the rest of the country started paying attention.
Well, I feel very pleased and proud of the showing we had in Iowa. I thought we'd come in first or second. I was hoping to come in first, but to come in 2-1 ahead of the next candidate was a very gratifying thing.
That year, a little-known governor from Georgia won the most support of any candidate.
I'm Jimmy Carter. Good to see you again.
He would go on to become the 39th president of the United States.
I, Jimmy Carter, do solemnly swear.
Since 1972, all but 3 of the Democratic presidential nominees have come out on top in Iowa. Only Bill Clinton didn't place in the top 3.
This front section here will be Harkin supporters. Do we have Clinton supporters here?
That was back in 1992. That year, Iowa Senator Tom Harkin won his home state.
Now let's go out and win the big one.
Clinton came in 4th, but he made up for it soon after with a second-place finish in New Hampshire.
New Hampshire tonight has made Bill Clinton the comeback kid.
Since then, every Democratic presidential nominee has come out on top in Iowa.
Thank you
for the biggest victory in the history of the contested caucuses here in Iowa.
4 years later, Massachusetts Senator John Kerry managed to pull off a victory after trailing in the polls.
CBS News estimates John Kerry has won the Iowa Democratic caucuses, followed by John Edwards in second place. Dean and Gephardt followed in order.
You know, we worked hard. It was a great team effort. It was, and Iowans. My tribute is to Iowans, not us.
But it was Howard Dean's caucus night speech that went down as one for the ages.
We're going to California and Texas and New York, and we're going to South Dakota and Oregon and Washington and Michigan, and then we're going to Washington, D.C. to take back the White House. Ah!
Dean placed third, and his campaign never fully recovered.
This is our first caucus. We're going to campaign here hard. We want to win in Iowa.
That was then Senator Barack Obama before his win against John Edwards and Hillary Clinton.
Together, ordinary people can do extraordinary things.
The 2008 Iowa caucuses still hold the record for voter turnout. More than 230,000 people showed up to caucus.
The younger person not ready being out of the D.C. crowd, maybe that would help him to make some good decisions.
Change has come to America.
Obama's message of hope and change would help propel him all the way from Iowa to the White House.
Anybody caucusing for Hillary? Yes. Awesome.
Hillary Clinton was back in 2016 to celebrate a first-place finish, but barely.
I stand here tonight breathing a big sigh of relief. Thank you, Iowa.
Senator Sanders, are you conceding the race in Iowa?
Last that I saw is we were 4 delegates down.
Clinton won Iowa by less than 1%, signaling a long primary season ahead. Iowa holding its contest first has stirred some controversy this year. That's because the state is 90% white. Some have argued it doesn't reflect the diversity of the country or the Democratic Party. At the same time, while Iowa does boost momentum for whoever comes out on top, it is not always a strong indicator of who would end up going to the White House. Since 1972, only 3 candidates have gone from Iowa to the White House. They were Jimmy Carter, Barack Obama, and George W. Bush.
Thank you. That 1972 number, of course, important because Iowa has been the first state in the nation to hold that all-important caucus since 1972. You can see that there's a lot of people working on the latest poll results. You're watching CBSN. I'm Lana Zach. We're going to take a quick break. Be right back.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
Let's talk about the latest developments. There's so many levels to this. We have a CBS News exclusive.
Fires in California. What happens next and how does it all play out?
We are on a mission with NASA.
I understand you have some breaking news. It's not over yet, is the bottom line.
This is a massive operation.
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
You can see the desperation in the journey simply by looking at the trail that's left behind.
So she says she's 17. She looks kind of like she's 12.
Said to me, you know, if you tried to do this in New York City, take a picture of a man, he'd break your camera.
There's something very, very uncomfortable about this.
Today, a white supremacist blends.
This area can be the new Silicon Valley.
There was not a cot in the warehouse, not one cot in the warehouse.
We're so far deep at this point that there's no turning back. This is a long road ahead.
Our nation's capital, decisions are made here that affect all of us. And today, more than ever, people want truth, understanding, and accountability. So join us every evening as we bring you CBS News original reporting from around the world, while keeping our eye on what's going on right here in Washington.
The CBS Evening News with Norah O'Donnell, now from Washington, D.C. Understanding the world begins with the right questions.
Do you trust Kim Jong-un?
Doesn't the blame reside with Jewel? Is it now our top terrorist threat?
With the right people.
So you have forgiven?
I have now.
Right here.
Check this out.
More news.
I'm Tony DeCoppel with CBS News.
More original reporting.
It puts everything in perspective.
We are on a mission with NASA.
Every morning on CBS This Morning.
We're going to begin with breaking news.
Wow. That's not normal.
The biggest names in politics.
Whoa, that's news. Are we at a tipping point?
Face the questions you want answered.
Margo, that's a great question.
Good question. Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan.
Welcome back to our special coverage here on Red and Blue of the Iowa caucuses. Caitlin Huey-Burns is at a caucus site in Des Moines. Caitlin, what is going on? Where are you, first of all? I'm looking for the purple jacket. I'm so glad that you wore that lovely lavender jacket tonight, but I know you're there somewhere. Tell us what you're seeing and hearing.
Well, Elaine, tonight we actually are having a bird's eye view of this caucus location in downtown Des Moines. Thanks to our amazing crew, we have this shot that you're seeing live. Right now, this is the caucus in action. So this group has about 30 minutes to align with a candidate. And if you can see here to about the bottom right of your screen are the Bernie folks, and a little bit over to the left are those caucusing for Pete Buttigieg. You can see Amy Klobuchar over in that corner as well. And if you pan over to the Warren crowd over in that corner, that's where Warren is. And a little bit to her right is the crowd for Andrew Yang. And so there are 1,080 people here at this caucus. So a campaign needs 162 people in their camp to be viable. And just right now, it looks, from this bird's eye view that we have, looks like Bernie Sanders has a really big crowd. Pete Buttigieg has a very sizable crowd, as well as Elizabeth Warren. I'm trying to do a head count of the numbers for Klobuchar and Joe Biden, and Andrew Yang has a little bit of a crowd as well. So this is just the greatest view I think you can get on caucus night, because you can actually see how these groups are forming. And I think we have about 15 or so minutes to go before they call this and determine who's viable or not. And when we were speaking earlier, we talked to a couple who had just moved here from California and were caucusing for the first time. One was supporting Pete Buttigieg, the other Amy Klobuchar. So I'm keeping an eye out on our friend supporting Amy Klobuchar to see if she's not viable, where he goes. But this is a really great view of the caucus in action. I'll also note that what was really interesting to me was that they got started late here because they had so many registrations, new registrations. Remember, if you want to participate on caucus night, you can register the night of. You can come here, register to vote, and you can participate in the caucus. So there was a substantial line. They closed the doors at 7 and said everybody who was in the building by then, as long as they were registered to vote, could caucus. So that's why you have such a big group here. We're also hearing from the Polk County Democratic chair. This caucus location is in Polk County, the biggest county in the state, saying that they had run out of registration forms and had printed thousands of them. So if that gives you at least an early indication of the kind of crowd size we're getting in downtown Des Moines, that's it right there. So we'll throw it back to you, and we'll come back with updates as soon as we get some more information here.
All right, Caitlin Huey-Burns in Des Moines, Iowa, with a bird's eye view, really a great perch to watch what is happening at that particular precinct. Thank you so much, Caitlin. We'll check back with you throughout the night. Let's bring back in our panel, Linda Tran, Leslie Sanchez, and Antoine Seawright. So we're seeing it in action there, Antoine. Pretty interesting. At the same time, we had been focusing on turnout, and now I want to dive a little bit more into these entrance polls, because I'm just getting some more numbers here. Our entrance polls showing that this was 35% of caucus goers first time. Of those first time caucus goers, I want to make sure I say this correctly, you had 20, there are the numbers. Of those first-time caucus goers, you had 29% expressing their preference for Sanders, 22% expressing preference for Buttigieg, 15% for Warren, 9% Biden. What do you make of those numbers, Antoine?
Political upload
of energy, energy that come from likely younger voters, but also disruption voters, people who may not cuddle and play footsie with the political process as some of us, but they're frustrated and they feel like they have been on the menu and not at the table. And Bernie Sanders, to this point, speaks to their values and speaks to what's important to them. The Biden campaign, based on how I saw it laid out, had a real focus on turning out more seasoned and rural voters. That's Biden's strength. That's always been his strength. The middle class messenger in chief, people who he's Mr. Relatable, Scrappy Joe from Scranton. Versus some of the other campaigns, the Sanders campaign, the Mayor Pete's campaign, and even the Warren campaign, they had a hyper focus on the more urban, suburban voters. I think we're starting to see that play out in the turnout at some of the caucus sites. And to Linda's point, as we were talking offline, you saw a displacement of surrogates. I think that spoke to some of the strategy from the campaigns from a geographical standpoint.
Yeah, so Linda, I want to talk about that, right? Because Senator Sanders is one of those people who had to go to Washington for the impeachment trial, so he could not be here on the ground campaigning, but instead deployed surrogates, some of whom, I understand from some of our campaign reporters, seem to really connect, in particular Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, the congresswoman from
Exactly.
New York.
I mean, if you're going to be stuck in the Senate and you want to deploy somebody who's going to be fiery and turn people out, I mean, look no further than AOC, especially for the folks that are the core of the Bernie Sanders movement. These are far to the left people. They want systematic change. They want a revolution. And who else has been preaching revolution but Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez? This also, of course, really underlines his campaign's strategy to focus on Latino voters. I mean, we heard anecdotally people were talking about how they relate to her specifically as somebody who was a bartender who, stepped into the public arena and really is now a champion for the plight of working people, many of whom around Iowa really relate to whether they are from the Latino community or not.
Have we seen other effective uses of surrogates from some of the other candidates? And if so,
Elizabeth Warren's golden retriever was quite a hit.
I remember that. I remember.
No, really.
Right, Bailey, right? Bailey, the dog. But I mean, Antoine, what do you think? And you look at the landscape here. Who's been able to actually make the most effective use of these surrogates?
We saw spouses and family members play a tremendous role from a surrogate use standpoint. We saw members of Congress. I think for the more centrist type candidates, you saw more trusted voices, more relatable voices that people know in the political world. But to Linda's point, and even to Leslie's point, from the outsider type crew, you saw unusual voices, voices that you would not find on a normal political chart, including the dogs.
Right, canine
but I
voices.
think that's a true measurement of where we at as a party and how things are starting to shape up. I think it's so important to have validators in the right places who are the right people for you when you cannot be there.
For people who are wondering, by the way, what we're talking about, so Elizabeth Warren, who's known for taking selfies, right, was not able to do that to the extent that she had wanted to, and so instead deployed her dog Bailey, as we know from our CBS News reporters, that actually was a very effective surrogate for her. A lot of people were very happy to meet Bailey.
It's not somebody who has high negatives. These are things you think about with surrogates. They have to be able to draw a crowd. I mean, this is legitimate.
How could a dog have high negatives? Come on now, Leslie.
And a golden.
And a golden.
Come on.
Right, that's America's dog. So, it's interesting, though, because when you look at these numbers, though, of who is leading with respect to people who've attended a caucus before, Antoine, let's put that graphic back up again. There you see Joe Biden. So, to your point about those more seasoned, right, as you like to call it.
We do not say old.
Okay. I'm learning. All right, here we go. Seasoned. I like that. There seems to be that connection that remains solid that you talked about throughout the campaign.
Yeah, I think that's trust. I think that's a relatability. I think that's dependability. And so you get this argument of electability when you hear the name Joe Biden. But I think tonight you're going to see disruption play out if we keep on pace as we are, because these voters are saying out with to hell with the old, we need to do something new. At least the caucus goers in Iowa. Now, will that be the narrative going forward? We don't know, but we're seeing that with younger voters. And that's a good thing for the Democratic Party, because there's no way mathematically possible we can win the next election without infusion of younger millennial voters coming out to vote for the Democratic candidate.
So let's take a look at this number that they're putting up on the board, because this is that quote-unquote electability. What does that look like? What does that mean? Is it about what I think is electable? Is it about what I think my neighbor might think is electable, right? So here, perhaps not surprisingly, to go along to Antoine's point, right? People know Joe Biden, as we see here at 26%. Then Buttigieg, Pete Buttigieg.
Yeah, that's the shocker.
What do you, Linda, think when you see that right now? That it's not necessarily Senator Sanders, who we had seen neck and neck overall going into this evening in the CBS News Battleground Tracker poll. Senator Sanders and Joe Biden were both at 25%. But on that electability question, it's not Senator Sanders, it's Pete Buttigieg who looks like he's the one second place behind Joe Biden on that.
Yeah, well, first, I think two things. One, electability is often a euphemism for likability. And if I'm looking at this spread of candidates, Uncle Joe is a likable guy. And I think people in Iowa who, we spoke earlier about building organization over the span of years. People know Joe Biden. They have seen him here. They know what he's about. They like him. And so I think some of electability there is about that. The second piece, though, when you start to look at Pete Buttigieg, who also is coming across as quite likable, when you see him on the stump, as we saw a couple of weeks ago in Ames, he's just, the crowd is excited about him. But with Pete Buttigieg, also, I think it's just that people see him as practical. And electability is both likability, and it's also what do we think other people will think about him in the general election. And Pete Buttigieg occupying that moderate lane, but with a lot of substance.
All right, we are approaching the 8 o'clock hour here in Iowa. I have to do the math because I'm used to Eastern. But the caucuses have been underway for about an hour, and we are going to take a quick break, but we'll have much more of our continuing coverage on our special edition of Red and Blue live from the 2020 Iowa caucuses in just a moment. Stay with us.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
Let's talk about the latest developments. There's so many levels to this.
We have a CBS News exclusive.
Fires in California. What happens next, and how does it all play out?
We are on a mission with NASA.
I understand you have some breaking news. It's not over yet, is the bottom line.
This is a massive operation.
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
You can see the desperation in the journey simply by looking at the trail that's left behind.
So she says she's 17. She looks kind of like she's 12.
Said to me, if you tried to do this in New York City, take a picture of a man, he'd break your camera.
There's something very, very uncomfortable about this.
Today, white supremacist blends.
This area can be the new Silicon Valley.
There was not a cot in the warehouse, not one cot in the warehouse.
We're so far deep at this point that there's no turning back. This is a long road ahead.
Our nation's capital, decisions are made here that affect all of us. And today, more than ever, people want truth, understanding, and accountability. So join us every evening as we bring you CBS News original reporting from around the world, while keeping our eye on what's going on right here in Washington.
The CBS Evening News with Norah O'Donnell, now from Washington, D.C. Understanding the world begins with the right questions.
Do you trust Kim Jong-un?
Doesn't the blame reside with Jewel? Is it now our top terrorist threat?
With the right people.
So you have forgiven. I have now.
Right here.
Check this out.
More news.
I'm Tony DeCoppel with CBS News.
More original reporting.
It puts everything in perspective.
We are on a mission with NASA.
Every morning on CBS This Morning.
We're going to begin with breaking news.
Wow. That's not normal.
The biggest names in politics.
Whoa, that's news. Are we at a tipping point?
Face the questions you want answered.
Margo, that's a great question.
Good question.
Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan.
Welcome back to our special edition of Red and Blue. You just missed Antoine Seawright singing off camera, but let's go ahead and bring back in our panel, Linda Tran, Leslie Sanchez, and Antoine Seawright. I swear you are trying to do that on purpose, Antoine.
It's just habit.
I know it is.
And he's singing Adele, which is really the part that...
Yeah.
Hello?
All right. So I know, let's talk about healthcare, because I know that is something, Antoine, that you have really wanted to focus on, because this has been the question, right, since the 2018 midterms, where Democrats saw that be such a successful winning issue for them. Was that going to have that same sort of staying power where Democrats are going to be able to kind of keep that at the forefront despite impeachment, despite everything else that has been going on? Was that going to remain something that Democrats would be able to keep the focus on and hopefully, from their perspective, from your perspective, benefit from politically?
Well, I think it's the political concrete that this party will stand on going into this oh-so-consequential election. Perhaps it is the second most consequential issue of the 2020 race. And I think Democrats are trusted by the American people to deliver on health care, and you cannot ignore and you cannot dismiss what Republicans have tried to do from the day the Affordable Care Act passed. Undo it, throw it away, and they've been very structured and strategic about trying to undo everything Barack Obama did and Democrats did as relates to the Affordable Care Act. So they want to take away your care, and the American people saying, no way, Jose, we want to keep our care. And that's the argument Democrats have to make. We have to frame all of these issues, health care, housing, infrastructure. We have to frame them in the argument of making them accessible and affordable. If we successfully do that, I think we speak to the heart and minds of people who we lost in 2016, but once found themselves under the Democratic tent.
From your perspective, though, Leslie, as a Republican strategist, you know, especially as someone who has sat with us on those debate nights, listening, right, to those Democrats on the debate stage talk about this issue, how do you see this debate over health care shaping up?
Well, it's not so much how I see it, it's how voters see it, right? So if you're looking at independent voters, maybe even women suburban voters, they were saying things like, wait a minute, when you were talking about passing health care, I was going to be able to keep my good doctor. The premiums you said that employer-based health care was going to be okay. Now you guys are talking about eliminating that completely. We said premiums were not going to go up. They did. We said we were going to get all these benefits, longer-term care. We didn't. And so they don't feel that the government offered exactly what they said they were going to do. Republicans said we're going to repeal and replace it with a better functioning system that's more cost-effective, has more coverage, but we can all agree, pre-existing conditions. We can agree on some of these elements. And it became this rallying cry in the midterms, which were that referendum on Trump. Completely agree. Democrats ran centrist candidates, good campaigns, on an issue that people feel the rub by the federal government for failing them for the reasons I'm talking about. It's a really strong and important area. I don't hear Trump talk about it a lot, but he should be talking about it more. But the Democrats who are, with the exception of like Medicaid for All, which is too expensive, the centrists, the Pete Buttigieg's, the Amy Klobuchar's, and to some extent Biden, that's really going to resonate as we get past these first initial states. I think that's where the rubber hits the road in terms of policies that make sense to them, that they feel they can actually benefit from.
Well, we know here in Iowa from our entrance poll that really was top of mind, healthcare, Linda. And I wonder, how do you see this playing out? Because, you know, as Leslie points out, someone might have the sense that perhaps this is the advantage, right, that the president hasn't really talked about it as much, but for Democrats, really, they're sensing this is their opportunity.
Well, I think it's a really tall order, to be perfectly honest. In 2018, part of what my team had going for us is that everybody was focused on healthcare. There were all these reports coming out, and also you had a very clear boogeyman, right? The Republicans were easily cast as trying to take healthcare away from 24 million Americans. And so Nancy Pelosi and team really, hammered home and were very consistent on that message throughout 2018. Lo and behold, 2020, there is so much going on every day. There's something else popping up. And it's actually impossible for Democrats to be 100% laser focused on healthcare because we're talking about impeachment. We're talking about climate change. We're talking about economic opportunity for people on a much broader level, because that's also part and parcel of a presidential campaign, that this is the expectation that you are going to talk expansively about all the things that you would bring to bear if you were commander in chief. So I do think the landscape is different in 2020 than in 2018. fine. However, if Democrats, and in particular the eventual nominee, can bring this back to healthcare, can bring this back to the kitchen table issues that we know will drive people's decision in the end, then we're talking about a much stronger position for the Democrats.
But Linda, let me frame it to you a different way. Donald Trump made immigration the signature issue for his campaign. He made it the red meat issue that really turned out and galvanized supporters for the Republican Party. I think we can transfer the energy about healthcare and the need to save the system and do not let the Republicans throw it away. We can use that as a rallying cry, but also be able to pivot to climate change, economics, the economy, and all the other things that seem to be very important issues, but not as important healthcare. I don't care what it is. You can frame it all the way back to healthcare and use that as a North Star to be a guide. Because if we do not have a North Star issue, we're going to be all over the map, and voters will never hear what we're for. We'll just end up talking about all the things we're against.
I disagree with that. Yeah. Sorry, Leslie.
No, go ahead.
What I'm saying is that while we should do that, I think it's very difficult in this environment. And also, Donald Trump can make immigration a signature issue because he's the man creating all the chaos.
Sure.
So if that's the one thing he wants to focus on, great. But when you got a president who will tweet 147 times in a day, and every time he does so, that's another headline, it just becomes a much more difficult environment, even for the top strategists to be able to focus on
the
healthcare.
landscape is much different. All right, we're going to continue that conversation in a moment, but we were talking about surrogates a moment ago. Former Florida Senator Bill Nelson is a surrogate for former Vice President Joe Biden. I spoke with him here in Iowa earlier today ahead of the caucuses, and I started by asking him why he thinks Joe Biden is the best candidate to beat President Trump.
Because he can beat Donald Trump. He can beat Trump in a swing state like Florida. If Joe wins Florida in November, that's it, because of the Electoral College and the number of electors coming out of Florida. But he can also take Pennsylvania and Michigan and Wisconsin, all of those swingiest of swing states. And that's what I think is on the minds of the voters through these primaries and caucuses.
Republicans did well in Florida in 2018 and 2016. I mean, you think that Joe Biden or any other candidate, Democratic candidate, will do well there this year?
I think so, because other than if you're a politico involved in this milieu, you are concerned as a citizen that the country's going in the wrong direction. They don't like this hyper-partisanship. They don't like this excessive ideological rigidity. They want people like normal human beings to come together and to build consensus in order to govern this country. And the one that's uniquely capable of doing that is Joe Biden.
How do you do that against a backdrop where you've had the House impeach a president and the Senate, led by Republicans, looking like it's on track to acquit the president?
Well, I think it's just that. What has been brought out in all of this procedure provided by the Constitution, that we see all of the mistakes and the transgressions of the incumbent president. And I think that's why you're seeing that you ask the question, is the country on the right track or wrong track? And a significant majority say it's on the wrong track, and they want America to get back on the right track.
Let me ask you about your own perspective as you look now to your former colleagues in the Senate. What is your sense of how this impeachment trial has played out?
I have agonized for some. Susan Collins is a good friend. Mm-hmm. I bet you Susan was wishing 2 years ago she was deciding if she was going to run for governor. I bet she wishes that she had done that instead of the predicament that she finds herself. But then others that have twisted themselves into pretzels when they don't believe in what the president has done and what are the values that he represents. And I think they're tormented. These are Republican senators that are tormented, and yet they know the threats in the Republican Party if they dare to transgress on anything against what Trump wants.
Do you think that this has hurt, though, impeachment trial, and specifically Republicans bringing up Joe Biden and his family. Do you think that's something that has hurt the former vice president?
I think it's only begun, but I think in a way what's happened thus far is it's actually helped Joe.
How so?
Because it has unified Democrats to see that Trump is attacking Joe because he doesn't want to run against Joe. And I think Democrats deep down know that, and I think that's going to inure to Joe's benefit in the course of the primaries. But it's not going to stop there. If Joe is the nominee, I can tell you it's going to get more and more vicious, but he's prepared for it. I talked to him about this last night.
And what did he say?
Oh, yeah, he's getting prepared. He knows it's coming.
So earlier you talked about Senator Marco Rubio. Well, Senator Rubio said that he would not vote to remove President Trump, even though the president's action did, quote, meet a standard of impeachment. He said he would not vote to remove him because, quote, doing so would inflict extraordinary and potentially irreparable damage to our already divided nation. What kind of precedent does that set for the Senate?
Well, it's not the decision that I would make. However, let me say that I have a soft spot in my heart for my former colleague, Marco Rubio. We demonstrated how a Democratic senator and a Republican senator could get along for all of those years. When it came to Florida, we worked together. And in the course, he has become a personal friend. And I think he's conflicted, just like I was telling you about Susan Collins.
Mm-hmm. How do Democrats and Republicans work together after impeachment?
Well, I think you've got to elect a new president, and you probably have to put in a new majority in the Senate in order to get us back on the new track of where the American people want us to go.
Turning back to Iowa, tell us about your role tonight. You're going to be trying to change some minds, I understand?
Well, I've been out making calls, knocking on doors, giving attaboys to the people that have been out there on the hustings. Tonight, I'll be in a caucus, and once they go through the 15% threshold, if a candidate doesn't get that, those delegates then become uncommitted. And so they need to go to somebody who's gotten over 15%. Well, that's when I'm going to step in and see if I can talk about my friend Joe and what he would do for this country and see if he could get their vote in this caucus.
Former Florida Senator Bill Nelson. Senator, thanks so much for your time.
Thank you.
And our Caitlin Huey-Burns is at a caucus site in Des Moines. Let's check in with her. Caitlin, what's going on there?
Hey, Elaine. Well, we're here in our little nesting perch up here. We have a bird's eye view of this caucus, as you've seen from earlier in the night. I'm now up here. Now, we just went through the first alignment, and we're now in the middle of the second alignment. So the most viable candidates here were Bernie Sanders, Elizabeth Warren, and Pete Buttigieg. And so now behind me, or beneath me, I should say, the jockeying is going on right now. So we actually have been watching this migration, I guess you could call it. We saw a lot of Amy Klobuchar supporters go over to Pete Buttigieg's campaign. We're seeing the Yang team kind of stay together, hoping to convince people to come over to their side. So we're keeping an eye on that. I've also been keeping an eye on the uncommitted, and there are only about two people there. Because remember, if you don't commit to a preference, you can go to uncommitted. So we are keeping an eye out here. I can say from a bird's eye view here, it looks like Bernie Sanders and Pete Buttigieg have the largest crowds. The Warren crowd seems to be growing. That's over there. So we're keeping an eye out. I'm also keeping an eye on our friends from earlier in the night who told us that one was caucusing for Pete Buttigieg, the other for Amy Klobuchar. So I'm trying to find the Amy Klobuchar supporter to see where he ends up tonight. But the consolidation is going on right now. I think we have about 6 or 7 minutes left before they call that final preference, and we'll get the numbers and get back to you with those.
All right. right. Interesting stuff happening there. Caitlin Huey-Burns at a caucus site in Des Moines. Caitlin, thank you. Let's bring back in our panel, Linda Tran, Leslie Sanchez, and Antoine Seawright. So as Caitlin was speaking, we were getting a little bit more in the way of this entrance polling information. We're learning about the type of people who turned out for the caucuses from our entrance polling. When it comes to age, 21% are between 17 and 29, while 30% are over 65. In terms of education, it's pretty split. 51% are college graduates, and 49% have no college degree. What, Antoine, your initial impressions on those numbers, especially when you look at the age, because that's something we've been talking about, Senator Sanders and his efforts to really try and target those younger voters?
Well, you throw out conventional wisdom, because if the pathway continues as is, my thought process was seasoned voters would show up for Vice President Joe Biden. That's thrown out the window when you see the surge in turnout overall, and you see that not as many younger voters are showing up at the rate as more seasoned voters. So that says a lot of things about the mood and the temperature of caucus goers in Iowa. So you can throw conventional wisdom not only out of the window, you can bury it very, very deep for tonight's sake, because it's not lining up the way it's supposed to. I'll be very curious to see how the rural-urban divide shapes up in this race, because if rural voters caucus more towards the more progressive candidates in the race, then this could be an interesting process going forward.
What are your thoughts, Linda?
Well, I mean, still, the majority of these state delegate equivalents are going to be in the urban areas. In particular, 1/5 of them are right here in Des Moines and around Des Moines. And so if it depends on where these caucus goers are concentrated. If the younger voters are here, that's probably a good sign for Bernie Sanders, probably a good sign for Mayor Pete. It sounds like that's just some anecdotally what Caitlin is starting to see right now. And in the rural areas, if it turns out that they're the older voters and that's where they're concentrated, again, the numbers and the fractions that are allocated to the different candidates are going to be disproportionately towards Sanders and Buttigieg.
What about, we saw they put it on the screen a moment ago, gender. So you had 42% of caucus goers are men, while 58% are women. So, Linda, how does that stack up with expectations here going into the night?
Well, I think it's really interesting to see so many women turn out. Now, it's not a given that if you're a woman that you're throwing your support behind a woman. And in fact, we've talked a lot about how even people who believe that they like one of the women candidates the most, they worry that other people will not agree with them. And so then we're back to this whole, chicken and egg electability argument. But it is interesting. There is something that is driving women to caucus tonight.
Well, that was true during the midterms for Democrats. We saw an uptick in women coming out to participate in the election process, and I think that's being transferred, particularly urban and suburban women. That's how we were able to win places we lost in 2016. So I think that's true. And Leslie and I have talked about this before. We didn't agree, but we talked about it. The fact of the matter is the GOP is starting to bleed when it comes to women, because you all have not landed on the side of being pro-women according to how the elections are starting to play out.
As a Republican woman, I think we're very pro-women.
God bless you.
Thank you on that. So let's see. Republicans are very strong with white women. Republicans are very strong, meaning Trump, particularly at the top of the ticket, with married white women. When you get to communities of color, when you get to Latinas, particularly, or African-American women, then you see a lot more push. Latinos are kind of, they still tend to be more democratic, obviously, but there's more of a jump ball in there. What's interesting on the women tend to outvote men anyway. We don't talk about that enough. By this much, I don't know if this would be statistically accurate. You have a 16-point gender gap. That would be a quite dramatic thing, but they're the driving force in really getting to these issues and looking. In most cases, women are the ones that are the consensus builders, right? Depending where these women are coming from, they're going to be the ones looking for a candidate who can bring the two sides together. They won't be so extreme like strong progressive women. I would think they would be more centrist just by turnout like that. It's just a question: do they go to a Buttigieg? Are they Biden supporters? Like, where do they fall?
All right, stand by, panel. I want to bring in CBS News 2020 campaign reporter Zach Hudak. He is at Senator Elizabeth Warren's campaign, their headquarters in Des Moines. Zach, so Senator Warren recently dropped into that precinct where you are. What did she tell her supporters?
She made, Elaine, a last-minute push for unity. She's been talking about this over the last couple of weeks, but she's also pushed out a few new messages in general the last couple of weeks. We saw when she showed up at that Des Moines caucus that she is going full in on unity, and that's very much a contrast, I would say, with her progressive rival, Bernie Sanders, who has recently had...
I think it might be your knocks against it.
At one point, Senator Warren was leading in Iowa, but then lost some steam over the last few months. So how does she plan to come back?
She's been out here pushing these new messages of unity and of a female being perhaps the best chance of taking on Donald Trump. But she's had hurdles over the last couple of weeks. She's been stuck in D.C. for most of the last 2 weeks, and she's been forced to have her surrogates out. She has high-powered surrogates. She has Ayanna Pressley. She has Julian Castro. I think they've brought in a lot of supporters, but nonetheless, these caucus goers expect to be hearing directly from the candidates in the weeks leading up.
So, like Senator Sanders, Warren has spent her recent time on Capitol Hill with President Trump's impeachment trial. So what has her final message been in recent weeks?
Her final message has been, since the beginning, she's argued corruption is at the heart of our problems in government. Money has too much influence, and we need to divide sort of the powerful corporations, the rich and powerful people from government. But over the last couple of weeks, we've seen her talk more about how a woman can win and how we need someone who will not only unite the Democratic Party, but unite the country. She talks about her brothers, her Republicans, and says they get just as fired up as she does when they hear that Amazon pays no taxes. And that's sort of how she gets through with saying, I have a message that while it's really progressive, I can unite this country.
And Zach, we can kind of hear the buzz around you. If you can, just describe the atmosphere there. What is it that officials there are saying about how they're feeling tonight?
Over the last couple of weeks, I think pretty much every campaign has tempered expectations here. It's so unclear who's going to win that I think no one wants to be predicting that they're going to completely defeat everyone. They obviously don't speak on the record about what they're expecting, but when we've seen the campaign talk about it, the campaign manager sent an email out to supporters recently warning against breathless media narratives that could arise after the Iowa caucus. The bottom line, Elaine, is if she doesn't do well here, she had better do well in New Hampshire, and it's going to be hard to do that because if she gets to South Carolina and Nevada, Joe Biden just has completely disproportionate support to everyone else.
All right. Zach Hudak for us. Zach, thank you so much. Let's go back to the CBS Broadcast Center and check in with Lana Zak and CBS News Elections and Surveys Director Anthony Salvanto.
I have managed to rip Anthony away from his desk, Elaine, because he's so deep into all of these numbers. But I know that all of us are curious, too, to find out who's actually been showing up at these caucuses and what are we learning?
Well, I wish there were more numbers to go deep into because this is a very blank board. And what it means is that we're still waiting for the party to start putting out all those caucus results. That could mean that a lot of these caucuses are taking a while and people are going back and forth, or it could mean that they're just processing the data. We don't know yet. That's why this is blank. So it might be a long night. But we do have our entrance polls to show you, Lana, and let me show you a couple of things that were really interesting to me. One is, just like the pre-election polling said, Democrats went in looking for somebody they thought could beat Donald Trump at 62%, even more so than somebody who happened to agree with them on the issues. People are playing political consultant in these Iowa caucuses.
And what are we learning in terms of who's actually showing up at the Iowa caucuses?
Well, a couple of things. One is, let me show you, and I mentioned that people had health care on their minds. I mentioned that earlier. That's still the case. These are updated entrance poll numbers.
And these are changing in real time.
They are changing
as
in
we're
real
learning
time.
this stuff.
What happens, technically, right, is we've got entrance poll reporters out there, and then they're calling in the results to us. And so as we get updates, we will update these. So this is what we've got right now at 21% on climate change. But a couple of other things. Let me scroll through here and find the one I wanted to show you about. First of all, first-time caucus goers, a third. That's important because that means a new electorate. That means people who haven't done this before, and that could help Pete Buttigieg. It could help Bernie Sanders if those pre-election polls are right.
Put this number into context for us, though. 35% of the people showing up now, first-time caucus goers. That says to me that there's a lot of enthusiasm, probably especially among young people, new voters potentially, voters who are not dyed-in-the-wool Democrats. How does this compare to caucuses past?
Well, in 2008, it was half, so that might not hit that number. However, I think in a race this tight, the context is going to be those folks can tip a race.
Do you remember what it was last go around, 4 years ago?
44%.
44% were
first-time caucus goers.
First-time caucus
in
goers.
2016.
Okay.
So but see, the difference is with the two-candidate race last time, those may or may not make a difference. But with a race this tight, now you've got a third of people that can swing things. And the other thing I want to show you is this late deciders. One of the reasons that maybe people are going back and forth in these caucuses is that people came in having just made up their minds in the last few days, and that's a third. So I think that's important maybe to setting some of this context.
Any gender dynamics? I know particularly in the last couple of weeks, that was a big part of the discussion at least.
Yeah, let me scroll to this one since you asked, okay? 58% women in this caucus. Now, the Democratic electorate is majority female. And so that's somewhat in order with what we had expected. However, what does that mean? What does it mean for candidates like Elizabeth Warren and Amy Klobuchar? We'll find out.
I thought I saw a glimpse of something. Can I jump into your board?
Go ahead.
All right.
Slide the screen. Go for it.
All right.
There we
so
go.
this is what I started to see you pointing at.
Yeah.
Political philosophy, very liberal, somewhat liberal. Talk to us about what this means and what this could mean for who the Democratic nominee might sometime be.
So the thing to watch here is the very liberal, these folks who in the pre-election polling anyway, were more in support of Bernie Sanders, more in support of Elizabeth Warren, okay? It's the somewhat liberal and the moderates, those are the folks that Joe Biden is counting on. Those are the folks that Pete Buttigieg has been appealing to. So the question I think is, who's going to get the lion's share of that very liberal because the somewhat liberal is outnumbering them?
Right, so this is potentially being split, right, between Senator Bernie Sanders and Senator Elizabeth Warren. And then all these other voters are making up the vast majority of people that are caucusing tonight.
The thing to watch tonight is if Sanders or Warren can get the majority of that, that's the only way they're going to offset this somewhat liberal number who might be more for Biden or Buttigieg.
Anthony Salvano, thank you for indulging me with all of my election curiosity. Elaine, I'm going to send it back over to you in Iowa.
Great questions, Lana. Thank you so much. You heard Anthony Salvanto say it. It could be a long night. We'll be here for a lot of it. We're going to take a quick break, though, right now. We'll be back with more coverage of the 2020 Iowa caucuses right after this. You're streaming Red and Blue.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
Let's talk about the latest developments. There's so many levels to this.
We have a CBS News exclusive.
Fires in California. What happens next and how does it all play out?
We are on a mission with NASA.
I understand you have some breaking news. It's not over yet, is the bottom line.
This is a massive operation.
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
You can see the desperation in the journey simply by looking at the trail that's left behind.
So she says she's 17. She looks kind of like she's 12.
Said to me, you know, if you tried to do this in New York City, take a picture of a man, he'd break your camera.
There's something very, very uncomfortable about this. Today, a white supremacist blends.
This area can be the new Silicon Valley.
There was not a cot in the warehouse, not one cot in the warehouse.
We're so far deep at this point that there's no turning back. This is a long road ahead.
Our nation's capital, decisions are made here that affect all of us. And today, more than ever, people want truth, understanding, and accountability. So join us every evening as we bring you CBS News original reporting from around the world, while keeping our eye on what's going on right here in Washington.
The CBS Evening News with Norah O'Donnell, now from Washington, D.C. Understanding the world begins with the right questions.
Do you trust Kim Jong-un?
Doesn't the blame reside with Jewel? Is it now our top terrorist threat?
With the right people.
So you have forgiven?
I have now.
Right here.
Check this out.
More news.
I'm Tony DeCopel with CBS News.
More original reporting.
It puts everything in perspective.
We are on a mission with NASA.
Every morning on CBS This Morning.
We're going to begin with breaking news.
Wow. That's not normal.
The biggest names in politics.
Whoa, that's news. Are we at a tipping point?
Face the questions you want answered.
Margo, that's a great question.
Good question.
Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan.
Welcome back, everyone, to CBSN's coverage of the 2020 Iowa caucuses. It's a big day for Democrats, but the Trump team has also dispatched dozens of surrogates to caucus sites around Iowa today. Earlier, I spoke with Mark Lauder, the Director of Strategic Communications for the president's 2020 campaign, about the team's strategy. Mark, thanks very much for being with us.
Thanks for having me.
So, fair to say that the focus tonight for you is going to be on the Democratic candidates and not those Republicans still running against President Trump. But I wonder which Democratic candidate the Trump campaign looks at as being sort of the most desirable type of opponent.
Well, we really don't differentiate any of the candidates from each other. I mean, they have come out in support of such broad radical policies in terms, and it's turning away many voters. I think it's going to be too far to the left, and so whenever they get someone as a nominee, then we'll be ready to take them on.
So wait, there's no difference between a Joe Biden or a Bernie Sanders for the Trump campaign?
Well, when you look, I mean, all 10 of those candidates raised their hand and said they wanted to give free health care to illegal immigrants. They have all said that taxpayers should be funding abortion. They're all calling for tax increases. So in many cases, they are all endorsing many of the same policies. And so depending on which one we have to run, there will be differences, but we really don't view any of them much different than the others.
I just want to ask you to play pundit for a little bit. What is your sense of who's going to come out for the Democrats here in Iowa?
You know, I've been out here twice now in the last couple of weeks, and I keep hearing different stories from other experts in the field, and really anywhere between those top 4 candidates, many of them are saying it wouldn't surprise to see any one of them win and any one of them come in 4th. And so it looks like Bernie Sanders, according to the public polling, is having a surge. And we'll see if that turns out and translates into caucus delegates and votes tonight.
Would that be ideal for the Trump campaign to face the Senator Sanders in the general?
Well, I think again, you know, he has some very unique policies that are definitely to the radical extreme. But if it's not Bernie, we'll be prepared to run against whoever it is.
What's the overall strategy here? Is it about activating the base? Is it about growing the base? I mean, for instance, what's the case that you're making to those Democrats and some independents, for instance, who decided in 2016 they would support President Trump, but now perhaps are thinking they're leaning away from the president this year?
Well, I think the biggest thing for us is to remind them what the promises that he made and the promises that he's kept. So just the USMCA here recently is going to be so beneficial to Iowa farmers. When you talk about the fact that we're bringing manufacturing back, 15,000 manufacturing jobs have been added in Iowa since the president was elected. Taxes are down. The China trade deal is going to also be very good for manufacturers and the agriculture community here in Iowa. So I think we've got a very strong case to make in terms of that the president has delivered on the promises he made to you, and we've got even more to do.
One of the promises the president has made, as you know, is 3% growth when it comes to the U.S. economy. We know that the Commerce Department says 2019 hit about 2.3% growth. So what's your response to people who look at that and go, that seems to be a troubling sign?
Well, I don't think it's a troubling sign. I think it's a reality in the fact that we had some very difficult negotiations and very difficult trade deals to make. And it does have an impact. But now that those are behind us, at least phase one with China, the USMCA, it is going to unleash us to be able to grow even more. And there will always be external factors on these kinds of things, but people can feel it in their pockets. Their paychecks are getting bigger. Unemployment is at historic lows. Those are the good things. The growth numbers is important, but we've got to make sure that we get the fundamentals right, which is what the president's focused on.
It's important, but you say it's about promises kept. That was a promise that the president wasn't able to keep, 3% growth.
Well, we did touch on it in that first year, and I think we're setting the stage for that future growth by doing these very tough negotiations with our partners in Canada and Mexico, in China, and with many others, that I think the stage is set for that strong growth to come back in a longer period of time, but we had to get through these necessary negotiations first.
So last night, the president's campaign aired 2 commercials during the Super Bowl, and former New York City Mayor Michael Bloomberg also aired a political ad for his campaign. How big of a threat is Michael Bloomberg to the Trump campaign?
We don't really look at him very much right now. I mean, he's not on any of these early state ballots. He's focusing his efforts in other areas.
What do you think about that strategy?
Well, it's not worked out in the past for candidates of both parties who have tried that model.
It's an unconventional path, but you had an unconventional path yourself.
We definitely did, and but we competed in Iowa, we competed in New Hampshire, we competed in those early states in 2016. But what I'll be interesting to see is as the Democratic Party starts to coalesce around candidates coming out of Iowa, coming out of New Hampshire, then all of a sudden you bring Michael Bloomberg in, and if you've got Liz Warren or Bernie Sanders leading the ticket, they're running against billionaires, while you have another billionaire basically trying to buy the nomination with his resources. So it'll be a very interesting clash on their side.
So speaking of clash, there's been some name calling on Twitter, perhaps not surprisingly. The president called Michael Bloomberg, quote, Mini Mike. Bloomberg's team responded by calling the president a, quote, pathological liar. Why is the president going after a candidate who, as you said, is not competing in early states and who, if you look at the polling right now, is not in that very top tier of Democratic candidates?
Well, it's not surprising. The president is a counterpuncher, and Michael Bloomberg has been attacking the president basically as the fundamental foundation of his campaign, and I think the president responded in kind. But this is not really, I mean, this is where it is on Twitter. I think what we're going to see as this campaign moves forward, though, it's going to be about ideas, and it's going to be very difficult for any candidate on the Democrat side to compete with this president with his record of accomplishments, not only on the economy, but on national security. I mean, we saw the poll out, I think it was Gallup from last week, that talked about a host of issues, including race relations. So things are improving so much more under President Trump, and I think the American people are going to vote to keep it going.
I want to turn to the State of the Union. On Tuesday, the president is giving his State of the Union address, and it looks like he is headed for acquittal, as you know, in the Senate impeachment trial. How do you think that's going to affect the president's speech?
I'm not really sure it's going to affect the president's speech whatsoever. I mean, they were expecting that this was going to be wrapped up last week or over the weekend. The president's speech is going to be optimistic. It's going to be talking about America's comeback, which is a really great positive message. It's going to highlight his accomplishments, and I think while impeachment is going on, the outcome is not in doubt. And so I think the president will still continue to give the same speech that he was planning a week ago, 2 weeks ago, regardless of what's going on the other side of the Senate.
Wouldn't he have preferred, though, to be able to say, I've been acquitted?
Well, I mean, he's looking forward to being able to say that. He will say that whether it's on Thursday or whether it would have been last week. The outcome is not in doubt. I'm not sure, how much. I'm not going to get ahead of the president and what he'll say in the speech itself regarding impeachment. But the overall theme is still about what we've already accomplished, America's comeback, and then what can we do, what's next.
How do you see impeachment playing out on the campaign trail from your perspective? Because I know in the past it's been something that you've talked about and others have talked about as being something that's very motivating to the president's base.
It is. And look, I'll be first one to say no one on our campaign staff would have welcomed this. This is not something anyone wished for. But the Democrats who did this, they did it on a one-party basis, and so we're going to respond in kind. And what we have seen is an outpouring of support. Over 600,000 volunteers, first-time donors contacting us and the RNC, the Republican National Committee, since the impeachment inquiry started. Brad Parscale, our campaign manager, said a week or so ago that our donations have been up 20 to 30% off of our already record-breaking pace since impeachment has started. And what I've seen is that, especially when I'm out here in Iowa or other places, people aren't hanging on every single word of it like we do in Washington and what we do in our jobs. They're just living their lives. And when they do pay attention, they don't like what they see and how this has been handled. And I think a lot of people, it's bringing them closer to the president in that he's been treated unfairly by the Democrats.
Mark Lauder, thank you.
Thank you, Elaine.
Let's bring back in our panel, Linda Tran, Leslie Sanchez, and Antoine Seawright. So as we were talking offline, I know you all have been getting various anecdotes, right, from organizers, especially Linda. You were just telling me it's just some interesting anecdotal kind of information coming in. I don't know if you can just share a little bit of that. It, you know, is not anything that gives us hard data and big numbers, but just an indication of the way things are moving, at least in this particular precinct that you're talking about.
Absolutely. Yeah. So I'm not pronouncing it right. Ankeny 3rd District is where I'm getting some intel, and it sounds like some of the folks during realignment went from Steyer and Klobuchar to Elizabeth Warren. A whole lot of reasons why this might be interesting.
People might not have been expecting that.
Yes, that they went from Tom Steyer and Amy Klobuchar to Elizabeth Warren. So that swing from the so-called moderate middle of the road to fall into Elizabeth Warren's camp is fascinating and could be interesting if it plays out in other precincts around the state.
Well, that's what I said when we started this program. There are several things that are important in a caucus: organization, infrastructure, momentum, and energy. It sounds like the second round is a transfer of momentum and energy if we were to do an autopsy on that particular precinct. And that cannot be good if that's a trend that continues, because the one thing we did not hear is neither one of those scenarios included Vice President Joe Biden.
All right, well, I'm going to pause you for just a minute. We're having some audio problems. We're going to try and fix that, take a quick break, come right back, more coverage to come. You're streaming special coverage of the Iowa caucuses on Red and Blue.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
Let's talk about the latest developments. There's so many levels to this.
We have a CBS News exclusive.
Fires in California.
What happens next, and how does it all play out?
We are on a mission with NASA.
I understand you have some breaking news. It's not over yet, is the bottom line.
This is a massive operation.
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
You can see the desperation in the journey simply by looking at the trail that's left behind.
So she says she's 17. She looks kind of like she's 12.
Said to me, you know, if you tried to do this in New York City, take a picture of a man, he'd break your camera.
There's something very, very uncomfortable about this. Today, white supremacist blends.
This area can be the new Silicon Valley.
There was not a cot in the warehouse, not one cot in the warehouse.
We're so far deep at this point that there's no turning back. This is a long road ahead.
Our nation's capital, decisions are made here that affect all of us. And today, more than ever, people want truth, understanding, and accountability. So join us every evening as we bring you CBS News original reporting from around the world, while keeping our eye on what's going on right here in Washington.
The CBS Evening News with Norah O'Donnell, now from Washington, D.C. Understanding the world begins with the right questions.
Do you trust Kim Jong-un?
Doesn't the blame reside with Jewel? Is it now our top terrorist threat?
With the right people.
So you have forgiven.
I have now.
Right here.
Check this out.
More news.
I'm Tony DeCoppel with CBS News.
More original reporting.
It puts everything in perspective.
We are on a mission with NASA.
Every morning on CBS This Morning.
We're going to begin with breaking news.
Wow. That's not normal.
The biggest names in politics.
Whoa, that's news. Are we at a tipping point?
Face the questions you want answered.
Margo, that's a great question.
Good question.
Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan.
Welcome back to this special edition of Red and Blue, live from the Iowa caucuses. Let's bring in CBS News political correspondent Ed O'Keefe. He is at the Senator Sanders campaign headquarters in Des Moines. Ed, what is the mood like there where you are?
Well, Elaine, good evening to you and everyone else. We've been dealing with some evening news updates, so unable to join you until now. But look, across Iowa today, everyone has believed that this is Bernie Sanders' caucus to lose. He has consistently polled at the top. He has the largest ground operation here in the state. He's been relying on thousands of volunteers in his absence while he was at the impeachment trial. Those thousands come from not only Iowa, but across the country. In recent days, we've met people who came from Oregon, Kentucky, Missouri, and Brooklyn and Queens in New York City to help the senator here in hopes that a win here tonight vaults him to the top of the pack in his neighboring New Hampshire and their primary next week. If you look at some of the entrance poll results that have everything in Iowa is different. They do entrance polls, not exit polls. But if you look at the numbers as they come in so far, Elaine, a few encouraging figures in there for Sanders. Among other things, about a third of participants are first-timers tonight. That's a decent showing. Sanders' campaign probably would have liked a slightly higher number. The entrance polls show that favors Sanders and Pete Buttigieg, the former mayor, of course, from Indiana. So far, 4 in 10 Iowa Democratic caucus goers have told us health care is their most important issue. Among those who say it's their top issue, Sanders is drawing most of the support. Second, third, and fourth issues, climate change, income inequality, and foreign policy. The fact that foreign policy ranks so high is quite telling because it didn't in Battleground Tracker polling throughout the past year. It appears that whatever has transpired across the globe in recent weeks, whether it was the situation in the Middle East, ongoing tensions with China, maybe even coronavirus, it's causing some voters, at least tonight, to say foreign policy is a top-of-mind concern. One thing about health care that we've noticed, again, something that favors the liberal candidates like Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren. About 6 in 10 caucus goers say they support replacing private health care insurance programs with a single government plan. Sanders and Warren would call that Medicare for all, and it's a sign that Democrats, at least those participating here in Iowa tonight, like the idea. About a third of caucus goers said they made up their mind in just the last few days, and that matches the reporting we've all been doing here across Iowa. The thought, Elaine, that there may have been people who walked into a church basement or a high school gymnasium or the public library tonight and didn't know what to do and were convinced by a perfect stranger, perhaps, to join some candidate's corner is just incredible and shows you how indecisive and how difficult a decision this has been for Iowa caucus goers throughout the past year.
Right, it really does speak to the political landscape for Democrats. Ed, what is the campaign saying about what else they think are going to be the keys for success tonight? Here on set with my panelists, we've been talking about the Sanders outreach to younger voters and also Latino voters, because here in Iowa there has been a significant increase in the Latino population in just the last few years.
Significant in the sense that it's gone from like 6% to slightly more than 6%, but a sign of the changes that continue across the Midwest. And, you know, one telling thing, you guys may have discussed this, we talked about it earlier today, is the idea that the first piece of mail Bernie Sanders sent to voters in Iowa wasn't to educators in the Des Moines suburbs, wasn't to college kids in Iowa City. It was sent to about 68,000 targeted Latino voters in this state who live primarily here in the Des Moines area and out in Muscatine on the banks of the Mississippi River. That piece of mail was in Spanglish, English and Spanish, and it talked about the senator's immigrant story. His father, a Polish immigrant, and the idea that he understands the experience of immigrant families, not only in this state, but across the country. It was a direct, overt appeal that continued over the course of this past year. We spoke with a senior Sanders aide last week who described buying radio ads on Spanish-language radio stations in the state. Yes, they exist. Low wattage, designed to only really meet or reach migrant workers. But he could spend, the team that put this together could spend just like $3,000 on ads to blanket these small Spanish radio stations across the state and potentially turn out people here tonight. Anecdotally, we're hearing that here in the Des Moines area, especially the south side of the city where many Latinos live, there have been lines out the door. Most of those people, if they are showing up, are Sanders supporters. So again, not a large percentage of the state. I believe about 6% of total turnout tonight, higher than black voters because there are more Latinos in this state than African Americans. But the Sanders campaign has always believed that if you could bring up those numbers ever so slightly, it would help not only here in precincts around Des Moines, but out in the east in places like Muscatine or Davenport or Dubuque, and could very well in a close race help make up for whatever losses he may have been experiencing. And it's something they're going to replicate in Nevada in a few weeks, and in California especially on Super Tuesday. If it can work here in Iowa, a state that isn't regarded as a major Latino state, just imagine what it could potentially do in places like Nevada and California.
Ed, you know, as you well know, Senator Sanders had been off the campaign trail more than he'd wanted to be because of the Senate impeachment trial, but had deployed surrogates to try and obviously energize supporters, notably Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez reaching out to those young voters especially. I wonder if you can talk a little bit about that, the Sanders campaign deployment of surrogates in this state.
Yeah, it was Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, the film director Michael Moore, even Ben and Jerry, of course, one of Vermont's most popular exports. All of them have been here over the last several weeks, out there pushing to get Sanders supporters out to caucus tonight. But really, it's the army of volunteers that we've seen, especially here in the Des Moines area, that have been knocking on doors. The campaign had set a goal last month of knocking on at least 500,000 doors here in Iowa. They easily exceeded that goal by the end of the month. And it's just the passion that we saw from people who've come from across the country to help. I still remember a woman we met from Oregon who said, look, in 2016, all I did was donate about $35 to Bernie Sanders. That's all I did. He lost to Hillary Clinton. Hillary Clinton lost to Donald Trump. This year, and this is a woman in her 20s, I've maxed out my donations to Bernie Sanders. That means she's given about $2,500 to his campaign. And all I thought I could do now was to come out here and help and do whatever I could to knock on a door, to send text messages, to make phone calls. Similarly, again, back to Latino outreach, there are supporters across the country in places like Las Vegas or Phoenix or Miami who over the last several days have been sending text messages into Latino households here in Iowa or to phone numbers of potential Latino voters, texting them in Spanish and English on behalf of the campaign, telling them, please get out and vote so that Sanders remains on the ballot by the time he gets to these states. No other campaign we're aware of has that level of grassroots support spread out so evenly across the country. Bloomberg may have ads. Warren certainly has growing support and a grassroots movement behind her. But nobody gets close to what Bernie Sanders has at his disposal.
All right, Ed O'Keefe at Senator Sanders' campaign headquarters in Des Moines. Ed, thank you very much. Let's bring back in our panel, Linda Tran, Leslie Sanchez, and Antoine Seawright. And Linda, let me start with you. I just want to get your reaction to some of what Ed was just saying there. The level of enthusiasm among those Senator Sanders supporters, how much of that, what we're seeing right now, is a direct result of what happened back in 2016?
Well, I think that anecdote is riveting. I mean, if you just do a little bit of math here and think about those individuals who were maybe somewhat excited about him, but again, on this whole electability thing, maybe they just didn't try all that hard in their own estimation, and this go round, they're going for broke. I mean, we're also seeing it play out in his fundraising. You know, recently we saw that there was an ad that an organization took out attacking his electability, and within 24 hours, his campaign announced it had raised $1.9 million through its email blasts. I mean, there is a lot of passion in the Bernie Sanders movement, and that really matters. I mean, it matters any cycle, but it definitely matters right now.
There also, oh, go ahead, Linda.
I was just going to say, I also thought it was really interesting, you know, some of what Ed was talking about speaks to that conversation we had earlier about organization, right? Bernie Sanders has been building this organization for 5 years. Even the idea of using peer-to-peer text messaging tools, such as Ed was describing, this was something that was pioneered on Bernie Sanders' last campaign. It became this company called Hustle, which then had another company called Relay and another company start to adapt because people respond differently to text messaging. And when you're at a point where, you're trying to make the most out of every single volunteer, the ability, the ease to get involved just by texting and having a massive impact, I mean, it's revolutionizing the way people think about political organizing.
He's really put together a high-tech, high-touch operation. High-tech from the things you just spoke about, the texting, all the fancy things that Linda knows all about and I know very good about, but also the high-touch, the grassroots support and the gravity that you feel from his movement. And I've said this before and I'll say it again, his supporters are very loyal and they're very Bernie Sanders focused. They're hyper-focused on him. So you will not find them playing on another playground. They are very focused on the Bernie Sanders playground. And you cannot underestimate that. And I think the difference between Bernie Sanders now and the Bernie Sanders 2016, he's expanded his coalition. And there are more people who are frustrated with the process who want to have representation within the process. And they feel as if he is the best person to do that. And we oftentimes talk about coalition building, what that looks like. And we often make comparisons to 2008. Well, this is a new coalition forming, and it's not the coalition of 2008. This is a unique opportunity, I think, for this party, but he well positions Bernie Sanders to be unique in this process.
That's a very positive spin on a very real challenge the Democrats are having, that the fissures within the Democratic Party, the progressive socialist left that is pulling, saying Medicare for all, that's economically unfeasible, versus the centrist approach that kind of works with the pieces that are on the table. And that's really the difference. The energy is behind the Sanders effort.
The only thing I would say to that, Leslie, is the fact of the matter is Iowa is a snapshot. When you pick up your car and you drive further south, particularly to South Carolina, and you start to touch a more diverse coalition of voters or a diverse population, especially African-American voters, I think the politics and the mood changes a lot. African-American voters are traditionally more conservative Democrats necessarily.
No disagreement on that. The disagreement is, even at the convention, being there in 2016, the Sanders folks didn't go quietly. Like, they were not really...
There is a lot of lingering bad feeling.
Exactly.
Let's acknowledge that.
Exactly.
All right. Well, let's turn to our Caitlin Huey-Burns, because she's at a caucus site in Des Moines that just wrapped up. Caitlin, what can you tell us?
Hi, Elaine. Yep, that just wrapped up here. They're getting those final numbers have been crunched, and they're just getting everything in order here. We can report that at this caucus in downtown Des Moines, this precinct, Bernie Sanders and Pete Buttigieg both got 5 delegates, with Pete Buttigieg getting 245 supporters, Bernie Sanders getting 218 supporters. Elizabeth Warren got 4 delegates with 208 supporters. Earlier in the night, I told you that there were 1,080 people here. They had to do a little bit of a recount, and the final number for participants here was 844. So just a little bit of color in the room. I would say that the Pete Buttigieg campaign looked to be the most kind of organized in terms of lining everybody up in little rows there. The Bernie Sanders campaign, every time they got someone new coming over to them in that second alignment, they would cheer and clap. It was kind of like a welcoming party for them. The Elizabeth Warren crowd had a sizable crowd as well, of course, and they were the last to be counted because their group was pretty big. And so what was really interesting here tonight was to see, and you saw that bird's eye view that our amazing photographer Michael had for us. You could see kind of how groups were realigning and positioning. I just talked to a supporter of Joe Biden who actually didn't commit for anybody else after Joe Biden was non-viable. So he said that he was for Joe Biden or no one else. There was also about 31 of these people here, caucus goers, decided to be uncommitted. So that's what happened here. There's lots, over 1,600 precincts doing the same exact thing, and so we'll wait for the numbers. But for now, back to you.
All right, Caitlin, fascinating to hear what it was like there at that caucus site. Thank you so much. We are going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more coverage of the 2020 Iowa caucuses right after this. You're streaming Red and Blue.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
Let's talk about the latest developments. There's so many levels to this.
We have a CBS News exclusive.
Fires in California. What happens next, and how does it all play out?
We are on a mission with NASA.
I understand you have some breaking news. It's not over yet, is the bottom line.
This is a massive operation.
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
You can see the desperation in the journey simply by looking at the trail that's left behind.
So she says she's 17. She looks kind of like she's 12.
Said to me, you know, if you tried to do this in New York City, take a picture of a man, he'd break your camera.
There's something very, very uncomfortable about this.
Today, a white supremacist blends.
This area can be the new Silicon Valley.
There was not a cot in the warehouse, not one cot in the warehouse.
We're so far deep at this point that there's no turning back. This is a long road ahead.
Our nation's capital, decisions are made here that affect all of us. And today, more than ever, people want truth, understanding, and accountability. So join us every evening as we bring you CBS News original reporting from around the world, while keeping our eye on what's going on right here in Washington.
The CBS Evening News with Norah O'Donnell. Now from Washington, D.C. Understanding the world begins with the right questions.
Do you trust Kim Jong-un?
Doesn't the blame reside with Jewel? Is it now our top terrorist threat?
With the right people.
So you have forgiven.
I have now.
Right here.
Check this out.
More news.
I'm Tony DeCoppel with CBS News.
More original reporting.
It puts everything in perspective.
We are on a mission with NASA.
Every morning on CBS This Morning.
We're going to begin with breaking news.
Wow. That's not normal.
The biggest names in politics.
Whoa, that's news. Are we at a tipping point?
Face the questions you want answered.
Margo, that's a great question.
Good question.
Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan.
I'm Elaine Quijano. It is 9 p.m. here in Des Moines. The Iowa caucuses are in full swing. We are getting results from a few sites, but we are still waiting for more results from across the state. Let's bring in our Adam Brewster. He is a CBS News 2020 campaign reporter, not just working here in Iowa, but actually living here in Iowa, right? For 8 months now?
8 months tomorrow.
Oh, my gosh. Okay, we're going to get to how you're feeling in just a minute. But first of all, why is this taking so long at this point? Remind us of how this process is working.
Right, so you have this all playing out in more than 1,600 precincts across the state. There's some new numbers that'll be reported this year, which is the popular vote on the first alignment, and then after everyone has to possibly shuffle around, the second alignment too. The party says they just, abundance of caution, kind of want everyone make sure all the numbers are good before they start to put them out there. We've seen some reports trickling in on Twitter, but nothing official yet from the party. That's one of the new changes this year, all the numbers that they're reporting, but they said this is just kind of about an abundance of caution.
So you've had this incredible vantage point being here. Incredible is perhaps one word for it, but I wonder what it is that you've been hearing and seeing from the campaigns in this final stretch, especially when you've had this really big wrinkle of the impeachment trial taking place in Washington. You know, it was supposed to be, if you looked at the political calendar a year ago, this was going to be the big story, yes. Period, full stop. But now you've had this happening against the backdrop of the really big news coming out of Washington.
And what that did is it took the senators Warren and Klobuchar and Sanders out of Iowa, and it really allowed Biden and Buttigieg to basically just set up base camp and go back and forth across the state as they wanted to and get that message out one final time. You know, nobody is a better messenger for themselves than a candidate, and so this gave people possibly one last time to see them. People were making up their minds. Our entrance poll as showed us, you know, as recently as a few days ago, and they were all a lot of people were looking for, you know, who could beat President Trump, and with people not having a clear idea yet in their heads of what that might be, that maybe who you heard last could have been who you ended up and we just don't know yet. But but that was something that certainly played a role for people.
So before I ask you, I would actually bring in our whole panel here. Let's bring in Linda Tran, Leslie Sanchez, and Antoine Seawright, because you've been with us all night, and Adam has had this vantage point, as I just said, really been able to see sort of the evolution of the campaigns and specifically the boots on the ground. So, you know, Linda has been pointing out, Adam, the organizational skills of some of these campaigns. And from your perspective, where is it that you have seen really some pretty strong candidates showings when it comes to those boots on the ground?
Well, you have the Sanders campaign, who is putting out there that they have the largest team here with more than 250 staffers. Then you have campaigns, Mayor Pete Buttigieg's campaign says they have more than 170. The Biden and Warren campaigns, more than 150. It goes down from there. But what you have this time is 5 campaigns. The Klobuchar campaign, more than 120. The Steyer campaign and Yang campaigns, both around 100. 5 or 6, 7 campaigns that all have triple-digit staffers here. Normally there's 2, maybe 3 campaigns that have a credible organization here, and this year you just had so many of them, and many of them have been here for a long time. There's been a lot written about how the Warren operation built out early, others kind of built out over time, but they all eventually kind of amassed this army of field staff that they were able to deploy around the state, and that is so critical, and we'll see what, you know, how that plays into the final results soon.
Right. And so, Antoine, what does that mean when you have that level of organization, when you have a night like this, caucus nights, where you're going to have these volunteers, right? People need to remember these are all volunteers. You know, this is not run by the national party, right? So these are folks who really are very committed, obviously, but they're also, in some cases, in many cases, local Iowans that are making their pitches to fellow Iowans. Why is that so significant?
Well, I think that makes a difference. No one understands you more than the people who know you best. Iowans know other Iowans. So I think that's very important. You can have 3,000 staffers on the ground, but if you do not have a message and the right messenger, it does not matter. To the front runner of Iowa, at this point, Bernie Sanders' credit, he not only had the right message, and he's been the right messenger according to caucus goers, but he's also, his team has been able to put together the right coalitions on the ground in order to convince those people to come caucus and stay loyal. Because you can have all the things in the world, but if you do not put together the right coalition and hold that coalition together, particularly in a caucus moment, your coalition could be fractured very easily.
All right, so I'm being told right now that we have your colleague, Musaddiq Vidar, standing by at, tell me again, so he is standing by at Senator Amy Klobuchar's headquarters. Musaddiq, what are you seeing? What are you hearing? What's the mood like where you are?
Well, I just got here in Des Moines at Senator Amy Klobuchar's headquarters. She is upstairs watching the results come in real time. A source on the campaign tells me that they feel really good right now. They feel that they are doing well in a lot of the rooms. They didn't think they would hit viability. So folks are starting to trickle in here. And Senator Amy Klobuchar is expected to join us in a little bit as we get through the night. The caucuses started just a couple of hours ago, so we are starting to see the results come in a little bit, trickle in. But there's excitement in the air, and there's a feeling that we've all been waiting for the last few months.
And I know, Musaddiq, you were in Ankeny, Iowa earlier, a city just north of Des Moines. What was going on there?
So that was a suburb of Des Moines, about 15 minutes away from here. There were about 200 people in the room, a little bit lower turnout than expected. The precinct chair there told me that she was expecting about 400 people. Senator Amy Klobuchar was not viable in that room. She had 13 people in her corner. The viability was 34 people in that room. And what ended up happening after the first alignment, Mayor Pete Buttigieg led the room, followed by Senator Sanders. And after second realignment, incumbent Mayor Pete Buttigieg walked away with a win in that precinct in Ankeny 15. But there was some sense of anxiety, a lot of folks. When I first walked in, there was a whole corner of folks who were uncommitted. They weren't sure where they were going to go. Senator Elizabeth Warren barely hit viability in the first count, and Vice President Biden just eked by. But Senator Klobuchar's team here feels they can do well in a lot of these rural areas. The campaign feels like they can pull off supporters from Vice President Biden, from Senator Warren and Tom Steyer. And they think that their strategy of going everywhere, she visited all 99 counties, is going to pay off for her, especially in those small towns where she, in many areas, was the only candidate to visit. And if you are a caucus goer who has a photo with her and she's the only candidate you were able to take a picture with, that could make a difference in a night like this.
All right, Musaddiq Bidar, thank you so much. Let's take you back right now to the CBS Broadcast Center in New York and check in with Lana Zak and CBS News Elections and Surveys Director Anthony Salvanto. Lana?
Hey, Elaine, we have been anxiously awaiting details, so I brought back in our friend Anthony to tell us what's going on. I'm wondering if we're going to get any results in this board anytime soon, Anthony?
Still with no details. Come on, Anthony, it's not my fault. Look, what's happened is we are waiting for the state party to start releasing those caucus results numbers. We hear that they are working on it, and so we will be patient and we will wait until they do. When they do, we'll start to light up this map with some of those initial results. You know, I can tell you that in our entrance polling going in, and as we had reporters at some of those precincts, we did characterize this race as 4 candidates up there at the top, at least in initial preference going in. Pete Buttigieg and Bernie Sanders, not entirely unexpected from the pre-election polling, and also Joe Biden and Elizabeth Warren. So those were all the folks that going in, people had on their minds, but it appears they're still sorting out what happened after those realignments.
And we're starting to get some anecdotal reports in. I just heard from my family in Iowa, and Mayor Pete was having a good night there. He won their precinct, but until we actually know from the state, this is all just one little caucus. We heard from Caitlin where Pete did well in that caucus too, but it's all still something that's being figured out.
Yeah, and I think what happens is behind me at our decision desk, we are waiting for that feed of data that's going to come into us from the party. Once we get it, what we're going to do is model it, which basically means we're going to look for patterns and we're going to look for statewide patterns. And the anecdotes are terrific, but we're going to need to see something consistent across all those caucuses, and then we can start to find out what happened.
As soon as I get my mic working, of course, we have to toss it back to you, Elaine.
All right, Lana, Anthony, thank you so much. Let's turn back to our panel here. So this is the part of the night where we are just waiting. But it is an interesting idea. I was looking at the crowd behind Musaddiq and thinking, for Amy Klobuchar, she's not someone that we've talked about a lot this evening, but she's someone who has made this pitch, Linda, about being from the Midwest. Here we are in Iowa, in the Midwest, and she's been the one, Adam, you know well, who has argued, this is not flyover country for me. I live here. I'm from here. Is it make or break for her tonight?
It absolutely is make or break for her. And to her credit, she put her money where her mouth is. I mean, she came to the state 37 times compared to everybody else who maybe made it just above the 20s, right? I mean, she said she was going to stake it all on Iowa, and she has. The challenge is, anecdotally, we're hearing that she wasn't getting to viability in the first round in so many of these places, and then her supporters end up realigning to people like Elizabeth Warren
What
or
do you
Mayor
make of that?
Pete. I mean, so
You're hearing some anecdotes.
Yeah,
as well.
so anecdotally, I heard in Ankeny 3 that her supporters ended up supporting Elizabeth Warren, which is a bit of a surprise, but
not the same lane, quote unquote.
Woman to woman, sure, and they both have definitely kind of backed each other up from the debate stage and leaned into the women can win argument. So certainly there's appeal there, and we know from the entrance polls that women are turning out in big numbers tonight. We don't know how that overlays with Ankeny 3, but that's super interesting. And in other places, so in West Des Moines, I heard that her supporters went to Mayor Pete, which of course makes a little more sense given the practicality piece and also the Midwest electability argument.
Right. I'm wondering, Adam, what have you heard on this question, though, of gender? Because it is an interesting question. It's in talking to Anthony before tonight, it's a difficult question to kind of poll because you don't want to be accused of being sexist, right? But the idea of whether or not a woman can, in fact, occupy that very top position of commander-in-chief is a different one than asking whether or not someone who is a woman could be a senator, right? Where you are in a more sort of cooperative body, you are going to be judged by different criteria as opposed to that executive sort of leadership kind of role. Do voters talk about gender? The people that you've talked to, have they made that something that, is at the forefront of their minds?
Some do. I heard from some people who said it is time to put another woman at the top of the ticket again, and that goes back. I had heard people I covered Senator Klobuchar quite a bit at her events who were into Senator Warren partly because they were looking for a female candidate at the top of the ticket. So it is something we heard from people to quantify how that feeling was, and we certainly heard from some people within Democratic camps, not the supporters, I should say, caucus goers around Iowa, some people who were concerned about a woman leading a ticket. But I think more people said they were not worried about something like that, and some were enthusiastic about the idea.
Is this go ahead.
The interesting thing when thinking about women at the top of the ticket is what woman do you want to put at the top of the ticket? So a lot of times people will imagine what would a Klobuchar look like, not so much just as commander-in-chief, but how would she compare in contrast in a general election against Donald Trump? Because it's really the matchup. And some may say style-wise, it's not going to be to her benefit against this bombastic kind of, loud. Some people may like that approach, but they don't necessarily think that would be the winning approach. So I don't think it's the same situation we had in 2016 where you had Hillary Clinton, who had so much kind of negative baggage around her that people were ready for a woman candidate. They just weren't ready for that woman candidate.
So I'm wondering what your thoughts are on this, Antoine, because is the idea here, if we're framing this electability question around the idea of gender, right? Is it the idea that Democratic voters, I guess we're still figuring this out, see this as you need to have someone who is similar to the president in order to beat the president, or does it require a completely different kind of person with a different kind of style than President Trump has?
I think it's important to note we are not graded on the same scale as Republicans. So what works for them doesn't always work for us. I think that's number one. Number two, this idea of electability is subjective versus objective. It depends deeply on who you ask, how you ask it, and where you are geographically and all the complicated things.
Right.
I think for Democrats, we cannot ignore the loud voices that women carry on the Democratic choir. So at some place on the ticket, we're going to have to, if it's a male nominee, we're going to have a woman, and not just any woman. I think we're going to have a woman of color, because the problem we have as Democrats is not necessarily, we don't have a persuasion problem. We have a turnout problem in our party. People know that they should buy what we're selling. However, that doesn't always transfer to momentum of pulling people out for elections. So I think tonight is going to be a friendly reminder of all of that. But two, I think tonight is probably going to be the political benediction for Amy Klobuchar. I think she put all her stock into tonight, hoping she could really jump from tonight into New Hampshire. Whether she goes or not, I don't know. But if she goes to New Hampshire, she would go to New Hampshire bleeding and with a limp.
All right, we are going to take a quick break. We're going to be right back with more coverage of the 2020 Iowa caucuses right after this. Stay with us. You're streaming Red and Blue.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
Let's talk about the latest developments. There's so many levels to this.
We have a CBS News exclusive.
Fires in California.
What happens next, and how does it all play out?
We are on a mission with NASA.
I understand you have some breaking news. It's not over yet, is the bottom line.
This is a massive operation.
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
see the desperation in the journey simply by looking at the trail that's left behind.
So she says she's 17. She looks kind of like she's 12.
Said to me, you know, if you tried to do this in New York City, take a picture of a man, he'd break your camera.
There's something very, very uncomfortable about this.
Today, a white supremacist blends.
This area can be the new Silicon Valley.
There was not a cot in the warehouse, not one cot in the warehouse.
We're so far deep at this point that there's no turning back. This is a long road ahead.
Our nation's capital, decisions are made here that affect all of us. And today, more than ever, people want truth, understanding, and accountability. So join us every evening as we bring you CBS News original reporting from around the world, while keeping our eye on what's going on right here in Washington.
The CBS Evening News with Norah O'Donnell, now from Washington, D.C. Understanding the world begins with the right questions.
Do you trust Kim Jong-un?
Doesn't the blame reside with Jewel? Is it now our top terrorist threat?
With the right people.
So you have forgiven?
I have now.
Right here.
Check this out.
More news.
I'm Tony DeCoppel with CBS News.
More original reporting.
It puts everything in perspective.
We are on a mission with NASA.
Every morning on CBS This Morning.
We're going to begin with breaking news.
Wow. That's not normal.
The biggest names in politics.
Whoa, that's news. Are we at a tipping point?
Face the questions you want answered.
Margo, that's a great question.
Good question.
Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan.
There's a lot to be done in America and around the world, but I am confident and optimistic we are up to the task. I know that we can do this together, but I can't be part of it without your help. And I'm asking you to caucus for me tomorrow. I'm asking you to go and stand for me for a night so that I can stand up and fight for you throughout this campaign until we win in November of 2008, and then work my heart out for the country we love. Together, we will restore pride and progress in America. And yes, together, we will make history. Let's do it, Iowa. Let's do it for America.
The Iowa caucuses are moving along slowly. We're seeing results from a few sites, but right now it's just that, a trickle. So let's jump right now to Nicole Killion. She is at Joe Biden's campaign headquarters in Des Moines. So Nicole, what is the latest from where you are?
Well, as you can probably see behind me, Elaine, many of Biden's supporters are starting to filter into the room. I talked to one who was coming in and asked her how she felt, and she kind of just gave me a shrug like, well, we'll see. And so, I think that's kind of the attitude that some of these supporters have. Everybody's just in a wait-and-see mode at this point, to your point, because these results are slow in coming in, but also because we know that this could potentially be a close race. And so right now, the Biden campaign is not trying to take a position one way or another. They simply are just trying to wait it out as well as best they can. And really, no matter what the results are here tonight, their approach is really taking the long view. No matter what happens here in Iowa tonight, they're really focused on the road ahead. This notion that this is a marathon, not a sprint. And so certainly looking beyond not just New Hampshire, but to South Carolina, some of these Super Tuesday states where they feel will really define who the nominee may be.
So, Nicole, you touched on it there, but is the Biden camp comfortable with where they stand? Will they be satisfied if it's a second-place finish?
Well, they've kind of tried to downplay expectations, and really, they kind of have said it really doesn't matter if they finish first or if they don't, finish first. That, again, they're looking at this through the long view. That again, they're going to stick with this as best they can. And even Joe Biden alluded to that as much today when he spoke to one of our campaign embed reporters, saying, we're going to survive. We're going to survive this. We're going to, go the distance here. So I think that really is what we're hearing from them. They see this really as day one, just the beginning, and certainly not the end of the primary process.
All right, Nicole Killion for us. Nicole, thank you very much. Billionaire Tom Steyer has outspent his 2020 rivals in advertisements, but how will he fare tonight in Iowa? Earlier, I spoke with the candidate here in Des Moines. Let's take a listen. Tom Steyer, thank you so much for being with us.
It is so great to be here.
So how are you feeling going into tonight?
I feel great. There was a poll out today, the Morning Consult poll, that averages the 4 early primary states. And they had me at 19% and in 4th place. 3rd place, actually. Sorry. 3rd place, up 2% from last week, and last week was up 2% from the week before. So I feel as if I'm doing fine. I have momentum. I hope to keep that momentum tonight, and I hope to keep going.
So I want to ask you, though, specifically about Iowa, because in our latest CBS News Battleground tracker, you right now are not polling in the top 5. So how confident are you feeling here in Iowa?
Look, I've been coming to Iowa. I love being here. I've had great crowds the last week. We have a lot of momentum, and I hope to come out of here with momentum and to live up to those Morning Consult numbers that say I'm in 3rd place and at 19%.
So you turn on the TV, and there is undoubtedly going to be a Tom Steyer ad on that television. And just talking to some folks here in Iowa, they say they've learned about you more in recent weeks with all of these ads. What has your message been to those people who may not have known who Tom Steyer was before, let's say, the last 3 or 4 weeks?
Well, I think I've had a couple of messages that all fit together. The first one is we have a broken government that's been bought by corporations, and I've spent 10 years as an activist putting together coalitions to fight that corporate takeover, and we've never lost. So I'm saying, if you believe we have a broken government that's been bought by corporations, I'm an outsider who's fought them and has never lost and will continue to do it inside Washington, D.C., so that we can get the health care we want, so we can get education, clean air, clean water, and a living wage. That's one. 2, I'm the only person in this race who will say that climate is my #1 priority, but I will do it from the standpoint of environmental justice, making sure that we clean up the air and water, particularly in the black and brown communities around this country where we've focused our poison. And we'll do it in a way that creates over 4.5 million good-paying union jobs across the country. 3rd, I'm the person who can beat Mr. Trump on the economy. He's running on the economy. He says it every day. I started a business from scratch. I know more about economics than he does by far, and I can go toe-to-toe and show he's a fake businessman and a failed business person, and he's been terrible on the economy for Americans. And lastly, anybody who wants to be the Democratic nominee has got to be able to put together a diverse coalition of Americans to represent the Democratic Party and to beat Mr. Trump at the polls in November. And if you look across those 4 early primary states, you can see that I'm doing very well with African Americans. I'm doing very well with Latinos. I'm doing very well with a diverse coalition of Americans. And that's something that's going to be absolutely critical for anybody. So I think that the people in Iowa will also want to support somebody who can put together that kind of diverse coalition, because it's going to take someone like that to actually beat Mr. Trump.
So I want to ask you about impeachment, because back in October of 2017, you founded Need to Impeach.
Yes, I did.
And here we are now in 2020. The House has, in fact, impeached President Trump. The Senate, though, is expected, led by Republicans, to acquit the president. So if that does happen, what will have actually been accomplished with impeachment proceedings?
So I started the Need to Impeach petition in October of 2017, and more than 8.5 million Americans signed that petition. But they also emailed and called and wrote their congresspeople to say, hold the most corrupt president in American history to account. This is not a matter of partisan politics. This is not Democrat v. Republican. This is stand up for what's right against what's wrong, stand up for America, stand up for the Constitution. And those 8.5 million people really dragged Washington, D.C. out of the idea that this was just political tactics into this is right and wrong. We asked all along, and I specifically asked, we need to have televised hearings where administration officials testify in front of the American people about what actually happened so we get to judge. The jury that counts here is the American people. And what we've seen is that Republicans have buried the evidence, have literally want to hold a trial without witnesses. I've never heard in my life of a trial without witnesses, and what they've decided to do is bury the truth, to put their party ahead of the country, to break their oath to the Constitution and do something absolutely wrong. And I think Americans across the board, including Republican voters, know that what they're doing is wrong, and they're denying the American people the right to see on TV without anybody editing or coming between them and the truth what went on. And it's just wrong.
Tom Steyer, thank you so much for your time, Tom.
My pleasure. Nice to see you.
We are going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more coverage of the 2020 Iowa caucuses right after this. You're streaming Red and Blue.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
Let's talk about the latest developments. There's so many levels to this.
We have a CBS News exclusive.
Fires in California.
What happens next, and how does it all play out?
We are on a mission with NASA.
I understand you have some breaking news. It's not over yet, is the bottom line.
This is a massive operation.
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
You can see the desperation in the journey simply by looking at the trail that's left behind.
So she says she's 17. She looks kind of like she's 12.
Said to me, you know, if you tried to do this in New York City, take a picture of a man, he'd break your camera.
There's something very, very uncomfortable about this.
Today, white supremacist blends.
This area can be the new Silicon Valley.
There was not a cot in the warehouse, not one cot in the warehouse.
We're so far deep at this point that there's no turning back. This is a long road ahead.
Our nation's capital, decisions are made here that affect all of us. And today, more than ever, people want truth, understanding, and accountability. So join us every evening as we bring you CBS News original reporting from around the world, while keeping our eye on what's going on right here in Washington.
The CBS Evening News with Norah O'Donnell, now from Washington, D.C. Understanding the world begins with the right questions.
Do you trust Kim Jong-un?
Doesn't the blame reside with Jewel? Is it now our top terrorist threat?
With the right people.
So you have forgiven.
I have now.
Right here.
Check this out.
More news.
I'm Tony DeCopel with CBS News.
More original reporting.
It puts everything in perspective.
We are on a mission with NASA.
Every morning on CBS This Morning.
We're going to begin with breaking news.
Wow. That's not normal.
The biggest names in politics.
Whoa, that's news. Are we at a tipping point?
Face the questions you want answered.
Margo, that's a great question.
Good question.
Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan.
Wherever we have to go.
We've just flown along the coastline.
Whatever we have to do.
The Hawaii police were throwing the first rounds of tear gas.
Every evening we are focused
This is the main highway to the hardest hit areas.
On finding and telling the truth.
How does that hamper or hurt our national security?
Even among the ashes, you can see the signs of deforestation.
And earning your trust.
You traveled the whole way with your son?
The CBS Evening News with Norah O'Donnell.
Good morning to you and welcome to CBS This Morning.
Understanding the world.
We're going to begin with breaking news.
Begins with the right questions.
Have police discovered a motive? Does the president have a red line here?
What can voters expect to see today?
Join Gayle King, Anthony Mason, and Tony Dokoupil on CBS This Morning.
We know a little more this morning. This is a major development.
This is a very serious situation.
More news every morning on the show everyone is talking about.
We have much more news ahead for you.
CBS This Morning.
Welcome back to our special edition of Red and Blue. The Iowa caucuses are underway. We have a quick update from our Anthony Salvanto. He tells us that the Democratic Party here in Iowa says it is doing quality control on the data and have not released anything yet. Let's go ahead and bring in Caroline Cummings. She is a politics reporter at CBS's Cedar Rapids affiliate, KGAN. Caroline, what more are you hearing about turnout and why this is taking so long?
Yeah, so here in Wells Fargo Arena, we'll pan over so you can get a glimpse. They are doing the final delegate equivalent count right now. They had just over 360 people here in downtown Des Moines. Now, this pales in comparison to some of the other precincts we've heard of turnout in other parts of Des Moines. Now, I have a tweet here from the chair of the Iowa Democratic Party talking about turnout. Like we were saying, Sean Bagnuski writes, quote, "We printed tens of thousands of extra voter registration forms, and some precincts are still running out. We're making copies and deliveries to get them covered, but this caucus is going to be the big one." Now, he tweeted that out about 3 hours ago before caucuses were really getting underway. But that's a signal that at least in Polk County, that turnout that everyone's talking about is likely happening here.
Well, what have you seen change, just taking a step back for a moment, the most when it comes to the dynamics of this contest in the last few weeks?
Well, I think you can't ignore impeachment and the fact that that was holding up those 3 senators running for president from being here in the crucial final days. Now, if that really has any effect on Senator Sanders' campaign and Senators Klobuchar and Warren, it remains to be seen. I've spoken to many Bernie loyalists who say that it doesn't matter if he wasn't here because they stick by him. Now, of course, all polling numbers show that he has a very, very strong base. So that's the biggest shakeup we've seen. And, of course, Buttigieg and Biden making their final cases for Buttigieg that he represents a new generation of leadership, and for Biden that he is the best to take on Donald Trump. And they're just sharpening those messages that they've had really since day one here.
And Caroline, tell us about how seriously Iowans take this process of the caucuses, because for a lot of folks outside of Iowa, trying to remember how this all works and then hearing about the fact that you've had a bunch of changes, several significant changes, in fact, this year to the process, is something that I think is a bit confusing at times. But we know for Iowans, this is a process that they very much cherish.
Yeah, so you hit it right on the head. I mean, Iowans take this very seriously, especially this year where they feel mounted pressure to pick the right candidate to defeat Donald Trump in November. As we've spoken before earlier tonight, we talked about how, that's priority number one for Democrats here, and it's very palpably felt. In terms of the caucus changes, the party, I know, has worked diligently to try to educate every precinct captain in every corner of the state to know what the new rules are and to be able to articulate them clearly and accurately to those in the room. Here in Des Moines at Wells Fargo, before it all started, they went ahead and broke down what the new rules looked like in terms of the realignment being the biggest change, that they could only realign once after the first alignment and not multiple times as previous years. So there's definitely been an effort effort for Iowans to understand what's going on and, really educate themselves on what those new rules are, because they can really change the dynamics here. Like you said, for example, if your group got to 15% this go round, you were locked in and you can't realign to another group.
All right, Caroline Cummings for us. Caroline, thank you very much. We want to take you back right now to the CBS Broadcast Center in New York and check in with Lana Zak, who is standing by with our Anthony Salvanto. Lana?
Hey, Elaine. Actually, Anthony's not here because he's deep into those numbers, but we're trying to figure out why exactly it's taking so long. So I'm going to give you a peek into the nerve center of CBS News and our polling and decision team. And I'm going to grab Anthony right here, and I'm going to figure out why don't we have any data yet? Why aren't we learning who's ahead in Iowa?
We're still waiting for the party to tabulate the caucus votes and report it. Sources have told CBS News that they're doing quality control, looking for possible discrepancies, looking for what might have gone on, done an accuracy check. And so we're waiting. We don't know if the party will then put out some results or put out all of the results. But look, let me just for context.
So instead of having it come in drips and drabs, we might just have a winner.
We might. But look, for context, I want to say this, okay? This year, for the first time, as all our viewers know by now, it's not just the delegates that the party is reporting. In the interest of transparency, they told us they were going to tabulate that first preference we've been hearing so much about and that second preference we've been hearing it so much about. And so on top of the delegates, they're trying to give out 3 full data feeds instead of just one that they have in past years. So maybe it's not a surprise this is taking a while.
Well, and then there's also another change over caucuses in years past. There's actually going to be a paper record and paper ballots, and so that might be contributing, right, to some of this delay.
Also, in the interest of transparency, the folks were filling out those preference cards so that they would have a paper trail. And yes, we're speculating here, but maybe that adds another wrinkle as well.
So, there were also these satellite caucuses.
And the satellite
How
caucuses.
much of an impact could those have?
Maybe not too much. This looks like it's an issue with the regular in-person caucuses.
Okay. I know you can't tell us anything beyond what is acceptable to tell us at this point, but I think that there's some people out there who are wondering, does this mean that it could be a surprise night, like an upset or something? Usually, sometimes when there's a delay, there's a question about, could this be a big headline?
Here's one thing I can tell you with 100% certainty. As soon as I know, you'll know.
All right, Elaine. I will make sure that the moment he learns anything, everybody here will know. Back to you.
All right. Thank you so much, Lana. Thank you, Anthony. Let's bring back in the rest of our panel, Linda Tran, Leslie Sanchez, and Antoine Seawright. Okay, so Democratic strategist, I'm going to start with you. When you hear that there is this kind of quality control check going on, as Anthony does point out, you've got those 3 sets of figures, right, that the Iowa Democrats are going to be putting out. But I got to imagine that's a little concerning for you, Linda.
The optics are not good.
Yeah.
We're expecting that the outcome today is probably going to be really tight. Now, it might be really tight among 4 candidates, might be really tight among 3 candidates, but in any case, to have gone through this, whether it's momentary or lengthy delay, saying there are quality control issues, I might have chosen another term.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's problematic. We, in the 2016 election, experienced complications, interference, all the things. Fast forward the tape in the effort to bring more transparency to the process. In my opinion, in an effort to get cute, we are experiencing some sort of breakdown. What we do not know is how that will impact the mood of people who will have to look at these results. Because you're going to have some, if their candidate does not come across the finish line first to say there was something not right about this process, which is going to make this entire primary, I think, blow a gasket. That's not good.
Yeah.
Yeah, and of course, Iowa, we revisit this conversation over and over and over again over the last 50 years, basically, whether or not this process should be the very first nominating contest in the presidential. And if you can't keep it polished, you can't make it work efficiently, that's just adding fuel to the fire. People are already concerned for a whole host of reasons, not the least of which is the lack of diversity.
And there were so many firsts. You had the first time we're giving out 3 different types of results.
Right.
You had the first time these satellite caucus locations are popping up. The first time, you know, we're only having a second alignment in the process. There's so many firsts, which leaves so much room for error. So be patient, be prayerful, and just know that.
Wow, he's praying for the Iowa
that was fast. Wow, what time is it? He's already calling for prayers.
I want to be prayerful. I want to be prayerful about this process tonight.
Okay, you know, let's just say those things, all that to be considered, but lived by technology, died by technology sometimes, and it feels that way. There was a Washington Post report talking about the app that these precincts were going to be using to relay that information, and there were some concerns about whether or not that was going to be able to work, because traditionally, and these two experts can speak more to that, they call in, you know, the hotline, and they call and give their count to the central operation, which then reports it out. And now it looks as if there are some rumors, you know, we don't know yet if that's been reported,
we're waiting to find
of the
out,
technology not working as it should, which is going to again raise the suspicion about where are there flaws in the system. Was this on purpose, and was this just a failure of technology, or was there some other effort involved? Now there's even more.
Or was it some foreign entity?
Well, that's, you know,
let's keep it.
Just throwing out theories like
we don't know. The point is we don't know what's happening right now. And so until we actually get some information, Anthony is very right to be cautious about, you know, kind of suggesting more than what we actually know right now. However, you know, I want to go back, Leslie, to this idea of the fissure within the Democratic Party that you talked about, right? Because let's not forget, it was what happened here in 2016 that led Democrats to change these sort of practices, right? Linda, take us back, because it was extremely close between Bernie Sanders and Hillary Clinton.
0.2% to be exact.
Right.
I mean, so close that I remember us sitting around a table, you know, wondering if we were really going to know the results. Definitively last cycle. And, you know, the whole reason why the caucus organizers, the parties have decided to change things is to make sure that there's no question about how things played out. Unfortunately, I think in their, you know, good intentioned efforts to make things clear, they have just made it about as clear as mud. And, you know, that is something.
Too many things to report,
Too many things to report, and also too much room for the individual campaigns to interpret the results as they would like.
With the 3 sets of numbers.
Exactly. And I think that it's going to be a challenge. And now, again, you know, we don't know exactly what's going on, but we do know that no matter what, having this pause, having this delay, calling it quality control issues just opens the door for disgruntled folks to say that things were not on the up and up.
So if that is the narrative at this point in the night, Leslie, as the Republican sitting up here, what are you? Well, but what are you thinking, though? Because, you know, on the flip side, you've had Brad Parscale with the Trump campaign tout their prowess in the digital realm, the ability to kind of learn more, know more about the people who support President Trump and what it is that connects with them. I mean, obviously, much different situation here with the Iowa caucuses and the app and all of that. but
these are two totally separate subjects.
But when you're seeing what's happening, and again, there's a lot we don't know, right? But when you're seeing this kind of confusion play out for this very influential contest here in Iowa, what are you thinking as a Republican?
Well, you know, if the tables were turned and this were the situation, and Trump had his apparatus on the ground, and this type of thing were to happen, he would say it's the system working against this kind of populist movement. You do not want to see the rise of a Donald Trump. There were those kind of
which was an accusation that was made by Senator Sanders' campaign, right, back in 2016, right?
You know, you could take it a step further and say there's some merit in what Trump was saying at the time, in terms of there was not fairness involved in his particular campaign, but that's kind of a different point. On the technology front, so let's say if you're an activist and you're really excited about your candidate, and you already feel that your point earlier that the Democratic system is not welcoming of a Sanders campaign, then anything like this is going to compound that. That they still have not got the fundraising issues following the money within the Democratic Party. Now you're following the technology within the Democratic Party. You know, when is there going to be enough transparency? We thought we blew a lot of that out, and now that we had a more transparent, effective, efficient system, we would be arguing the same thing whether you're a Republican or Democrat. I think the sunlight is going to help alleviate a lot of this, more transparency than less.
Yeah.
But these are real significant challenges, especially when you're applying technology for the first time to really important ballots. It gets extremely difficult.
Yeah.
I'm going to adopt the thinking tonight that what's delayed will not be denied. So let's just hope that these results are just delayed. They're going to work out the kinks, and the information will not be denied, and people will have confidence in this process going forward. Because that's the one thing Democrats cannot afford to do. People lose confidence early in this nomination process, considering the posture we came from or we pivoting from in 2016.
All right, on that note, we're going to take a quick break. Lana Zach will catch you up on the rest of the day's news, and we'll be back with more coverage of the 2020 Iowa caucuses in just a bit. You're streaming Red and Blue.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
Let's talk about the latest developments. There's so many levels to this.
We have a CBS News exclusive.
Fires in California. What happens next, and how does it all play out?
We are on a mission with NASA.
I understand you have some breaking news. It's not over yet, is the bottom line.
This is a massive operation.
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
You can see the desperation in the journey simply by looking at the trail that's left behind.
So she says she's 17. She looks kind of like she's 12.
Said to me, you know, if you tried to do this in New York City, take a picture of a man, he'd break your camera.
There's something very, very uncomfortable about this.
Today, a white supremacist blends.
This area can be the new Silicon Valley.
There was not a cot in the warehouse, not one cot in the warehouse.
We're so far deep at this point that there's no turning back. This is a long road ahead.
Our nation's capital, decisions are made here that affect all of us. And today, more than ever, people want truth, understanding, and accountability. So join us every evening as we bring you CBS News original reporting from around the world, while keeping our eye on what's going on right here in Washington.
The CBS Evening News with Norah O'Donnell, now from Washington, D.C. Understanding the world begins with the right questions.
Do you trust Kim Jong-un?
Doesn't the blame reside with Jewel? Is it now our top terrorist threat?
With the right people.
So you have forgiven. I have now.
Right here.
Check this out.
More news.
I'm Tony DeCopel with CBS News.
More original reporting.
It puts everything in perspective.
We are on a mission with NASA.
Every morning on CBS This Morning.
We're going to begin with breaking news.
Wow. That's not normal.
The biggest names in politics.
Whoa, that's news. Are we at a tipping point?
Face the questions you want answered.
Margo, that's a great question.
Good question. Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan.
I feel an incredible responsibility to be in the moderator position because people are overwhelmed by opinion right now. They are not necessarily always getting the kind of trusted, calm, contextualized analysis that we try to put on this program. This is moderating what a difficult place we are in our country, where often we can't have conversations. We have one on this show each week. We will tell you in Face the Nation what's important, we'll tell you why, and we will have the decision makers who are changing the country you're living in.
Go to the ends of the earth.
This is exciting.
You've never seen anything like it.
And reach for the stars.
This time. Da, 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 da.
Hey, this is pretty fun.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Experience thought-provoking, innovative, and truly original reporting.
Stand back.
Because there's always something new under the sun. On CBS Sunday Morning.
Iowa has been the first state in the nation to hold its presidential contest since 1972. It came in the wake of the riots at the 1968 Democratic Convention in Chicago. Party leadership wanted to give voters a more direct say in selecting the nominee. CBS News political unit associate producer Sarah Ewald-Weiss takes a look back at how the caucuses helped shape history.
In Iowa tonight, the American people began voicing their opinions about Campaign 76.
Iowa has been first for nearly 50 years, but it was the 1976 caucuses where the rest of the country started paying attention.
Well, I feel very pleased and proud of the showing we had in Iowa. I thought we'd come in first or second. I was hoping to come in first, but to come in 2-1 ahead of the next candidate was a very gratifying thing.
That year, a little-known governor from Georgia won the most support of any candidate.
I'm Jimmy Carter. Good to see you again.
He would go on to become the 39th president of the United States.
I, Jimmy Carter, do solemnly swear.
Since 1972, all but 3 of the Democratic presidential nominees have come out on top in Iowa. Only Bill Clinton didn't place in the top 3.
This front section here will be Harkin supporters. Do we have Clinton supporters here?
That was back in 1992. That year, Iowa Senator Tom Harkin won his home state.
Now let's go out and win the big one.
Clinton came in 4th, but he made up for it soon after with a second-place finish in New Hampshire.
New Hampshire tonight has made Bill Clinton the comeback kid.
Since then, every Democratic presidential nominee has come out on top in Iowa.
Thank you for the biggest victory in the history of the contested caucuses here in Iowa.
4 years later, Massachusetts Senator John Kerry managed to pull off a victory after trailing in the polls.
CBS News estimates John Kerry has won the Iowa Democratic caucuses, followed by John Edwards in second place. Dean and Gephardt followed in order.
You know, we worked hard. It was a great team effort. It was, and Iowans, my tribute is to Iowans, not us.
But it was Howard Dean's caucus night speech that went down as one for the ages.
We're going to California and Texas and New York, and we're going to South Dakota and Oregon and Washington and Michigan, and then we're going to Washington, D.C. to take back the White House. Yeah!
Dean placed 3rd, and his campaign never fully recovered.
This is our first caucus. We're going to campaign here hard. We want to win in Iowa.
That was then Senator Barack Obama before his win against John Edwards and Hillary Clinton.
Together, ordinary people can do extraordinary things.
The 2008 Iowa caucuses still hold the record for voter turnout. More than 230,000 people showed up to caucus.
The younger person not ready being out of the D.C. crowd, maybe that would help him to make some good decisions.
Change has come to America.
Obama's message of hope and change would help propel him all the way from Iowa to the White House.
Anybody caucusing for Hillary? Yes. Awesome.
Hillary Clinton was back in 2016 to celebrate a first-place finish, but barely.
I stand here tonight breathing a big sigh of relief. Thank you, Iowa.
Senator Sanders, are you conceding the race in Iowa?
Last that I saw is we were 4 delegates down.
Clinton won Iowa by less than 1%, signaling a long primary season ahead. Iowa holding its contest first has stirred some controversy this year. That's because the state is 90% white. Some have argued it doesn't reflect the diversity of the country or the Democratic Party. At the same time, while Iowa does boost momentum for whoever comes out on top, it is not always a strong indicator of who would end up going to the White House. Since 1972, only 3 candidates have gone from Iowa to the White House. They were Jimmy Carter, Barack Obama, and George W. Bush.
Sarah, thank you. We are going to take a quick break. Lana Zach will catch you up on the rest of the day's news, and we will be back with more coverage of the 2020 Iowa caucuses in just a bit. You're streaming Red and Blue.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
Let's talk about the latest developments. There's so many levels to this.
We have a CBS News exclusive.
Fires in California. What happens next and how does it all play out?
We are on a mission with NASA.
I understand you have some breaking news. It's not over yet is the bottom line.
This is a massive operation.
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
You can see the desperation in the journey simply by looking at the trail that's left behind.
So she says she's 17. She looks kind of like she's 12.
Said to me, you know, if you tried to do this in New York City, take a picture of a man, he'd break your camera.
There's something very, very uncomfortable about this.
Today, a white supremacist lens.
This area can be the new Silicon Valley.
There was not a cot in the warehouse, not one cot in the warehouse.
We're so far deep at this point that there's no turning back. This is a long road ahead.
Our nation's capital, decisions are made here that affect all of us. And today, more than ever, people want truth, understanding, and accountability. So join us every evening as we bring you CBS News original reporting from around the world, while keeping our eye on what's going on right here in Washington.
The CBS Evening News with Norah O'Donnell, now from Washington, D.C. Understanding the world begins with the right questions.
Do you trust Kim Jong-un?
Doesn't the blame reside with Jewel? Is it now our top terrorist threat?
With the right people.
So you have forgiven.
I have now.
Right here.
Check this out.
More news.
I'm Tony DeCoppel with CBS News.
More original reporting.
It puts everything in perspective. We are on a mission with NASA.
Every morning on CBS This Morning.
We're going to begin with breaking news.
Wow. That's not normal.
The biggest names in politics.
Whoa, that's news. Are we at a tipping point?
Face the questions you want answered.
Margo, that's a great question.
Good question.
Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan.
Our nation's capital, decisions are made here that affect all of us. So join us every evening as we bring you CBS News original reporting from around the world, while keeping our eye on what's going on right here in Washington.
For 48 Hours fans, a new podcast.
I'm Erin Moriarty, 48 Hours, and this is my life of crime.
Revisit the Lizzie Borden murders.
Lizzie Borden took an acid.
Go behind prison walls.
What was the crime that brought you here?
Hear a horror story that hits close to home.
Erin, there is no excuse to give your home address to a serial killer.
And much more. My Life of Crime. Subscribe on Apple Podcasts or wherever you get your podcasts.
I feel an incredible responsibility to be in the moderator position because people are overwhelmed by opinion right now. They are not necessarily always getting the kind of trusted, calm, contextualized analysis that we try to put on this program. This is moderating what a difficult place we are in our country, where often we can't have conversations. We have one on this show each week. We will tell you on Face the Nation what's important, we'll tell you why, and we will have the decision makers who are changing the country you're living in.
Go to the ends of the earth.
This is exciting.
You've never seen anything like it.
And reach for the stars.
This time. Da, 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 da.
Hey, this is pretty fun.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Experience thought-provoking, innovative, and truly original reporting.
Stand back.
Because there's always something new under the sun. On CBS Sunday Morning.
Welcome back to our special edition of Red and Blue. The Iowa caucuses are underway. Our decision desk at CBS News is working hard looking at the numbers, and the Democratic Party here in Iowa says they are doing quality control checks on the data, have not released anything just yet. There you see our hardworking team at the decision desk. Let's go ahead and bring in our panel right now. Linda Tran, Leslie Sanchez, Antoine C. Wright, and Adam Brewster. There's Anthony Salvanto, by the way. Really difficult challenges here. I just want to kind of remind people, before we actually get to, I know you have a statement from the Democrats, but the challenge here, Linda, in gathering this information with these caucuses, it's a lot of data to gather. 1,678 actual precinct sites, right? 99 satellite locations. You have a wealth of challenges contained just in those numbers, but then also the fact that they're reporting 3 sets of numbers this year, right? So that's all a tremendous amount of information that's having to be tallied throughout the night.
Right. And they, of course, didn't intend for the system that they planned for to break down maybe at the last moment. And so
we don't know. We should clarify. We're waiting on some information to see exactly what this delay might be all about. But there are reports out there, to your point, floating around about what might be causing
And if you assume it happened abruptly, then it just literally takes time for them to call through that, more than 1,700 locations to get those 3 sets of numbers.
And so with that in mind then, Adam, I know you've been talking to officials. You've basically been here. We should point out Adam Brewster is one of our intrepid CBS News campaign reporters. You have lived here in Iowa for the past 8 months. So what is it that you're hearing about what might be taking place right now?
So what the party is saying, that integrity of the results is above everything. Paramount was the word that they used in the statement. And they said they've experienced a delay due to quality checks. Partly because they're reporting out those 3 sets of data for the first time. Again, it's the popular vote on the first alignment, the popular vote on the second alignment, and the delegates.
Right.
So they're going to be reporting out all of those numbers from all of those approximately 1,700 precincts. They say about 25% have reported, and right now they're looking at turnout on pace actually for 2016. As early data indicates, turnout is on pace for 2016.
Okay.
What the party said in a statement.
Right. Well, turnout was a question, Antoine, that we'd been talking about. That was it going to be perhaps potentially record turnout. But what are your thoughts at this point in the evening where we don't necessarily have a clear picture of what is happening with respect to the tallying of these caucus results? I mean, it's not necessarily obviously what the Democrats had hoped to be talking about at this point in the night.
No, it's not. But I think we can make some safe assumptions based on exits and entrances. And I think we can also make some assumptions based on momentum and energy around certain constituencies for certain candidates throughout this process, particularly people who are caucusing for the first time or people who feel like they are looking for an alternative to the traditional Democratic norms. I think we can make some assumptions there. What we cannot assume is the type of coalition of voters that showed up, particularly in the more rural areas that are away from what I describe as the Iowa bubble. We've seen what happens in urban centers to a certain degree, but I'm very interested to see what happens in rural parts of Iowa, because that is a place where Democrats we have to find our groove again. We had a rural groove 2 times for Bill Clinton, at least 1.5 times for Barack Obama, but we've kind of lost our footing there, and I'm hopeful that there's some energy and there's some enthusiasm in the rural areas, and we see an uptick in turnout there.
I wonder, Adam, in your conversations with Democrats here in Iowa over the course of, these many months, it's been known that these changes obviously were in place and in the works. Was there any concern ever expressed by, either any likely caucus goers or any officials at the state or local level about how, in fact, this process would unfold?
They were always very confident, in saying that they were going to have this ready. And the state party chair always said this is going to be the most successful caucuses that we've ever had. Of course, there was a wrinkle if you think back. They had initially wanted to do these virtual caucuses for people who couldn't come in, phone calls over the phone.
Right, I remember
and
that,
the DNC rejected that plan around Labor Day. And that's how we ended up with those satellite caucus sites. So if you think back, there has been times where they've hit roadblocks in the initial plan that they'd laid out a year ago. But that being said, the party has always said that they were going to be able to put together the most successful caucuses. And tonight, as their statement says, they're just trying to protect the integrity of the results.
And Linda, the reason these caucuses exist is because, as we've been talking about all evening long, this was an idea that we wanted to have more direct voter participation, right? Can you talk about that a little bit? The reason why the Iowa caucuses play out the way that they do, where you have this very sort of, some might say, Byzantine, I think is one word that was used to describe it, process where you're literally voting with your feet, going to different parts of a giant caucus room to make your support for a particular candidate known. I mean, this was very much in response to what happened in 1968 at the Democratic Convention.
Right. Well, so you've got your proponents and your detractors of the caucus experience. But for those who are not familiar with it, the process is pretty straightforward in the sense that you've got individuals who are advocates for a campaign making their pitch. I mean, what is more democratic than hearing the pitch, the ideas, the vision for the campaign that is soliciting your support? And then as part of this process, assuming that certain individuals make it to different corners of the room, they found the pitches exciting, there's still the opportunity to persuade your fellow neighbor. And, Antoine spoke about this a little bit earlier, how the messenger matters at the top of the ticket, but the messenger in a democratic process absolutely matters when you're talking about your neighbors. I mean, who's more trusted as a messenger than the person who lives in the same community as you do? And so this whole idea of having people engaged in real time in a conversation about the issues that matter to them and trying to persuade each other to participate and for it to be played out in your own community is kind of the heart of democracy.
Yeah.
And that's why caucuses are always a place of manageable expectations. The Iowa Democratic Party should have had manageable expectations tonight, and for every candidate and campaign, manageable expectations, because things can change very quickly. Caucus goers' moods can change very quickly, i.e. what you just said about when you get into a room, you have a conversation, and voila, you realize Linda's there, I'm over here. I trust Linda to help me make decisions, so I'm going to go where she is. And that's the uniqueness of caucuses.
All right, we want to check in right now with the Biden campaign. For that, let us bring in our Bo Erickson, CBS News 2020 campaign reporter, joining me now from Biden campaign headquarters in Des Moines. So, Bo, what's the latest that you're hearing from there?
Well, just like the other campaigns, we are waiting on these caucus results to change and get in here. The people are very energetic. There's about 300 to 400 people here at the Biden event right now. First, I guess the good news for the Biden campaign. I've talked to 17 precinct captains around this Des Moines area, greater Des Moines area, and precinct captains are basically like the team leader at the caucuses. And 16 out of the 17 precinct captains said that Joe Biden was viable in their precincts. Now, a lot of these precincts, they said, are some of the low delegate thresholds for the state, so he'll get maybe 1 or 2 delegates. It's not these big caucuses. So the Biden campaign may feel a little bit better about that. The not so good news for the Joe Biden campaign when it comes to organizing. One precinct captain told me she walked into the event and there was a wall of Bernie Sanders signs, and there was this big face of Bernie Sanders when it basically smacked you in the face right when you walked in the door. She said that she didn't even know that there could be Biden signs, so she hopped back in her car and tried to put some Biden signs up. What I'm also hearing from some people in the crowd here is that some Iowans did not go to their caucuses because they wanted to see Joe Biden speak here at this event. Now they're watching the returns on cable news because they're being blasted in the room like other places, and they're wishing that they were there. So if a lot of these people did that, we don't really know how that's going to shake up at the end. One other thing I'm hearing is that it seems like to some of the Biden precinct captains, the Bernie Sanders supporters were just a little bit more aggressive in trying to get some people in their corners, and they said that kind of outmanned them at their events. So if you speak up, it seems, at these events, you can really twist some arms to come over to your side of the room.
Interesting. And so what has been sort of the final message, the closing argument from Joe Biden and his campaign here in this final stretch?
It's all electability, and it's been electability since he got into the race last April. He's done 136 events here through 22 trips, and throughout all this period, he's saying that he's the one who can beat Donald Trump. He has almost like a gaggle of congressional supporters here in this room, and they were dispatched to a lot of the caucuses in the greater Des Moines area as well, and they were told to put out that message forward. I was talking to one congressman from the South, and he was saying that his goal was to bring that message to Iowa here and saying, we need to support Joe Biden because in Texas, where he's from, that Joe Biden, he thinks, will be able to win. And therefore, if they keep piling up these wins, more on Super Tuesday, they think they can take on Donald Trump in the general.
All right, Bo Erickson for us both. Thank you. Let's bring in CBS News political correspondent Ed O'Keefe. He is at the Sanders campaign headquarters in Des Moines. So, Ed, what's the latest where you are?
Caution and anxiety here, just as there is everywhere else, because we still don't have results from the state party. As I talk to myself, let me tell New York, I'm hearing myself in my ear here, but I'll drop one and keep talking in the other. Basically, Sanders campaign aides we're talking to expressing a deep level of concern about these delays, despite anecdotal reports from across the state, there we go, that they are performing well in places where they wanted to, places like Des Moines, south side of Des Moines, the suburbs of Des Moines, and then out towards the east in heavily Democratic areas like Muscatine, among others. They're also impressed with the turnout among an important subgroup, or what they consider to be an important subgroup of voters in this state, Latinos. They only counted for about 4% of the turnout, but there was a belief that in certain precincts across the state, if they could boost the numbers ever so slightly, it might help them on the margins if they end up in a tight race with one of the other contenders. The campaign tonight that seems the most optimistic, at least outwardly so at this point, is the Buttigieg campaign. The former mayor's aides reporting that they have overperformed, in some cases hitting their targets, especially in what they call pivot counties, or more conservative corners of the state where they were trying to draw out independents, moderate Democrats, and what the mayor likes to call future former Republicans. They're performing better than anticipated in some suburban precincts here around Des Moines, and they believe they have the widest coalition of Democratic voters of any of the candidates. They cite the entrance poll results for this. Buttigieg is second with younger voters under 30 and voters over the age of 65. They say some of the other leaders can barely hit 10% in either of those categories. We're not reporting the exact breakdowns by age just yet, but that's a sign from the Buttigieg campaign, at least, that they believe they did quite well tonight, Elaine.
Interesting. All right, Ed O'Keefe for us. Ed, thank you. Let's bring back in our panel, Linda Tran, Leslie Sanchez, Antoine Seawright, and Adam Brewster. So as we sit in this holding pattern, awaiting results, I finally get this opportunity to ask Adam Brewster, who has lived here in Iowa for 8 months because you're covering for CBS News all things Iowa, a little bit about the experience, because for people who may not realize what this is like, you are a one-man news-gathering army for CBS News with all the candidates that have come in and out of this state. What has it been like? This is the final night for you.
I want to make it very clear I am one half of a two-man
yes,
army
I should
here.
say that, yes.
Musadik Badar is with the Klobuchar campaign, and he got here a day before I did, but we've been here 8 months, each put 20,000 miles on our car, probably been to more than 200 events apiece in that time. it's not. This is the fourth longest I've lived anywhere in my life. I grew up in Michigan, went to college in Michigan, lived in New York for a few years, and here for 8 months. So it's an odd feeling knowing that it's coming to an end.
And you have had the opportunity, though, to get up close with these candidates in a way that I think people watching at home might not really understand the immense access that you have, which is one of the joys of being able to cover places like Iowa, where perhaps the guard is down a little bit. You know, it's a different kind of feeling. Can you just talk about that a little bit and some of the things that sort of will stay with you as you've gone through this process of covering these men and women for the last 8 months?
It's been so interesting to see, especially the events that happen in small places. You might get, 50 people in a room to see a United States Senator, and that doesn't happen in the places where there aren't more than 2,000 events from candidates in a given presidential cycle.
Right.
And that's one of the things that stands out to me is the interesting questions that people ask, how close you can get with the candidates because you see them so often, and there are big events with big crowds. Iowa's not a very large state, so anything over 1,000 is notable. So many of the crowds, even 200 people, is not a lot of people for, say, former Vice President Biden if he went somewhere else around the country, or even Mayor Pete Buttigieg or Senator Sanders or Senator, that doesn't happen anywhere else. And so you get to see them in close settings, having to interact with people, having to answer questions. That happens in the early states, and then after the early states are done, it turns into more speeches. So it's been so interesting to see how they interact with people and how they interact in smaller settings. That will live with me forever.
Yeah, and the idea of just peeling back the layer a little bit for people who might not be familiar, are there, in fact, a lot of layers of folks in between? In other words, do you have that kind of direct ability to go to a candidate? I mean, in terms of if you were in Washington, let's say, you would have to schedule something through a press person and make sure that, you had things very coordinated. But there's a lot more informality, I think, here in Iowa at many of these events.
There's some, but also these are coordinated events with
and it is
professional
Iowa.
sound system and things like that at the larger events. You are in close space with the candidate, but we talked earlier about the organizations they've built. They have large teams here. And so there is still that layer of formality that, you don't walk out, standing shoulder to shoulder next to a candidate. So it is, you are with them in closed spaces, you can ask them questions, but it's, there is still formality that comes with it. And at some of the candidates who didn't necessarily take off, you are much closer, much smaller spaces with them, and they come to recognize you, and as they do, the beat reporters recognize the candidates that follow them around as often, but we kind of pop in and out for the various ones.
Yeah, a little bittersweet at this moment.
A little bit. We still have a story to tell.
We're not done yet, to be clear. I'm not just excusing. No, we're definitely going to be here for a little while, but I know that you're heading to Texas next, right? Your next assignment.
On Wednesday. I've never lived anywhere in the South, so like warm weather in February, it will be... I'll feel very out of place.
Yes, well, we've talked to you many, many times where you've had appropriate, hats and gloves and winter weather gear. So we really appreciate you and Musa Sadiq and all the other campaign reporters bringing us that very granular detail. I mean, my gosh, these guys write very detailed notes, guys and gals, following these candidates, sharing your insights, and I think it's a tremendous service that you do. So as we kind of look ahead here, Linda, and we're looking at this time frame, because as Adam says, it's not over yet. We still have a story very much to report. Are you picking up on anything from any of your, organizers on the ground? Anything that I know, obviously, we don't want to kind of report any speculation or talk about that, but just anecdotally, are there folks that you've talked to who've described some difficulties, perhaps, in getting? No, not at all. You're shaking your head.
The organizers that are in the rooms, they watched it play out. They can list out for me, this is what it was in the first round, here's what it was in the second round, and here's who moved where. I mean, that's the kind of detail that they're reporting back to their campaign.
Yeah.
So, ultimately, the process may be playing out at the Democratic Party level, but I guarantee you there's a boiler room that's been getting all the information in each of these individual campaigns, and they have a sense of where things are shaping out.
Yeah.
What's going to happen, I think, as I was communicating with several campaigns, is everyone is going to have their spin on the narrative because of this technical situation that we're in. And so some are going to say the results are flawed, perhaps they're not true when they come out. Others are going to say they're very much true. The momentum, we saw it, we felt it, all the things.
Do you think people will question the
Let's go ahead.
Well, this is a serious issue in the sense that it raises that specter of suspicion, and that is going to continue to percolate, especially amongst individuals who feel they've already been kind of siphoned off from the process because they changed the rules. And also, it's also going to be looking at, and I'm telling you, I'll predict this, who developed that application, the app that the Democrats were relying on to relay that information. It's going to go back to, were they consulting for previous campaigns? Did they have an alliance one way or the other? Were they proven to have failed technologies in the past? All of those things are going to help define how people frame this.
And I think it could be wide. Not
all right, we want to interrupt, I'm sorry, for just a moment. Senator Amy Klobuchar is addressing her supporters. Let's listen in.
This election is, yes, an economic check, but it also is a patriotic check. It is a decency check. It is the simple idea, it's a simple idea that the heart of America is so much bigger than the heart of this guy in the White House. Our country cannot take another 4 years of Donald Trump. Our collective sense of decency can't take another 4 years. The rule of law can't withstand another 4 years of a president that thinks he's above it. Our democracy cannot tolerate another 4 years of a president who wants to bulldoze right through it. The American dream cannot take another 4 years of a president who thinks he can choose who gets it. His playbook is not hard to understand. It is really 3 words: divide and demoralize. Well, I have a playbook that's 3 words: unite and lead. That is how I have passed over 100 bills as the lead Democrat in the United States Senate in the middle of that gridlock. And that is how I have won elections in the reddest of red congressional districts, in the bluest of blue congressional districts. The president, though, he might as well have a sign on his desk that says, "The buck stops anywhere but here." Look at what he has done. He blames everyone for our problems. He blames everyone, people that shouldn't be blamed. Who does he blame? He blames immigrants, right? He blames Barack Obama. He blames the Fed chair that he nominated, the energy secretary that he appointed, the generals that he commands, and yes, the King of Denmark. He even recently blamed Justin Trudeau for cutting him out of the Canadian version of Home Alone 2. Who does that? Who does that? So let me tell you what I will do. When I am behind that desk, I will take responsibility instead of passing it on. I will reach across the aisle and work with Americans in good faith. Instead of picking fights, I'll bring this country together instead of pushing it apart. Some of you may know that old story about Franklin Delano Roosevelt. And it was a story about how after he died, they put his body on a train and it worked its way to Washington, D.C. And there's a story of a reporter who came upon a man who was crying by the side of those tracks. And the man had his hat on his chest and he was sobbing. And the reporter looked at him and said, "Sir, do you know President Roosevelt? Did you know him?" And the man says, "No, I didn't know President Roosevelt, but he knew me. He knew me." And what we are missing so much right now in our country is that sense of empathy. We are missing that caring. And I promise you this, I will bring back that sacred trust between the American people and the President of the United States. If you are sick and tired of hearing how great the economy is when you don't feel it, when your paycheck is stretched to the breaking point month after month, I know you, and I will fight for you. If you are sick of choosing between paying for daycare for your kids and long-term care for your parents, I know you, and I will fight for you. If you're sick of being torn between filling a refrigerator and filling a prescription, I know you, and I will fight for you. And if you want a Democratic nominee who can make our tent bigger and our coalition wider and our coattails longer, if you want that, I know you, and I will fight for you. And if you are sick and tired of the extremes in our politics and the noise and the nonsense, you have a home with me. So please join our campaign at amyklobuchar.com. Join us, because we are going to be here, it looks like, a really long time tonight. And you will have plenty of time to join us at amyklobuchar.com. So let's stay up. Let's stay in a good spirit, because you all know what happened out there in those precincts. You know that we have been punching way beyond our weight. You know that despite some limited resources compared to some of those bigger bank accounts, we are way on the board. So let's stay up. Let's stay happy, and let's head to New Hampshire. Thank you, Iowa. I love
So even as we await the results of the Iowa caucuses, there you heard Senator Amy Klobuchar of Minnesota saying she is going on to New Hampshire. Let's take you now to the CBS Broadcast Center in New York and check in with Lana Zak and Anthony Salvanto. Lana?
Elaine, I was speaking with a Democratic Party official there in Iowa, and he tells me that simply counting 3 different data sets is a lot more difficult than just one, which has been all that they've had to do in the past. So I've got Anthony here with me again. I want you to help us peek behind the curtain and figure out why people are frustrated by why this is taking so long. Because I remember last time it wasn't until the next day that we certified the Iowa caucus winner. Why is this a little bit different?
Did we tell you, Elaine, it was going to be a late night? See, people say, the decision desk, we know stuff.
You told
right?
us, Anthony.
We told you.
You did warn us. Yes, you did.
So I got that one. But look, here's what's been happening. We're obviously all still waiting for data, and you're starting to see candidate speeches now. Remember, the Iowa caucuses are about getting attention. They're not really about just delegates, because there's only 41 of them to get. So if those candidates wanted to win and get up there on that podium as a winner in front of that primetime audience, so that obviously, this timing makes that a little harder. But I do want to take you inside to your question, Lana, which is, what is it that might be holding this up? And this empty board, believe it or not, can tell you a story, which is, we were preparing to show you first when the party put out the initial choice count. Obviously, that's blank, okay? And then we were going to show you the final choice count, right? Final choice. That's blank too. And then we were going to show you the delegates that each candidate got. Again, blank for now. All right. So the party was putting out 3 sets of numbers. And it may be that putting out all of those numbers, or trying to, is part of what's holding this up. They've got to do all those calculations. They've got to make sure everything went right in the caucuses before they can start putting it out and filling up our map here.
And so one of the differences from the last Iowa caucus that we both covered was that even though we didn't have a winner that we could certify until the very next day, we at least had some numbers here. We had some inkling of who was having a good night, who was having a bad night. We had a storyline, right? That Sanders and Clinton were neck and neck. Right now, we can't say anything about anybody except for who's in the top 4.
Right. In 2016, it was neck and neck between Hillary Clinton and Bernie Sanders. People were seeing results as that night went along, but it was seesawing back and forth. And it wasn't really until the next day that we found out from the party that there had been a slight edge for Hillary Clinton. Maybe ironically, that was one of the reasons that the party reportedly moved to this kind of an operation, because they wanted to be more transparent and put out everything that's happened in the caucus. And so maybe that sort of leads to this in some way.
So we have heard from some campaigns, and we're going to continue hearing from all of that. Elaine, I'm sending it back over to you in Iowa.
All right, we want to take you now to Senator Elizabeth Warren, who's speaking. Let's listen.
So listen, it is too close to call, so I'm just going to tell you what I do know. You won! As the baby daughter of a janitor, I am so grateful to be up on this stage tonight. Tonight, as a party, we are one step closer to defeating the most corrupt president in American history. Tomorrow, Donald Trump will make a speech about the State of the Union, but I have a message for every American. Our union is stronger than Donald Trump. And in less than a year, our union will be stronger than ever when that one man is replaced by
Very quickly, we want to let you know Joe Biden is speaking now as well. We're going to bring you his comments in their entirety in just a moment. For now, back to Senator Warren.
I see America from very different viewpoints, and we have since we were born. Trump grew up in New York City in a 23-room, 9-bathroom mansion. I grew up out in Oklahoma in a 2-bedroom house with 1 bathroom and a converted garage where my 3 brothers slept. By the time he was 3, Donald Trump was getting a $200,000 allowance every year from his dad's real estate empire. In total, he got nearly $500 million from his dad. Me, I took on small jobs to make money, babysitting, waitressing, sewing dresses for my aunts. Donald Trump claimed bone spurs to avoid the draft. All 3 of my older brothers signed up for military service, and the oldest spent 5.5 years off and on in combat in Vietnam. Before he became a reality TV host, Donald Trump spent most of his career running one company after another into bankruptcy, stiffing small businesses, ripping off workers, and scamming students. I spent most of my career studying why families go broke and fighting to make it easier for them to get back on their feet. Before I was even elected to office, I built an entire federal agency to stop big banks and financial institutions from cheating people. I tell you this. I love it. But I tell you this because a person's values matter. A president's values matter. And the only thing Donald Trump values is Donald Trump. He believes that government is just one more thing to exploit, a tool to enrich himself and his corrupt buddies at everyone else's expense. I believe government should work for everyone. We don't know all the results tonight, but tonight has already showed that Americans have a deep hunger for big structural change to make our economy and our democracy work for everyone. Tonight showed that our path to victory is to fight hard for the changes Americans are demanding, changes that Democrats, Independents, and Republicans are demanding. Tonight showed that our agenda isn't just a progressive agenda. It isn't just a Democratic agenda. It's an American agenda. Throughout our history, when moments of crisis have called on us to meet big challenges, Americans have answered the call. Even when the doubters and critics say that our dreams are too big and the fights are too hard, we persist. In the 1700s, when people said we could never overthrow a king and form a new republic, farmers and merchants came together and fought side by side until we won our independence. In the 1800s, people said that slavery would endure forever and African Americans would never see liberation. But abolitionists, enslaved and formerly enslaved people formed an underground railroad, and more than 2 million people waged a war to defeat the tyranny of slavery. And in the 1900s, people said we could never rescue our economy from the depths of the Great Depression or defeat fascism. But we forged a New Deal. We mobilized to defeat fascism. We expanded unions. We built a middle class, and we marched for civil rights. Americans do big things. That's who we are. We don't settle. We don't back down. We meet big problems with even bigger solutions. So I'm here tonight because I believe that big dreams are still possible in America. Tonight, you showed that when you imagine an America that lives up to its ideals, you can set in motion the process of making it a reality. All it takes is some hard work and better connections. And here in Iowa, that's what happened. You came together, you organized, you showed that we are united in our conviction that hope defeats fear, that courage overcomes cynicism, that we will be a stronger party and a stronger nation when we unite around our shared values to advance justice and expand opportunity to everyone. So right now, across America, there are folks standing with groups of friends or sitting on the couch with loved ones or maybe even watching this quietly on their phones because everyone else in the house is asleep. Watching and thinking, maybe I could help out. Maybe I could volunteer some time. Maybe I could get in the fight. And that is how we're going to do this. I am here tonight to tell you, if you have hope that America can be better than it has been in these last few years, and if you have the courage to speak out and do a little organizing with us, then this campaign is for you. If you can imagine an America where corruption doesn't block our ability to reduce gun violence, an America where we can urgently tackle climate change, an America where we can bring an end to the opioid epidemic, then this campaign is for you. imagine an economy where every job has dignity, where people are paid a livable wage, and where everyone has a real chance to thrive, then this campaign is for you. And if you can imagine a democracy where people, not money, come first, this campaign is for you. And if you can imagine an America of moral clarity that lives its values every day, then this campaign is for you. Tonight, we are one step closer to winning the fight for the America we imagine is possible. Tonight is for you. Tonight is for every volunteer who put their feet to the pavement to fight for change. It's for every organizer who braved the blistering cold to knock on doors. It's for every person who made a call or sent a text to spread the word. I'm going to tell you about some of our volunteers, because tonight is for the veteran who came back diagnosed with PTSD and who volunteered every week to help us become a nation that honors its promises to its veterans. Tonight is for every undocumented, unafraid organizer and volunteer who proudly knocked on doors to let the world know that the path to progress runs through courage, not fear. Tonight is for the innovative, persistent women who organize babysitting clubs so they could get in more hours of volunteering. And tonight is for the single mother who had been homeless and who was so determined that her twin daughters would grow up in a better world that she found the spare moments to make calls on our behalf. Tonight is for everyone who believes that no matter the color of your skin, who you love, how you worship, where you were born, or what zip code you live in, you should be safe and your opportunities should be pretty much as good as everyone else's. Yep. In every day and every way, this movement is made up of people who know that the only way to make progress and to build power is to fight from the heart. So tonight, Iowa, and all of you, I want to say thank you. Thank you for living your values. Thank you for standing together, fighting together, persisting together. You have made me a better candidate, and you will make me a better president. I want to thank my sweetie Bruce. I couldn't do it. And thanks to Bailey. He truly is a good boy. Together, we have built a movement powered by hopeful, courageous people who will do the work to make the change we need. And we're just getting started. This race will be decided by people like you. And if you believe that something should be done, then I'm asking you to do something. Go to ElizabethWarren.com right now. Pitch in a few bucks, sign up to volunteer, get involved with our campaign near wherever you live. Because this race started right here in Iowa. But from tomorrow, It will run from ocean to ocean, east to New Hampshire, and then west to Nevada, and then down to South Carolina. This fight will stretch across all 57 states and territories that make up this great nation until we unite together as a party in Milwaukee. Here, but we are built for the long haul. Yeah, we still have a fight on our hands, but we are fueled by the hope in our hearts. Our optimism and our determination run deep. And no matter what lies ahead, we are not afraid. This is our moment. This is the moment we have been called to. Our moment to make history. Our moment to dream big, fight hard, and win.
We've been listening to Senator Elizabeth Warren address supporters. CBS News has learned the Iowa Democratic Party will be holding a call with all of the presidential campaigns soon to explain the delay in reporting the data. As we mentioned, former Vice President Joe Biden also spoke to supporters. Let's go ahead and listen to what he had to say.
Make sure they're very careful in their deliberations. And indications are, from our indications, it's going to be close. We're going to walk out of here with our share of delegates. We don't know exactly what it is yet, but we feel good about where we are. And look, so it's on to New Hampshire, Nevada, South Carolina, and well beyond. We're in this for the long haul. And I want us to remember, not just tonight, but throughout this campaign, thank you. This isn't just another election. This is well beyond our party. This is about ending an era of, God willing, of a president who, this is bigger than any of us. It really is. We cannot allow Donald Trump to be reelected to the United States presidency again. I'm ready to give him a new nickname. The former President Trump, Chris. The former President Trump. And folks, as I said, it's bigger than any candidate, bigger than any party. And folks, I said from the outset, Jill and I both said, we're in a battle for the soul of the nation. And that's not hyperbole. We really believe that, and I think it's been demonstrated every single hour he remains as President of the United States. Folks, each and every one of us knows that deep in our bones that everything this nation stands for is at stake. And I really mean it. 4 more years of Donald Trump will fundamentally alter the character of this nation. And character is on the ballot. That's what this is. Everything that makes America is at stake, and literally our democracy is at stake, in my view, our view. I say our view because you've been doing as hard as I have. Folks, I love her too, man. Well, I tell you what, and the other reason we're running and we're gonna make sure it happens is we got to rebuild the backbone of this country. The working class, the middle class, they've been getting laid out badly by this administration. The middle class is being hurt very badly. But look, you know what? We have to unify this country as well. Everybody understands that CEOs and Wall Street bankers didn't build America. Ordinary, hardworking people led by unions built America. Unions. And folks, we need a president who's not only ready to fight, but is also ready to heal this country. We can't hold grudges. We've got to be able to go out and unify the country. because the president is supposed to heal as well as fight. And that's exactly what I plan on doing, we plan on doing, all of us in this hall plan on doing. Ladies and gentlemen, you know, I'm going to go all over this country, every part of the Democratic Party, and unite it. Men, women, gay, straight, everyone, black, brown, a whole universe of people out there. Because folks, there's nothing we've ever failed at when we've tried to do it together. Nothing America's ever failed at. And so, ladies and gentlemen, all my friends, and by the way, I want to take a special thanks again to Alice Shapeberg and the firefighters. You've been incredible to us. You've been incredible to us. But folks, everybody knows who Donald Trump is. Well, it's fortunate they do know now. They didn't know last time, I don't think. But they know now. And folks, we got to let them know who we are. We choose hope over fear. We choose science over fiction. Unity over division. And compassion over cruelty. And maybe most importantly of all, truth over lies. Folks, we're going to do this, I promise you. I promise you we're going to get this done. And God willing, we'll do it together. May God bless you all and may God protect our troops. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. On to New Hampshire.
That was former Vice President Joe Biden just moments ago. CBS News has learned that the call between the Democratic campaigns and the Iowa Democratic Party is now over. The Biden campaign sent a letter to the Iowa Democratic Party earlier saying, quote, "We believe that the campaigns deserve full explanations and relevant information regarding the methods of quality control you are employing and an opportunity to respond before any official results are released." Now let's take you to Senator Bernie Sanders. He also addressed supporters moments ago.
So let me conclude by thanking our great staff, our volunteers here in Iowa. And now it is on to New Hampshire, Nevada, South Carolina, California, and onward to victory. Thank you all very much.
We are going to bring you more of Senator Sanders' remarks just a little bit later on. For now, let's turn back to our panel, Antoine Seawright, Leslie Sanchez, and Linda Tran. So for the past 20 minutes or so, I've been seeing a flurry of emails coming in from our various reporters at CBS News, just talking about the individual kind of pieces of this story that's still emerging. What I can tell you now, as I just was handed this from our Musaddiq Bidar, who is a CBS News 2020 campaign reporter here in Iowa. This is from the Dallas County Chair, Bryce Smith. The app situation crashed. We've been talking about the app that had been used to sort of get those tallies, right, to the Iowa Democratic Party. Every precinct chair is forced to call in or email results. This chair is huddled up at a barn, recruiting volunteers to go help the Iowa Democratic Party. So how they're handling it, you have precinct chairs, and you have to follow me with this, emailing the results with a screenshot of the math to him. He is the county chair. The county chair then forwards this email to the Iowa Democratic Party. Smith then puts the precinct chair on hold, calls the Democratic Party, waits on hold for the IDP to confirm the results, then lets the precinct chair go. So according to the reporting site, there are 34 precincts in Dallas County, so you can only imagine how long this process is going to take. So if you follow me, taking a screenshot, emailing it, you have to get the relevant party on hold, the Iowa Democrat Democratic Party on hold, and then you have to get the precinct chair. It sounds like a very laborious process here. Antoine, are we going to have results tonight?
Absolutely not. We may not have true results for another week or so, depending on how many people throw rocks at the process, cast doubt about the results. And God knows what the media narrative may be after tonight, and who knows what others, future participants in this nominating process, may think. I definitely do not think we will have results tonight. And if there are results, I don't know any campaign that I've texted with here that feel good about the results that could come out of tonight.
All right, I want to read another statement. This is from the Iowa Democratic Party's communications director, Mandy McClure. This is coming to us via Adam Brewster, our campaign reporter who was just with us a short time ago. This is a quote. Quote, "We found inconsistencies in the reporting of 3 sets of results. In addition to the tech systems being used to tabulate results, we are also using photos of results and a paper trail to validate that all results match and ensure that we have confidence and accuracy in the numbers we report. This is simply a reporting issue. The app did not go down, and this is not a hack or an intrusion. The underlying data and paper trail is sound and will simply take time to further report the results." So, Linda, that's the statement. Already, though, I mean, I see the skepticism on your face.
Is it feeling a lot like Florida 2000? I mean, I shudder to say it, but I mean, once we're getting into needing to actually look at actual pieces of paper, then this process is going to be, as Antoine's saying, a lot lengthier than one would have hoped. And in the end, no matter what the outcome is at this point, with all of these machinations and all of the confusion and different descriptions of what the process is, I would not be surprised if various campaigns questioned the results.
So, not surprisingly, Leslie, we have a statement from the Trump campaign on the Iowa caucuses.
Leslie wrote it.
Just coming in.
I've been very busy here.
You know, at this point, it's not a surprise. This is coming from Brad Parscale, who I was going to actually pose the question before this statement got handed to me about, I imagine
what
this
I
is,
told Brad to say?
No,
I'll go ahead and
but I imagine, you know, this is something that they were going to weigh in on, and here it is. It says, from Brad Parscale, Trump 2020 campaign manager, quote, "Democrats are stewing in a caucus mess of their own creation with the sloppiest train wreck in history. It would be natural for people to doubt the fairness of the process, and these are the people who want to run our entire healthcare system." Tonight, President Trump posted a record performance in the well-run GOP Iowa caucuses with record turnout for an incumbent. So this, for the president, is probably got to be a political gift that he could not have imagined going into tonight.
Some people had thought the headline would be, you know, the winner of the evening is the Trump campaign, right? Because of the disorganization or the splitting, you know, that we talked about, the divides within the Democratic caucus and what that would mean long term. But no, it wasn't any of that. The telenovela went in another direction, a surprise twist, and the technology is really what's causing a lot of the angst right now. What's interesting, there was an associate an AP report that came out a couple of days ago, very prescient, talking about the vulnerability of this particular technology, of this application. And you had some individuals that were quoted in that story saying they were very scared because they were doing vulnerability assessments. When you're doing something this dramatic on such a big night with so many people, eyeballs, and everybody watching, that's never really been tested, you know, in terms of a capacity test like this. There's a lot of alarms that go off for people that do this every day. And they never disclosed who the developer of this was, so they were not hacked. But again, it lays the breadcrumbs that Brad's talking about in there, and that they couldn't efficiently do it well.
All right, I want to bring into this conversation CBS News political correspondent Ed O'Keefe. He is at Senator Sanders' campaign headquarters. But Ed, I actually want to ask you about this letter, unless you've got some new reporting that you want to tell us about. This letter that we just talked about. Okay, so Ed's having trouble hearing us. We're going to try and get our connection to him fixed, and we'll come back in just a moment. But what is it that, you know, when you think about this statement from Brad Parscale, Antoine, as a Democrat, is this essentially something that you couldn't possibly have envisioned? Or were you hearing that there was a general level of confidence in the way that this was going to unfold with respect to the reporting results getting out, that maybe it was going to be a late night, but there wasn't going to be a question about the integrity of these results?
I believe in people's intent. I'm a fundamental believer in intent. And I believe the intent of this process was to make it more fair, more transparent, and to make a broad coalition within this party happy. I think there was an honest attempt to do that tonight. No one can anticipate when these things happen. I do think you have to measure 3 times, cut once in these situations to avoid as much error as you can to limit the possibilities of error. But I don't think there was intent. And the fact of the matter is, no matter what happened tonight, the Trump campaign and the Republican Party were going to try to put some kind of spin on it in order to appease their base of voters and to try to honestly make us look like we are unorganized and we have a flawed process and our candidates are flawed. So I'm not surprised by that.
Yeah, let me turn back to Ed O'Keefe because I think we've got our connection established. Ed, can you explain this letter that we just reported on from the Biden campaign?
Elaine, I'm going to start talking, but I can't hear you. So let me just convey a few things. Oh, there you are. There you are. I can hear you now. Elaine, talk to me again.
All right, so Ed, I was just going to ask you about this letter from the Biden campaign.
Yeah, let's unpack a few things here, Elaine. First of all, our Major Garrett is reporting, lest there be any concerns, a senior administration official tells him there are no signs, at least at the federal level, that there was some kind of cyber attack or hacking done to this, that it looks like, as the Iowa Democratic Party is saying, this was human error, or at least some issue with with getting all the results and being able to report them. As our colleague Nicole Killian has heard from a DNC official, this is the price of transparency, expediency, and so they're going to have to take a little while longer. To Antoine's point earlier about whether or not this gets done tonight, we don't have clear guidance on whether that will happen. But clearly, there is a possibility that this now could take a few days. Be that as it may, the campaigns are out of here. They are on their way. The only person we know that is staying and already had plans to stay the night is Bernie Sanders. Nina Turner, one of his top advisors, after he left the stage, came back to say, if there's a count tonight and we win it, he'll come back out here and address you again. But that is not expected, at least that's not the guidance we have. As to that letter, the Biden campaign, in the form of its general counsel, sent a note to the Iowa Democratic Party earlier tonight saying that they are concerned with the, quote, considerable flaws in tonight's Iowa caucus reporting system. There was an app that the various precincts were supposed to use to report results. The Biden campaign says, quote, the app that was intended to relay caucus results to the party failed. The party's backup telephonic reporting system likewise has failed. Now we understand that caucus chairs are attempting to, and in many cases failing, to report results telephonically to the party. These acute failures are occurring statewide. Our own Musaddiq Badar and Adam Brewster have been in touch with some county precinct chairmen as well. They confirm that there have been significant reporting issues tonight. Elaine, there's no other way to put this. This is a disaster. This is exactly what they feared, and it's playing out right before our eyes. For about 3 hours tonight, there was no data. There was virtually no information coming from the campaigns other than their own interpretations of the publicly reported entrance poll results. Suddenly, about an hour ago, the logjam broke as word came that the Iowa Democratic Party had briefed the campaigns on these delays. They all started rushing out, one after the other, stepping on each other's speeches, where they all basically said, stay tuned, we won and we're moving on. That is not what they wanted here tonight. And not only is the Iowa Democratic Party going to have something to explain here, but so is the DNC. Because to start this process that is allegedly creating so much interest across the country in such a disorganized way is nothing short of a disaster for them, especially when you have the president, as you just read in that statement, now putting out a statement that allows him to paint a broad brush over this party and say, if they can't count results, how do you expect them to run the country?
So, Ed, that was going to be my question. I know it's very loud where you are, but how is it clear how this is going to affect the trajectory of the Democratic race at this point? I mean, this is not at all the storyline that we could have even envisioned, even with all the uncertainty, although Anthony Salvanto did caution us it could be a very long night. I mean, to get to this level of uncertainty at this point in the evening is just not something that I think anyone seemed to predict.
No, nobody predicted this at all. And so it is going to cause great concern and confusion. Because think of what newspapers across the country will say tomorrow. Millions of Americans are going to wake up thinking that somebody won here tonight. And if there's no result to support with just a week to go until New Hampshire, it could totally upend the trajectory in New Hampshire. Because remember, Bernie Sanders thought he'd go in there with some tailwinds. So did Pete Buttigieg. Joe Biden is pleased with this because all indications were he was not going to do well tonight. Well, now he can cast doubt on the results and say, well, whatever, you won the caucus, but that thing was so terribly organized. Here, I won a primary in New Hampshire or South Carolina or on Super Tuesday, whatever it is. Perhaps this generates more interest and concern across the country, but all it really will do is cast doubt on the entire process. The fact that there are still so many candidates in this thing, so many staffers working for rival campaigns, and now no clear indication of who's actually in the lead.
All right, our Ed O'Keefe there at Senator Bernie Sanders' campaign headquarters. Oh, sorry, Ed, someone was talking in my ear. Can you just talk, if we can steal your time for just a little bit longer, you let us know if you have to go, but sure. What is I mean, clearly we can hear the mood, we can see the people cheering behind you, but as this is unfolded, it seems as though the enthusiasm level has just sort of grown there, though, over the course of the night, Ed, as we've checked in with you.
Well, yeah, a few hundred Sanders supporters remain here in the room. Whether they realize or not that results may not come for several hours or days is unclear. They're hearing right now from a congressman from Wisconsin, whose name I'm forgetting. Who's that on stage? Mark Pocan, that's right, from Wisconsin, chairman of the Progressive Caucus, which of course has been a bit of a thorn in the side of House leadership. Pocan, I was confusing him with somebody else. There's 435 of them after all. He has been a prominent supporter of Sanders, expected to help him significantly in the Badger State of Wisconsin as the contest proceeds in that direction. But what the Sanders campaign is basically doing at this point is bringing out all of the various surrogates that they had here at their disposal to keep the crowd going in the event that for some reason in the next few hours there are results. They have not told this room that it may or may not come, in part because we haven't necessarily gotten word from the state party whether or not results will come tonight. But this is a room full of not only Iowans, but also volunteers that have come from across the country. We just saw a woman we spoke with earlier, or last week, who had come from Queens as part of a group of Sanders supporters from the 212 and 646 area codes. There were other people here from Oregon, Kentucky, Missouri, the Carolinas. They've all come to help Sanders in hopes that he wins here and is able to propel himself into the later contests.
And Ed, we should mention that you're there where Senator Sanders spoke just moments ago. You know, I imagine, so at this point you said they haven't really told the room what's been taking place, but is this something at this point that Senator Sanders, given the feeling that the campaign had after 2016, and as we've been talking about on the panel, the lingering bad feeling that a lot of Senator Sanders supporters had about the closeness of that race, I imagine there's perhaps some anxiety there, given that these rules were implemented in part to effect more transparency because of what happened in 2016.
What's happening tonight, Elaine, is exactly what Bernie Sanders asked for, or whenever the results are released, in that we're going to have several data sets to work with tonight, or whenever the results come. First round, how much support each candidate got. The second round, raw total results, and then the delegate count. That's 3 data sets. The only one that matters is the delegate count, ultimately, whenever we get it. But the Sanders campaign and others were expected to seize on those first round numbers to show potentially either growth into that second round or how they may have helped influence the final results. And there was concern among other campaigns that the Sanders campaign especially would sort of exploit those early numbers that don't matter towards the final count to try to demonstrate that either his support had increased or things went his way in those earlier rounds leading into the second round. But yes, this is exactly the kind of situation the Sanders campaign was pushing for. More transparency, insurance that there was no fiddling with the numbers as there were accusations 4 years ago that there might be. And so we will see now in the next few hours or days as this continues to play out how exactly this gets sorted out. But the reaction tonight, that quick reaction from the Biden campaign especially, I suspect is designed actually, it's pretty clear it's designed to cast doubt on the results here and try to reduce the importance and significance of what was going on here in Iowa ahead of primaries in states where Biden is poised to perform far better.
All right, Ed O'Keefe for us. Ed, thank you very much. Let's bring in our Nicole Killion. She is at Joe Biden's campaign headquarters in Des Moines. So, Nicole, Ed's been reporting on a part of that letter from the Biden campaign. Tell us what the mood is like where you are right now.
Well, look, Ed explained what all was in that letter, and we were actually hoping to speak to a Biden campaign official on record, on camera, and we're told they got to get on planes. I mean, they're out of here. They're heading to New Hampshire. We even have to leave this ballroom pretty shortly because they only have it until midnight Central Time. So clearly, no one was really expecting this, and, folks are sticking to their schedules at this point. Of course, we saw the former vice president address supporters a short time ago, thanking them. I mean, he said it's going to be a long night, but he's feeling good. He also, said that the Iowa Democratic Party is working to get this straight. And, we saw that further underlined and underscored with that letter that his campaign has sent out, citing numerous failures tonight with this app and with this telephone reporting system as a backup. And now, of course, the campaign wanting a fuller explanation, as I'm sure all of the campaigns are right now.
And so that letter did say they wanted, quote, relevant information, as you said, regarding the methods of quality control. So what happens now, I mean, with respect to how the Biden campaign responds to this?
Well, again, I think you heard from the former vice president say on to New Hampshire. I mean, they're keeping it moving. And so, he'll be on the ground. He'll be campaigning there. I mean, the reality is we all have to wait until this is sorted out.
All right, Nicole Killion for us at Joe Biden's campaign headquarters. Thank you so much, Nicole. Let's turn back to our panel right now. Antoine Seawright, Leslie Sanchez, and Linda Tran. And just like that, Antoine and Linda, it's on to New Hampshire. I mean, we're seeing this kind of fascinating, evolving story play out where essentially for all the buildup that was the lead up to the Iowa caucuses, now it seems as though these candidates are just ready to get out of here.
Well, I mean, if we think back to 2016, at this point in the night, Hillary Clinton was either well on her way to New